Hey YouTube, good afternoon, good afternoon. Happy Sunday, happy Sunday. Another day in the USA streets. Come on in, like, share, and subscribe. Like the video. Now, it's a lot going on in these US streets, in particular, the state of California, my home state. Right now, we are viewing live footage from the city of Los Angeles. And as you may know, unless you've been living under a rock, it's going down on the West Coast in the streets of Los Angeles. We'll see if the people do better today, have some act right today. Now that the National Guard has arrived in tow, listen, they ready. Don't start none, won't be none. That's the energy to me, what they're giving. Don't start none, won't be none. So we'll see. We'll see if they'll take heed to the nonverbals. Let me know, where are you in the world? Temperature check. Are people having some act right where you're located? Are you seeing protests, riots? I don't know, y'all. Is this a protest or a riot? Like, what is this? What is this? It's giving riot to me, as of last night at least. Is this a protest or a riot? That's the question. But I pose just the question. Make sure you complete the survey. Complete the survey as you come on in. Are you here for the National Guard? Been in the streets of LA. Are you here? Are you like, listen, damn it, they should have been here. They 3 days late. Are you here for the National Guard been in the streets of Los Angeles? Child. Hey, just say when. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. She says, hey, Chic in chat. Hello. Happy Sunday. Let me know. Are y'all here for the National Guard being in the streets of Los Angeles? Do you think it's going to make a difference? You think it's going to make a difference? Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Eric. It's just afternoon here in Georgia. Say good morning to all my melanated and non-melanated patriots. Yes. Where are you located, Eric? I am in Georgia. Outside of Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, Georgia. Where are you located? Rep your city. Where are you located? I believe you mentioned, or I don't know where you're located, if there's been any protests or anything taking place where you're located. I'm in Georgia. I have not seen any protests here in Georgia. I do live outside of the city, maybe about 45 minutes without traffic outside of the city, 45 minutes to an hour. So I'm in the suburbs. Metro Atlanta is what you call the area I live in. I haven't seen anything, but based off of where I'm located, no surprise, because I'm away from probably where it will be on and popping. It will probably be in the inner city of Atlanta, where things will kind of get rough and tough. If they were to get rough and tough in the Georgia streets, that's usually kind of where it goes down. Let me see. Let's do a search. But I don't know how aggressive they've been here. I remember reporting back a few months ago, maybe earlier on, when I started talking politics on this channel, where there was a big bust here in Georgia, where not, within the county I live, and there were, it was trafficking, illegal immigrants, like all of that. It was going down in my neck of the woods, but I hadn't heard anything since then. And that story didn't even make the news like that. Like, I talked about it, but I didn't see really other outlets really kind of talking about it. Let's see. Let me look up immigration. Let's see what's going on in Atlanta as it pertains to immigration. Let's see. You say, yes, let's get it. I'm from Brooklyn, but got property in West Covina, California, and Philly, Pennsylvania. Okay. So you're on the West Coast sometime. Okay. Yep. When I was on that West Coast, when I lived there, that's where I'm from. I from the Bay Area. So Napa Valley, San Francisco, Oakland. That was my neck of the woods. I'm from the Bay Area, small town called Pittsburgh, California, uh, outside of Antioch, California, and Napa Valley. But as we've been seeing, this is all taking place in Southern California. So that's going to be about 6 hours away from the Bay Area. So about 6 hours away from where I'm from in California. California is a really, really big state. Uh, but nonetheless, it still ran a hot mess. The leaders, I just don't think that they have good leadership there when it comes to like the Governor Gavin Newsom. Y'all, I call him slick back Gavin Newsom because the hair is always fried eye laid to the side. You will not see a hair out of place. But what you will see is the people in California out of place and disheveled and living on the streets of LA, the streets of San Francisco, wherever the people are heavy in the streets. But it's the same man that talks about how California is getting to the money. They're getting to the money. That's why he had a whole problem with Trump and these tariffs because he was like, listen, you messing with the bag. Oh, really? So you got the bag, but your people out there are down and out like that. See, you dry snitching on yourself. You telling on yourself. What they say, you listen, let them talk long enough, they're gonna tell on themselves. That man straight said they getting to the money. He said California is getting to the money. He even threw out the dollar amounts. I'll have to look that up again to learn those numbers, but they're getting to the money. So that's why he was like, Trump, I'm gonna need for you to have several seats and stop playing games when it comes to these tariffs because you messing with the bag. You're messing with the bag. Let me see. As far as with Atlanta and this immigration, I do see an article on ANF News. Atlanta attorney explains rights people have when interacting with ICE immigration authorities. What rights does a person have? You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to remain silent. Let's let me see. I am going to share what I'm looking at right now. It's because I found an article. So as I said, I'm in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. And let's move. Let's maybe take me off. This is what I found. So I'm like, hey, what's going on in Atlanta, Georgia? How are they navigating through this situation with immigration, ICE? Like, what are we doing here? This article is from AtlantaNewsFirst.com. Atlanta attorney explains rights people have when interacting with ICE and immigration authorities. Let's see. Maybe we can play this video. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm going to put that on mute and let's see.
Atlanta News First Plus starts now.
Thank you for joining us here on Atlanta News First Plus as we continue to talk about the ongoing immigration offense by the Trump administration. And most recently, an incident in Marietta at a nail salon of all places where federal immigration agencies escorted at least a dozen people out of a nail salon.
Here at the salon, there is actually a handwritten note on the door here saying they are closed today due to water issues, but less than 24 hours ago, 12 workers here were taken into custody by federal immigration agents. A video posted by Homeland Security Investigations in Atlanta shows agents detaining a dozen undocumented workers at Lux Nail Lounge in Marietta Wednesday afternoon. HSI says hiring people who come into the U.S. illegally is a federal crime, and the employer, they say, will be held accountable. But one man who goes by Angel says he saw the raid unfold and says it made his stomach turn.
I don't understand how this how raiding these people at this business that serves this community is doing anything but hurting our community.
But Tom Homan, President Trump's border czar, has doubled down, saying there is no sanctuary in the U.S. for people who come here illegally.
It's a violation of law to enter this country legally. That's a crime. So if you're in the country legally, you got a problem.
Homan says he wants to see an even higher number of arrests nationwide, now aiming for 3,000 across the country per day.
We added additional targeting to give more information on where these people can be found.
3,000 a day.
We've increased targeting, we've increased teams, we've increased assets. So yes, it's certainly attainable.
James Wu with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta says these raids are having a, quote, chilling effect on communities and businesses. He encourages people to create preparedness plans and know their rights.
What they need to do if they do encounter ICE agents or ICE officials, whether it's at their work or a place of business or even a place of worship.
Since Trump took office in January, ICE says they've arrested roughly more than 66,000 undocumented immigrants. In Marietta, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
Talk to me a little bit about what you've seen in the recent months.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a lot of chaos, right? These ICE raids are happening fast, different locations. Just yesterday, I received a call from a former client of mine who the Department of Homeland Security had moved to dismiss his proceedings just a year ago. And then he was caught in a raid at work yesterday. Unexpectedly, he found himself caught up in this again, and now we're having to start his process over. So unfortunately, there's a lot of apprehension, a lot of concern in the immigrant community. Some have taken the steps that are required and expected of them, and nevertheless, they're still finding themselves at risk with their families being separated.
And we're seeing this really not just in Metro Atlanta and several other communities in Georgia and other states. One of the main things that we talk about is the moment that immigration authorities arrive at your place of business or at your place, your home, essentially. What are some things that people should immediately prepare themselves for when they know that this interaction is about to take place?
Well, it's very important that individuals are prepared in understanding their rights, and we can get a little bit more into what those are. But also, there's a preparation beforehand. As we've met in different community centers and with different individuals who are concerned that this might be a situation they find themselves in, we're advising them that they should have certain documents in their possession or available so that when this happens, a family member or a trusted friend can immediately provide them to an attorney who can assist them in obtaining a bond.
I think that's great advice for people during these times. If you are here illegally, or let's just say you weren't born here and you did get your citizenship, but you know, if it's a chance that based off of how you look, that you may be questioned about your citizenship, I think it's smart to have those documents on you nearby, kind of like your driver's license, your registration, things of that nature, because you just never know. So it's better to have those documents on you versus later happen to go and get them or have someone to go find them for you because you got apprehended. We just heard Tom Homan. He said some things that I hadn't heard, you know, in my research that I'd done prior to this live, where now they up the numbers to about 3,000 a day that they'd like to hit. That's the goal. That's their goal as far as with illegal immigration roundups. I've heard him seem like maybe 2 weeks ago say 1,800. But now he's saying 3,000 a day. So remember, we're going off of like initially the Trump's goal was 1 million immigration rounds up in a year, 1 million. So then they scaled it back and said, all right, we're going to do 600,000. So this man just said 3,000 a day. So we do 365. $3,000 a day. So we add about, let me see, 365 divided by 3,000. I'm trying to do the calc, make sure I got my, there we go. 821, 8,000. So I mean, maybe about 8,200. So that's in a year, that'll be at like 195,000. 195,000 a year at the 3,000, going off of 365. So that's just kind of starting now. What that would be. But like I said, that number it's increasing because I've heard it be as on the lower end of 1,800. So we just heard Tom Homan say 3,000 a day. 3,000 a day. Yesterday on this live, I shared the document as far as with the Trump administration overall game plan as to when it comes to the immigration. And they said in there, it's like, listen, we got to hit these numbers, 1 million a year, but we'll scale it back to 600,000 a year. So if you do 600,000 a year would be like a roundup of at least 16,000 a day. 16,000 a day. But Tom Homan said, okay, right now we're going to start at 3,000 a day. He said it's very, very possible to hit those numbers. I've been listening to him, talk and do different interviews, and he said it's very much so possible to meet the numbers. They have like 1,000 groups out here now on the street. So you know how you see these roundups? So it's going to be a group of ICE agents, like what we just been watching in Los Angeles. That was one group of like ICE agents. So that's just one. He's like, yo, we're going to have like 1,000 of those. We're going to have 1,000 because they got to get to these numbers. Just yesterday or Fridays when they went into the Los Angeles community and started rounding people up, I think it was only maybe about 44 people that they got. Remember, this man then said they need to hit 3,000 a day. So you need what we seen popping off in Los Angeles, what was that, Friday? You need a whole lot more of that taking place every day in order to hit that number. And that's still not going to get you at the 600,000 a year at 3,000. Like that's going to get you a little over 100,000. They have very ambitious goals, but Tom Homan said with putting the correct people in place, we can for sure meet these numbers. So that's on that. Right now, we're listening to a news clip for Atlanta, Georgia, pertaining to immigration. I live in Georgia. I wanted to learn more about how the illegal immigration is being handled here where I live. So that's why we kind of switched over. But we will be toggling between the live footage with the National Guard. They're here. They're just kind of standing posted, just ready for something to pop off. It's looking like. So, but right now, yes, this is how it's going down in the state of Georgia, which is where I reside. So let's get back to the video. Please like, share, and subscribe.
With immigration or defending them, whether it's through what's called a cancellation of removal, or if they're eligible to adjust status. So some of those documents include birth certificates, of course, especially those with U.S. citizen children. You want to make sure that those birth certificates are ready to go, that they're available. Marriage certificates, divorce decrees. If they've been cited for traffic violations, you want to have evidence that those are have been resolved, have been paid, that there's nothing outstanding there with the county court. And so that we can present that to an immigration judge to show that any criminal history has been resolved and that there's no serious criminal history. Of course, if there's any type of serious history, then that's going to become an issue, and it's going to be important to address those details with an immigration attorney who can then properly advise them if they're eligible for a bond or not, and if not, what options are available to them.
And I'm glad you bring up the before process, establishing that safety plan having your trusted relative, friend, and even lawyer involved in that plan. Walk me through the different types of preparation, really, because you have different individuals involved. Those with open immigration cases, those that are permanent residents, they have the legal status to be in the country, that might also find themselves interacting with ICE, with immigration officers. You have those that are undocumented, but they are asylum seekers. So, based on that information, any one of those individuals can find themselves in the same situation. Walk me through some ways that they should handle that.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, because honestly, across the board, depending on what the status is, there's going to be different outcomes and different ways to prepare themselves. So starting with someone who has lawful permanent residence, if they have any outstanding criminal proceedings, any outstanding citations, it's going to be important that they communicate that with an immigration attorney who can advise them whether, first of all, they're eligible to travel outside the U.S. Unfortunately, there are certain crimes or certain convictions that will only trigger an issue upon re-entry to the United States. While they're here in the United States, they may not be deportable. So immigration law has essentially two sides. You have those who are laws that prevent individuals from entering the United States, and those laws that allow the government to deport an individual from the United States. And lawful permanent residents may find themselves on either one of those sides. When they are traveling back to the United States, they may trigger what's called an inadmissibility. Essentially, what that means is that they're not eligible to enter the United States as a result of something in their past. Or while they're in the United States, without having to leave, they might be deportable. And that's typically a criminal conviction. So it's important that lawful permanent residents have addressed all those issues before they leave the country, regardless of what the conviction might be, just to be on the safe side. If they're eligible to naturalize, I'd very recommended, advisable that they naturalize as soon as possible. That is ultimately the best protection for someone as a lawful permanent resident to prevent any further issues with immigration or when they travel. Some individuals have even derived citizenship because their parents naturalized while they were minors. So those are key items that need to be addressed within a.
Eric says 300,000 each day times 360 is 1 million. So yeah, I dropped the zero. So I said 195,000. No, it's 1,950,000. 1 million. So this is the target. This is the goal for the Trump administration. We just heard in the clip earlier in this news clip, Tom Homan says very aggressive. Not just less than 2 weeks ago, the number was at 1,800. The number was at 1,800. He said for the month of April, because at that time when he was talking, it was still May. The month of April, the numbers were 17,000. 17,000, which was double the numbers for the month of February. So he said, okay, yes, we got some good numbers, but I really haven't been satisfied all year with the numbers because we need to do more, because we still have over 600,000 criminals on the streets. That's what he called them. He said we got over 600,000 criminals on the street. So we need to ramp this up to about 1,800 a day. Now it's 3,000 a day. So what, he done damn near doubled that number just in the last 2 weeks. He was like, let me, he over here with the calculator like, we need 3,000. We just gonna need 3. We need 3,000. 12, I said 18. Damn what I said. We need 3,000. We need 3,000. If you walking around dirty, you ain't got your paperwork in order, it will behoove you to sit down somewhere, go someplace and sit down. Go someplace and sit down like them last 2 convicts who escaped out of the Louisiana prison. They done went some damn way and sat down because they the last 2 standing. So it's given that they were the smarter of the 10. They were the smarter of the 10. I predicted they would be the last 2 standing just based off of just what their crimes were. I said, yeah, the ones that got the most dangerous crime, them gonna be the last ones standing. Watch, they gonna be the last ones standing. Go sit down somewhere. Being out here at these protests, doing the absolute most, especially when you know you ain't got your paperwork in order, that just defies common sense. I'm just saying. It defies common sense. Go sit down. Go sit down. They're not just randomly coming to people's doors. They're going to places where they've been told where they could locate illegal immigrants. So you can move underneath the radar if you go sit down somewhere, but being out here at these protests, you're just bringing the light. You're just shining the light on you, and that ain't smart. But I'm gonna pause right here because as Eric, you mentioned, New York, the illegals was tripping too, but not as bad as California. I found something on the internet about New York. It was on and popping in New York. I didn't know it was on and popping in New York like that. So I want to share this clip from New York. Let me see. We jumping over to New York. So that was Georgia. We left Georgia. We're heading over to New York. Like, share, and subscribe. Come on in. Happy Sunday. Let's get it.
150 protesters gathered outside of a federal building in New York, aiming to block federal authorities from conducting immigration raids. News Nation's Alicia Nieves is on the scene at Federal Plaza, where these protests took place just a few hours ago. Good morning, Alicia. Walk us through what happened.
Yeah, good morning, Hannah. Where we're at right now, as you noted, is where these protests took place here in New York City. This is notably the street where ICE's headquarters is at. And so you had some 150 people gather here yesterday for protests that started initially off peacefully, but quickly escalated to the point where, as you mentioned a moment ago, 20 people were arrested and detained. Obviously, things are a lot quieter now, but this is a part of that growing unrest that we have been talking about since the start of this hour, right around the country over ICE's increased enforcement around the country, but particularly here in New York City. It comes after a notable event that happened this past Friday. I want you to take a look at some video of what I'm talking about really quickly.
Get on the ground. Get back.
Man in the headlock.
Get back.
Yeah, what you're watching right now is actually ICE arresting a migrant inside a federal courthouse here in New York City, detaining him immediately after his immigration case was dismissed. DHS says that he was here in the country illegally from the Dominican Republic. Now, we do not see this on this video, and it's important to point this out, but ICE and DHS are saying that he was resisting arrest, and they claim that he punched an officer. That is a part of what led to what they say is an aggressive takedown. Now, again, this is a part of what has led to unrest here in New York City, but it's not the only incident that has people concerned here. Over the past week, there has been a lot of concern over ICE officers detaining migrants as they're heading into immigration court and following the procedure to be here lawfully. And so again, that leading up to what we saw yesterday here and what you're looking at right now, this crowd of people who are outside here, the federal courthouse or federal ICE headquarters here in New York City, started peacefully, quickly escalated, led to 20 people getting arrested. NYPD though moving in swiftly to kind of calm things down. And now we have DHS coming out and responding to this. In a tweet, they basically said essentially that unlike what they saw in LA, a bit of a dig there, that they did see New York City police officers moving quickly and they praised their quick response. Secretary Noem also issuing a strong warning stating that rioters, as she calls them, will not deter ICE operations, reaffirming that ICE will continue to enforce federal law here despite these protests, and that any assault on an officer is going to be met with quick, swift action and prosecution. So for now, ICE not backing down, DHS saying they're going to continue to move forward despite the protests here in New York City and the protests around the country. Henna?
Alicia, you said things are calm around you now. It certainly looks like a different picture from a few hours ago, but are more protests expected later today?
Yeah, that is the expectation. A lot of the unrest that we saw here yesterday is being circulated on social media. And so you have activists and organizations on social media calling for another day of protest to the point where part of the street behind me is actually blocked off, likely in anticipation of that. So no firm word yet, but it's very likely that based on what we saw here yesterday, the activity we're seeing on social media, the arrest of protesters, and certainly the arrest of that man on Friday will lead to further unrest here in New York City. We've reached out to the NYPD to get comments on whether they're bracing for that. So far, no comment, but we'll continue to update as we get more information throughout the day, Henna.
We'll continue to check in with you all day long, Alicia Nieves. Thank you for that report.
All right. So I'm like, okay, how much we making for all this? Because it's giving WWF, WWE, what we got the kickbox. Listen, it's giving all of that. So let's see what kind of money they getting for all of that. Because ain't no way. And I'm hearing that these ICE agents are being doxxed. Tom Homan said these ICE agents are being doxxed. So apparently when they're coming in and rounding these people up, their faces are covered. So some people got issue with the fact that, okay, there's people coming up on these people saying, hey, I work for ICE, but you can't see their face. So they're like, these people out here being kidnapped. They being kidnapped. They being kidnapped. We don't know who the hell that is. They face covered. We don't know who that is. We don't know who that is. Tom Homan said the reason why their face is covered is because it's protecting their identity, because it's crazy people out here and they show up to your house and all of that, because he said this is what he experiences. But he was like, listen, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. So Tom Homan, if you don't know, Tom Homan is about that life. He is the border czar for the Trump administration. He was like, but for my people, the ICE agents, no, I do not want their identity out there like that, because already it's been said that people have come to learn many of their identities, and they're showing up at their homes. So I'm like, yo, what kind of money we getting to with all this popping off? Because ain't no way. So listen, I typed in ICE salary by state for 2025. As you can see, in 2025, the average annual salaries for ICE technicians in New York, Massachusetts, Alaska, and Vermont range from $64,000 to 66, with the hourly range of $30.81 to $31.70. Y'all let me know in the chat, would y'all be doing this job for $30 or $31 an hour in New York? Child, you on a soup line with a salary of $65,000 in New York, because you barely making it by as a single person with just the 66,000 just on your own. So, and it's way cheaper living in Atlanta than it is in New York. Ain't no way. Listen, look at the breakdown. Zip provides salary for the ICE technicians. New York, 65, almost 66K. So that's about $31.70 an hour. Massachusetts, about $31.64 an hour. Alaska, $31.20. Vermont, $30.81. Do you all feel that that's worth it for what we just seen? We just seen that man get put in the headline. Listen, are you here for these numbers, for what they're going through with these ICE agents? Because again, people are showing up to these ICE agents' homes. They have spouses, children, parents. They're showing up. You all, I even heard this one politician. It was a woman. I think it was like an Asian woman. She was like, yo, like, we gonna find you. You can cover your face. No, it might have been Hakeem. I don't know. I didn't listen to a few politicians talk about, listen, the Asian woman was like, yo, why y'all covering y'all face? She was on that type of time. The black guy was like, yo, we gonna figure out who you are. We gonna learn who you are. And it's just like, okay, so what's happening after that? After you're saying, hey, we're gonna figure out who you are. Like, what's next? What's the purpose of that? Why are you making such a statement? What do you plan to do after you find out? What do you plan to do after you find out where these people live? Like, what type of time are you on? What type of time are you on? Eric says, God, I hope things don't get out of complete control. Like, ain't gonna lie, I'm worried. Eric says, yes, with no tax and overtime. Yes, like, this ain't nothing. This ain't no money for people, for all that they're literally out here risking it all. Whole lives out here on damn near pennies.
Everybody has that power. Everybody has that power to say this is wrong. LAPD, say this is wrong.
I guess they done woke up, y'all. 3 hours behind. So right now, It's 10:15 out there. It was quiet when we first came on, but the people up, it's the early birds. They thought they with the smoke. So it looks like they're probably outside of the detention center for ICE.
More freedom of speech, because they didn't want a king. I think we all know our history, right? The Boston Tea Party, we know that. But that is what Trump has said he wants. So he called National Guard to what? Implement fear? This is our community. Look at what's in our code. We are ready.
So she's chanting back there, this is our community. Is it the community? Can illegal immigrants still stake claim over a community in a country that they do not have citizenship in? These are just the questions. Make sure you complete the poll. Like, share, and subscribe.
And so you punish us. They punish us. I'm going to play the word. They're going to middle school graduation ceremonies and police their mothers from it. Is that what we want? Is that society we want to live in? No!
An update on the poll: 100% say yes, the National Guard should be brought out to Los Angeles.
People, we have a right to peacefully protest. The escalation has not been on our part. It has been on ISIS's part. This is a show Trump wants to make LA look out of control. That is not what is happening.
It was out of control.
That is not what is happening.
It is, ma'am.
This is Trump's agenda. Trump likes the show. He's a showman. That is
Chris
what
said it wasn't peaceful. It was not. What the hell are you talking about?
Trump doesn't care about the migrants.
It was on and popping.
He's a billionaire. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. He doesn't care that people are being held without water for 12 to 24 hours.
Lies and propaganda.
He's screaming for his child. He is screaming because he was taken away from his child and his pregnant wife. That is why we are here. That is why I am here. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. ISIS protecting us from what? From the man that's working in the flower district? That's what ICE is protecting us from? Think about it logically, it makes no sense. Our system is broken, and then we punish people.
Delusion. It's a hot mess these
Table is
last
big enough for all
2
of us.
days.
There is enough food. There is enough resources. We can say we want to make society better. We can say that. We can do that. There's more of us than Trump. We tell them what we want. And we want a fair and equitable society. That is why we are out here. It is not to be out here to be on the news. It's because people are suffering. Children are dying in detention. We have to ask ourselves, is that the society we want to live in? When you go to sleep at night, is that what you want to know that you've been fighting for? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you all, we about to see what peace look like. I'm gonna show you what's been popping off. The peace that they talking about. We gonna see. Maybe people got different definitions of peace.
Pretty pathetic against me who has a hard-earned son. So, I'm not worried at all, to be honest. I'm more worried about being entertained that I'm having to get in the water. So, and what do you think about this? There's been protests over years in LA where there's been actually a lot more people. I'm surprised more people aren't out here in 1994. There's been a lot of, 2020. So I think he's just trying again to make the minority community seem violent, seem like criminals, which is what he said in his first, his first term. And that is not what this like immigrant community is. And so, I think it's you always gonna have one individual that want to be anarchist that comes out here and you have to take the opportunity. But as a whole, that is not what and that we actually fix the problem and not.
So we're going to jump over to footage from yesterday. So I want you all to see what she's calling peaceful protests. For those of you who may not have been tapped into all that's been taking place. So let's see what she's talking about. Because sis said, listen, we were
very possible that they could be, and that is there's some sort of smoke grenade that's been placed inside of that vehicle. Something is smoking. That's dark smoke inside that vehicle. So we very well may be seeing the start of a vehicle fire, and it looks like we are. This thing is lighting up, and that's pretty much, police are going to have, presumably, fire crews are going to have to presumably move in and take control of this situation as it gets even more dangerous.
They're calling it protests.
Again, this is the intersection of Alondra Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue in Compton, California. Dale's Donuts is that big donut on your screen. And this vehicle fire, this fire is taking off. This, again, we're seeing this in real time. And we have no idea how this started, why this started. Time will tell. Let's put the 2-box back up so that we can hear some audio from the ground. I'm not sure how close our ground crews are to the fire. You can see it in the distance there. A bizarre situation playing out in Southern California today. I'm going to sit on this for a moment. Let's bump up the audio.
This is footage from the peaceful protests that they said that they had. The supporters of the arrest for the illegal immigrants, they said they had a peaceful protest going on. And Trump and Petty sent in the National Guard. So I want to show you all what the peaceful protest looks like. As you see, Exhibit A, white car on fire. Whose car is that? It's given that it was somebody's car in the community. Why would you set someone's car on fire? It doesn't look like it's a federal agent.
Live now, we work with live feeds, and that's what we've been relying on this entire afternoon as we've watched this protest continue. Sometimes it looks like things are calming down, and then a new situation pops up, and we just lost feed with the ground there. We lost contact with our feed on the ground there as we see
right.
Some of these people on bikes circling around this vehicle fire in Compton, California.
Crazy.
Just over the 710 freeway is the scene that we've been watching for much of the day in Paramount, California, the Home Depot, where, by the way, we haven't checked in on that vantage point in a while. This is what that vantage point looks like now. Over by the Home Depot, you can see some of the smoke from the vehicle fire in the distance. Again, this is over the bridge.
These last 2 days.
Over the 710 freeway on ramp. Back to our aerial feed, where we see a lone white sedan engulfed in flames in the middle of a busy intersection in Compton. Traffic has ceased now. We were seeing a scary situation playing out for a moment there, where we were watching some of the protesters and some of the vehicle traffic moving through that intersection. Now it appears, with the car fire going, people are steering clear of the intersection. I do not have direct contact with the people on board the news chopper, but it seems that they're, at least for now, slowly drifting away from the action. Let's go to our ground vantage point near the Home Depot, where deputies still remain. We hear angry protesters nearby on this vantage point. We've got a second ground vantage point. I believe this is a little bit closer to the Home Depot as well. They're back over the vehicle fire now. Let's go back to that. And so when it's safe, presumably, we'll see emergency crews put this fire out. We see loads of law enforcement down the road, maintaining a barrier so that these protesters can't get any closer to the 710 freeway. These officers were staged on Alondra Boulevard. You see some of those photojournalists documenting, and you see some of the officers with the riot gear. I believe these are LA Sheriff's deputies. All day we've been seeing what presumably could be fireworks. Some sort of blast we saw. It appeared some of the protesters were throwing something at officers. Time will tell what exactly was being thrown at officers, what those blasts were that we were seeing. And now we see a little bit more activity getting back into the streets here, as we see at least a momentary moment of celebration from some of these protesters. Again, we've been seeing the Mexican flag and some of these people looky-loos, some of them taking photos in front of the car. Now posing for a picture with the Mexican flag in front of the burning car.
Not the U.S. flag.
We continue to see the motorists riding around in circles.
I was thinking the same
Police
thing.
are not in this immediate vicinity.
To me, it's giving terrorist activity.
They are down Alondra Boulevard, just east. All the police are just east of where this scene is. A lot of the protesters have been moved away from the 710 freeway, and now many of them have converged at the intersection of Alondra and Atlantic.
So let me add this. California Governor Gavin Newsom official told ABC's News Sunday morning that about 300 National Guard troops are on ground there, far fewer than the 2,000 the White House said that had been deployed in their Saturday evening statement.
Guns drawn. Let's pull this up. I think they might be talking to protesters by the Home Depot.
Soy Deputy Hernández, oficial del Departamento de Guardia del Condado de Los Ángeles. La presente declaro que esta ha sido una reunión ilegal. En el nombre del pueblo del estado de California, ordeno a todas las personas reunidos en el Home Depot y Alondra, que abandonen el área inmediatamente. Abandonen el área inmediatamente. Lo que significa resolver.
The ABC News is reporting multiple arrests made at protests in LA and New York, says FBI. The deputy director of the FBI said multiple arrests have been made in both Los Angeles and New York after protests broke out in both cities due to immigration enforcement. Quote, we are not intimidated or apprehensive, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino said on Sunday morning in a post on X. Quote, illegal immigration operations will continue, and anyone using violence to obstruct or impede these operations will be investigated and prosecuted. Period. And that's on that.
Estará violando la sección 409 del Código Penal.
Government, FBI, they're like, this ain't what you
La ruta de dispersación está disponible. East San Alondra, a Hunsaker, a la calle Hunsaker, y hagan una derecha. Abandone el área inmediatamente. Todas las personas que están en Alondra y Home Depot, abandonen el área inmediatamente. Todas las personas que queden aquí están en violación del Código Penal 409 y pueden ser arrestados. Abandonen el área inmediatamente.
I'm with the news. I'm with the press.
This is the peaceful protest. The rioters, protesters were saying they were protesting the riot, and it was peaceful. This is footage from yesterday's peaceful protest. You be the judge. It's given terrorist activities to me. That's not the American flag they're waving.
This area and leave.
I want to know who car that is. They need to find that person and interview. I want to know whose car is that on fire in the middle of the street. That's who I want to
leave the area now. Leave the area now.
Law officials have said that we're not stopping or slowing down. They said many of those arrested will face federal charges along with local and state charges. Again, state and fed charges. I promise you that's not what you want.
Pepper spray. And the use of this device could result in serious injury.
All right, so that was on that. Let's hop back over to the live footage. This is what's taking place right now in Los Angeles. This is the current situation in Los Angeles. You see the National Guard posted up. Newsom said it's about 300 of them that were sent to Los Angeles, not 2,000, like Trump said he was sending. Eric said, if you get charged with obstructing justice, all your social programs should be immediately revoked. Immediately, expeditiously. I'm going to hop over to this news clip that I found for, hold on, we're moving around because there's so much going on centered around these protests. I want to share the information with you all. Make sure you're in the know while you're over here.
No president has mobilized the National Guard since then. New in the last hour, Governor Newsom is asking people to protest peacefully despite the presence of the National Guard. The troops could be here for a while.
This morning, local Congressman Nanette Barragan said she's been told to expect 30 days of ICE enforcement, something she's against.
This is really just an escalation of the president coming into California. We haven't asked for the help. We don't need the help. This is him escalating it, causing tensions to rise. It's only going to make things worse. In a situation where people are already angry over immigration enforcement.
This morning, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the National Guard is there to keep peace and allow people to be able to protest, but also to keep law and order.
This morning, new video showing the community coming together during the chaos of protests over the immigration rights. Here you can see restaurant workers helping sheriff's deputies in Compton yesterday. Some of the deputies sat in booths as workers helped flush their eyes, likely after getting hit with tear gas. After a short break, the deputies put their gas masks back on and headed back out to help contain the protests.
Meantime, the raids are also raising concerns for teachers, staffers, and administrators across the LA Unified School District. It comes at a time of year when students should be looking forward to graduation. Instead, many worry that ICE agents could show up at schools. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho said in a statement that LAUSD stands with immigrant families and that schools must remain a safe haven. LAUSD's last day of school before summer break is this Tuesday. And stay with Eyewitness News for the latest on the ICE raids and protests. We'll update you on air, online, and wherever you stream.
The time now is 10:36, and we're taking a live look from Long Beach, where, as you can see, it's pretty gray, pretty overcast still so far this morning. Will the clouds clear to make for a nice beach day? That's a big question. We're checking in with Shayla for that answer.
A lot has to happen.
So that's the current situation as to what's going on. I personally am in support of the National Guards being present because it was already out of control. So it was only going to get worse. So to me, I think it was a smart move to send them, as we see as of right now, to different type of energy with their presence being there. So I feel like it's working. So if they got to stay there, then they got to stay there. The people did it to themselves when they start acting them up. I don't know what to tell you. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, period. I don't know what else to tell you. Look, they just got there. Like, they've been showing out Friday and Saturday. I feel like the National Guard should have been deployed. Because we're going to keep it real. If it was some people that look like me, they would have mollywopped us day one. Like, soon as we tried to get it on and pop it, we wouldn't have gotten any passes. 10 more minutes. 20 more minutes. Oh, no. It wouldn't have been all that grace. We just call it like it is, which is why you don't see a lot of the Black people out there kind of supporting out there on the streets. They may be back at the crib, sitting on the couch, in somebody's chat, watching a live, talking about Team Hispanic, but they're not going to be out there because they already know it's a different type of energy. And it's just different. Y'all know it do not take much for the law enforcement to bring that energy onto us. Even if the energy we bring is nowhere near the energy you've seen at this peaceful protest, our presence enough would have already had the National Guard brought out. Just by us being out there, just deep. So when you know, you know. So these people out here, they should be grateful that they had 2 whole days to cut up, because Sunday, it's a new day. It is a new day, and I'm here for the new day. I am here for the new day. They acting like they got some sense in this moment. They could have had this energy a couple of days ago. So it gives that these people know what they're doing. People want to do what you allow them to do. What they say, you give them an inch, they take a mile. This is what happened. And those people, there was no limits, no boundaries. So they was just kind of pushing the limits. And this is what happens. Kind of like a kid. They're going to keep doing what they're going to do until you stop them. You do reinforcements. To me, these reinforcements came far too late. They should have been coming. But they're here now. They are here now. Let's see how long it takes before we see another vehicle on fire. More property being spray painted. It's very different right now. It's very different. These people ain't crazy. They are not crazy. These people are not crazy. They know what they're doing. They were just doing what they were allowed to get away with. And I blame the government, the politicians in California for allowing them to, for not requiring for them to be upheld to laws that are in place. This is why immigration is out of control. This type of energy right here, where people choose to not hold people accountable for their misdeeds. That woman in the news clip was like, oh, it's not a good look. We don't want the National Guards here. It's just going to make, ma'am, she was like, we got this. Clearly you don't. Clearly you don't, based off of the numbers and the number of illegal immigrants that you got running around in California. Clearly you do not have it under control. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. It's a hot mess in California, and that is my home state. I am from California. It's a hot mess out there. My angel, you said they are not just Mexican, they come from every third country illegally. Yes, I mean, mostly what we've been seeing at these protests has been brown people. That's mostly what we see. But you got, illegal immigrants that come. You got Haitians, they come from all over. They come from all over. But I would say that, of course, most of them are of the of a Hispanic descent. I would say most of them. But they do come from all over, and it's not just Mexico. We got Venezuela, Colombia, all of them. All of them that speak that Latin language, you got them here. And it's fine for you to come visit, but you cannot overstay, because what? Us Americans cannot think we can go to Mexico, Cuba, Colombia, or wherever, Haiti, and think that we can just overstay. It doesn't work that way. They have laws, they have rules, they have regulations that us as American people are required to adhere to. So I feel like it's fair for the U.S. to have rules and regulations that we require other people who are visiting to adhere to. What is the difference? That's the part I just never understood with why can the United States have requirements? Why do we have to be the free for all, the catch-all? Okay, if you're rejected in Paris, France, okay, well, just come to the U.S. They'll accept you. Like, why do we have to be that country? I don't understand. Doesn't make sense to me. We should be able to say yay or nay just like the next country. That's my opinion. Rizzo said, hit the like button if you haven't yet and subscribe. Thank you so much, Awesome Mod. Please like, share, and subscribe. Welcome. Happy Sunday. We're just picking up on day 2 of coverage of the protests, which in my mind, they were riots in Los Angeles. But they're calling them protests. Okay. Today might be probably a day of protest because we haven't seen them yet get it on and popping. But I think that's because they're using common sense, because the National Guard is there, which is sending the message that, listen, we didn't come to play. We did not come to play. Don't start none, won't be none. Don't start none, won't be none. You ever wonder, well, what does that mean? This, when someone change how they moving based off of the presence of someone else, it's the presence. It's the presence. And if anyone still choose to get it on and popping, even with the presence of the National Guard, they are a village idiot. More reason why they don't deserve to be here, because ain't no way you should see men in these uniforms with these rifles and you think you about to get something started. It's about to be on and popping. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Clearly, when you see the camouflage, the rifles, that means these people did not come to play. They gonna deal with you how they deal with you, and you getting hit with federal and state charges. So I don't know where that money coming from when you gonna need to get lawyered up. Because when you dealing with them Fed charges, as Diddy, he might be left about 50 cents after they finish dealing with him. It costs to be the boss. I don't know what your money looking like, but if your money ain't looking like a millionaire's money, you do not need to be going out there playing stupid games with federal state charges attached to your name. That's not what you want to do. That's not what you want to do. So these National Guards are here on Trump's orders. It all started on, as a result, on federal agents conducted a series of immigration sweeps across Los Angeles on Friday, prompting anger and resistance from onlookers and immigrant rights groups that have braced for this type of action for months. By Saturday, yesterday, tensions were rising between state and local authorities and Trump administration officials who said they were calling up the National Guard in response to what they said were violent mobs attacking ICE officers and federal law enforcement agencies, carrying out basic deportation operations in Los Angeles. Child, I seen them people, you know how with the little cocktail bombs, whatever, that the ICE or whoever would throw to kind of get the people away. Do y'all know them fools? Them people was out there picking it up and throwing it back. I'm like, what is this? It was given Afghanistan to me as I was covering. I'm like, where are we? I pay too much money in taxes for this to be popping off in a country I call home. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Let's see, where did I leave off? So I'm reading this article coming from the news outlet laced.com. Protests of immigration raids continue as National Guard arrives under Trump's orders. So these guards are here under Trump's orders. Gavin Newsom, slick back. I call him slick back Gavin Newsom because of his hair. Governor Gavin Newsom called the plan to take over deployment from the state purposefully inflammatory, adding that it will only escalate the tension. Player, had the National Guards not come in, we would still be seeing we were seeing yesterday and Friday. What are you saying that it's going to make it worse? It would be worse if these men in what do we call this? Camouflage. If the men in camouflage were not there with rifles, like, sir, what are you talking about? Because we seen what was happening when it was left under your watch. It was left under your watch for 2 days. So what you mean? Oh, we had it under control. No, the hell you didn't. Newsom said he'd been in close coordination with the city and county, and there is currently no unmet need. Lies and propaganda. President Donald Trump on social media said the move was needed. If Governor Gavin Newsom, let me repeat. If Governor Gavin Newsom, he got his name for him too. I'll call him Slick Back Newsom because of his hair. He just looked like he got all the eco style of Jared jail that he could order from Amazon. If Governor Gavin Newsom of California and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their job, which everyone knows they can't, then the federal government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be solved.
People who want a better life. That is not the society we want to live in. We do not want to be terrorized by ICE. Having trucks and military trucks down our streets, and you don't think people are going to stay safe? We're angry. They're coming to scare us. This is our community.
Yes, they're coming to scare y'all.
And now Trump with his
They sure
fascist
are.
agenda. Tyrannical little man who wants to deploy National Guard who are armed against people with knives. To what? Scare us? It's not working. We will not be intimidated. We all we're playing in this system. You have power to say you will not be a part of the system. We are not hogs in some machine. We are not puppets. We all have power to say no.
The president signed a memorandum authorizing at least 2,000 National Guard personnel, as well as any other member of the regular armed forces as necessary to augment and support the protection of federal functions and property in any number determined appropriate in his discretion.
Trump came into our community. He targeted the Mexican community, the brown community. He went into the flower district, the fashion market. People working, they're running scared. We're criminals, they're criminals and they're going to work every day. That's a criminal. We create a system.
There's a protest plan near LA City Hall today at
and then we punish people for that system.
So there's another
Our
protest
Constitution was created for protest. It was created because what our forefathers, what did they want? We all know this. We all studied history. What did we want? We didn't want a king. We didn't want a tyrant. So they said, if it gets out of control and we have somebody who wants to be king, what do? You take to the streets. And you say no. ICE is being used as a hand of Trump's tyrannical fascist government. And we are saying no. Men, women, and children are dying at the border. Children are dying. Is this the America we want? No. Why are they coming over here? Because we have jobs, we have resources. We have enough. We have enough. The table is long enough. We have enough to share. Our society needs to take care of each other.
Back on U.S. soil.
Don't let them pit us against each other.
Omar Brago is back on U.S. soil to face federal charges for trafficking. We talked about that yesterday on my live. He is back to face federal trafficking charges.
You a racist, homie? Those regulars. You're a racist anymore, boy? You guys support that asshole? What's wrong with you guys?
Trying to intimidate and
You a racist? That's what you are today.
People are awake. Quiet when we first came on live an hour and almost 15 minutes ago. They're awake. I'm in Georgia, so I'm 3 hours ahead. So it's the afternoon where I'm looking.
All we're wanting is the men, women, and children who are taken to be set free. And people are saying, oh, if you're illegally, it's a crime. But the crime.
I recently heard someone say that inside of our prison systems, the guards are Mexican. But also, I've heard someone say they're everywhere. We have illegal immigrants working with us in our schools. They're everywhere. So, who knows when you see, as you see these people or anybody, pretty much anybody. We don't know. Because you got Black people that look like me that are from other countries, but they'll likely speak with an accent. But I think it's harder to determine if someone is legal when they're of Latin descent. So a lot of times they speak Spanish. So most of the illegal immigrants that kind of fall underneath that category come from one of the Latin countries.
We are angry. We're angry because ICE came into our communities with tanks and riot gear. They were going into homes. They were going into places of work. Would you not be angry if your wife was ripped from you? Of course you would be angry. If your child was ripped from you, from your arms, would you not be angry? Yes, you would. Our community. We are angry. We're scared. We are scared. We're scared that our government is turned against us. We're scared that we're not going to have people stand up for us.
As of 2022, California had an estimate of 2.6 million unauthorized immigrants, which accounted for 42% of the total unauthorized population in the U.S. So California with 2.6 million and Texas with 2.1 million. Combined, 42% of the total unauthorized population in the U.S.
Who you gonna shoot?
But California was the
Who you
leading
gonna
state.
shoot? Why do you have guns? What are you gonna do? You gonna shoot some kid who's afraid of you and run? You gonna shoot an elected official? If you shoot me, you better shoot straight. I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted. This is Trump and his outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city, but to frighten us and intimidate us. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service in a service where you're killing people. Don't do it. Defy them. Don't shoot those guns for anything. Thank you. Thank you.
What are you? Lord, who let Maxine Waters outside? Yeah, you said Maxine need to be arrested too. Maxine threw her wig on, her little sweatsuit. She threw her wig and her sweatsuit on and went outside. She said, "The people need me. The people need me. I am on my way." All right, Miss Maxine. Y'all, I don't know who wigs is coming through. Diddy Mama. Maxine Waters wigs. The battle of the wigs.
You guys are complicit.
Oh, MG. It's too much. It is too much. So, I'm looking up some statistics centered around immigration. This is some information I found online from as of 2022. The states with the largest number of illegal immigrants. California leading with 1.8 million, then followed with Texas at 1.6 million, Florida with 1.2 million, New York with 650,000, New Jersey 475,000, and Illinois 400,000. How many of them states are sanctuary cities? We know New York is, we know California is, we know Chicago. Democratic states. No. Democratic run states. I tell y'all, Democratic run states is different than the Republican ran state. I live in Georgia. Very much so Republican ran. We don't be having these type of problems on this type of level. Listen, they don't play them games here in Georgia. Mm-mm. All them folks we've been seeing on camera would have been arrested. They're doing the absolute most, rightfully so. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Wow. Fortunately, I haven't had to deal with hospitals for a minute. So I'm not quite sure what's popping off in the hospitals, other than hospitals are shutting down due to financial reasons, not getting the enough money funding from the government to keep the doors open to the hospital open. This is attached to like Medicaid. Money's not being paid out timely to the hospitals. The money will go towards keeping the doors open for the hospitals.
Just like you guys, you have your brothers, you have a family.
There's been layoffs in hospitals as of late.
Just as much as you want to be with yours. That's really why we're out here. I don't see all this necessary.
I turned Maxina through that wig on, put her jogging suit on, and went outside. She got the nephew to give her a ride to the protest. She said she had some things to say. Our poll, should the National Guard be present in Los Angeles at the protest? 91% yes, 9% no. Makes sense to me. Trev 5 makes sense to me. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Like the video, like, share, and subscribe. We're watching the live of what's going down in Los Angeles right now. We're looking at the National Guards. It's about 300 of them, according to Governor Trump sent about 300 National Guards to California, even though he said he was sending 2,000. He said it's about 300. Somebody back there. I hope they ain't cussing out Maxine. Please like the video if you have not done so already. Thank you for joining today's live. It's a lot to take in. But as we watch these shenanigans play out, I'm just sharing statistical information centered around immigration in the U.S. Other states with significant populations of illegal immigrants is North Carolina with 360,000, Georgia, where I'm at, 340,000, Washington, 340,000, and Arizona, 290,000. Between the years 2018 and 2022, Florida and New York saw declines in their unauthorized immigrant populations, while Texas experienced an increase. California's population remained relatively stable during this period. Governor DeSantis, Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, has said that the number one place that illegal immigrants want to make their way to is Florida. Welcome to Miami. Everybody want to go to Miami. I don't know if they've been watching Bad Boy, all the Hollywood films, but he said that when they enter the U.S., most illegal immigrants want to make their way to Florida. They want to go to Miami. And recently they had a big roundup, a bus for illegal immigrants in Florida. I think it's maybe like a week ago, maybe last Friday. I don't know if Friday is now going to be the new thing for things to be on and popping, so I might have to go live on Fridays. I don't know. But I've noticed that for the last 2 Fridays, I think it's been like the last 2 Fridays, there's been like big roundups with illegal immigrants. So in Florida, they recently rounded up about 200 at once on at FSU, Florida State University. So while the workers were there working to build the housing building, because that's a whole situation with colleges. I have a son that's in college. Housing is just a struggle, it seems like everywhere. So FSU was working on building more dorms, more housing. So there were like 200 workers there. Well, ICE came through the way they come through, and they left with over 100 of those workers. You can look it up. They left with over 100 of those workers. Let me see if I can find the details again about the big ICE roundup, illegal immigrant roundup in Florida.
Thank you so much. You heard it here.
So on May 29, 2025, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and other law enforcement agencies conducted a raid at a construction site near Florida State University in Tallahassee. Florida detained over 100 individuals and other news sources. The operation was targeted enforcement efforts, part of an ongoing investigation in the Tallahassee area.
Yeah.
So remember, the site had about 200 workers. They left with over 100 of them, which means that there was reason to believe that more than half of those workers were illegal immigrants. And this was in the state of Florida, in Tallahassee, Florida.
Have you been ordered to shoot? Will you shoot me if I walk down there? Have you been ordered to shoot? Tell me, say yes or no. Are you ordered to shoot?
This was considered to be one of Florida's largest immigration raids. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Florida legislator have pushed the state to become the toughest on illegal immigration in the country this year, enacting laws and directing hundreds of millions of dollars to state and local law enforcement to expand the state's authority to detain and house undocumented immigrants to comply with Trump's mass deportation mandate. ICE and Florida law enforcement arrested 1,120 people in April during Operation Tidal Wave, the largest joint immigration operation in Florida history. The operation lasted 6 days from April 21st through April 26th. So the state of Florida, they're like, listen, we about to make some it's a new sheriff in town. We about to do things differently. In the last month, ICE raids have also rattled Nashville, where nearly 200 people were arrested in a week-long operation, according to the Tennessean part of the USA Today network. In northern Nevada, more than 50 were arrested in Reno, Carson City, and Tahoe earlier in May, and most have been deported. Florida is currently appealing a federal judge's decision to temporarily block a new law creating state crimes for undocumented immigrants entering or re-entering Florida. The raid was likely the largest single illegal immigration sweep in Florida since DeSantis agreed to join in on Trump's aggressive mass deportation agenda. So in Florida, they're wanting to create a law that makes it a crime for undocumented immigrants to enter or re-enter Florida. Well, I thought it's already on the books with being a crime to be here illegally. So I don't know why something new need to be signed for the state of Florida. I thought that was just a law across the board everywhere. I guess not. Let's look up immigration laws. U.S. immigration laws are primarily governed by the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, which is codified in the Title 8 of the U.S. Code. This act, passed in 1952 and amended numerous times, outlines the rules for entering, residing, and becoming a citizen in the U.S. The INA sets numerical limits on permanent immigrant visas, including those for family-sponsored, employment-based, and diversity visa immigrants. It also governs non-immigrant visas for temporary stays. Let's see what else it says. Sound like we have the flea market. Trump. You define Dump Trump. My angel, you said yes, re-enter is a federal crime. Okay, so let me add this. The new law that that's associated with the executive order of 14159, protecting the American people against invasion. So Trump issued this executive order on January 20th, 2025. This is the day he took office. It directs the Department of Homeland Security to ensure all aliens comply with the alien registration requirements in the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA. This means that aliens 14 years and older who are in the U.S. for 30 days or more and who weren't registered when they applied for a visa must now register and be fingerprinted. I remember right after, not long after Trump took office, and being at the DMV with one of my sons, maybe it was my son, to get his learner's permit. And there were a lot of Hispanics in there. And I'm like, wow, this place, it's super busy. It's never that busy. But 90% of the people in there were of Hispanic descent. And then I'm like, oh, people are in here trying to get their ducks in a row, get their paperwork in order. So I don't know, they're trying to get actual government IDs. Like, what were you using? What you been doing prior to? Like, how you been moving in these streets? What documents you been moving in these streets with if you're just now coming to the DMV to get an ID? That was the question I had. But like I said, like, that place is normally never busy, which is why I like to go to that location. But that day, they was in there deep. They were in there deep trying to get their paperwork and documents in order. I live in a state where Governor Kemp has placed on record that our state will support ICE however we can. So Georgia is a state that is working with ICE opposed to working against ICE. Georgia is actively collaborating with ICE through various programs, including training state officers for immigration enforcement, expanding detention facilities, and participating in the Secure Communities program. These efforts aim to enhance the identification and removal of immigrants, particularly those considered a public
who are migrants, who have sought asylum. You need to be down here.
De personnes, c'est ici où les manifestants ou les débuts des votes.
I read online that there is a scheduled protest near Los Angeles today at 2:00 p.m. West Coast time. So that would be 5:00 p.m. where I'm located, East Coast time in Georgia. It's still early in California. So it's what, 11:15, 11:19, 11:19 there. So it's still early. But since I went live, there's more, the crowd has increased. I've been live for about an hour and 40 minutes, near an hour and 39 minutes to be exact.
It's not about protecting our community. It's about the organization. Exactly. We know this. Trump does not care about immigrants. Trump doesn't care about you. Do you see what's happening at the Veterans Affairs? You deserve hospitals. You deserve respect. You deserve education. Our tax dollars are going to support innocent people like you deserve those dollars to created in a disruptional
So
way.
I found a clip with Mayor Karen Bass speaking out. So we're going to hop over there and see what she's talking about. We'll come back to this live, to the live protest. But I want to hear what she got to say because I have not heard her speak. So I want to hear, like, man, step up and be a leader for a change for 5 minutes. So let's hear what she got to talk about. She better not piss me off.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell. Josh, you're live. You're actually speaking with Mayor Karen Bass right now.
Yes, we met Mayor Karen Bass here at Ambiance Apparel. This is about 10 minutes away from the location that Carlos Grando's at. This is more of a factory, but one of the raids did take place here today. We're at East 15th Street in Santa Fe in the Garment District. Mayor, tell us why you came down here today and what you're aware of what took place.
Well, I came down because I knew that there were some of the leaders here of some of the immigrants organizations. There were union leaders here and families, and I wanted to talk to them directly about what happened here a few hours ago. And frankly, I'm just outraged because what happened is that when ICE went in, they just took people away. And we just can't have this in our city. And it happened multiple places in the city. And what it does is that it sows a sense of terror throughout the community. For example, one location at a Home Depot, there was raids there. ICE was literally chasing people down the street. And then later on today, there's a graduation a few blocks away. What are the parents going to feel? Are they going to feel that they can go to their kids' graduation or they can't because they're not safe?
Can you tell us a little bit more about the conversations that you had? Were they with coworkers? Were they with family members? Any idea how many people were taken from here?
No, I don't. I don't know the numbers. I think it's under 50, but I'm not sure. Because this is so recent, we're still trying to gather all of the data. But what I do know is that one of the presidents of our local union, USWW, David Huerta, was arrested here, was, I guess, assaulted to the point where he's in the hospital. I'm going to the hospital next to see what's happened to him. He was here as a witness, and there were several people who were here as witnesses to what was going on.
You always tell me that one of your most proud things being mayor of Los Angeles is that we are a city of immigrants. We're a diverse city. Is today one of your worst nightmares come true?
Well, yes, I've been really worried about this from the beginning. And as far as I know, this is the first time this has happened in our city like this. We know ICE has been here, but it's been for targeted arrests. This was just mass chaos. And it sows a sense of chaos in our city and a sense of terror. And it's just unacceptable.
And this is something that's been taking place across the country.
And
we know that President Trump campaigned on this. This is something he's been talking about. But now that these mass deportations in this manner, federal government have made its way here. Were you aware that this was happening? Was the LAPD aware?
No, I absolutely had no idea. And my understanding is the LAPD had no idea either.
And how many raids are you aware of that took place in Los Angeles today?
Again, I'm not exactly sure. I think at least 4 or 5.
Four or five is here. So just you came down here. Tell me what you plan to do the rest of the day, who you plan to meet with, and how is this something that you plan to fight, and how do you fight this?
Well, let me just tell you that I'm leaving here to go to the hospital to check on David Huerta, to see his condition, but also to understand why he is being detained and to do whatever I can so that he is not detained. We're going to call a meeting together of the immigrant rights organizations on Monday, and we're going to have to figure out where we go. I told Chief McDonald that I want to review all the tapes. I want to understand what the deployment of LAPD was and why, and we need to get to the bottom of this.
Can you tell us a little bit more information about David Huerta and why he's hospitalized, his condition, his status?
Well, what I saw in a video is I saw a number of ICE agents on top of him, and I guess in the context of that, he was hurt. I also heard that while he was down, he was pepper sprayed. Again, this is what I have just heard, but that's why I'm going to the hospital, to see him, to check on him, and to make sure that he's okay.
I was just 10 minutes away at the other Ambiance location, and there was really a sense of fear from people who work in that community, live in that community, on the phone, calling their loved ones, checking on them. How is this something that you plan to fight? Because people are telling me right now they just feel helpless.
Exactly. And you know what? We can't feel helpless, and we have to stand together. And it's interesting to me that this company is being investigated, or they would do a raid on this company. What about the people that own this company? What about the people who run this company? So it would seem to me that if there were undocumented workers here, what about them? What is the penalty for them?
So David Huerta, just to clarify, is the individual who's injured outside the other Ambiance location. Is that your understanding?
David Huerta was injured right here at this location, and he's the president of USWW, SEIU, and he was here as a witness. As you know, in most of these locations, there's a rapid response network to the community. And when community hears that ICE is on the scene, a number of people show up to witness what is going on.
Have you spoken to U.S. Attorney Bill Escalation? Have you spoken or tried to get in contact with President Trump about what's taking place here today?
No, I have not. I don't know the new U.S. Attorney, but I will definitely get to know him now.
And our last question before we let you go, the fact that you had to come down here, why do you feel like you had to be here and see it for yourself and talk with these people? And how are you processing what you saw here?
Well, I'm processing it in the sense that I am concerned whether this is going to be a regular occurrence. And when our city needs to come together, the last thing we need is chaos. And this creates a sense of chaos and an absolute sense of fear. And that is the last thing that Los Angeles needs right now.
Thank you for your time, Mayor Bass. I appreciate it. So again, we are outside a factory, Ambiance Apparel. We know that 2 of their locations had raids today. This is more of a factory type location. Mayor Bass, I asked her for specific numbers. She said she believed maybe around 50 people detained from here. We don't have those confirmed figures, but she did come here and meet with people who saw everything go down. She talked about the fear, and we just saw that same fear at their other location. Mayor Bass going to visit one of the people injured in that raid that took place here. So very fluid situation here, and you can.
So we heard the mayor speak. Let's talk about the places that were raided on Friday. ICE raids in Los Angeles have targeted multiple locations, including downtown Los Angeles and its surrounding areas. Specifically, raids were reported at Home Depot stores in the Westlake district, a donut shop, and an apparel store in the Fashion District. Additionally, raids occurred at a clothing wholesaler, Ambiance Apparel, and a day labor center in South Los Angeles. So I know there's like tip lines and things like that where you can call to report places where there are illegal immigrant workers. What I'd also heard for a while is that if I show up to a place and they feel like you knew that you were employing illegal workers, like they were going to be arresting the business owners as well. So that's something I learned early on, like when the ICE roundup started, that business owners, if they learn or able to prove that you are aware that your workers were not legal, you will also be dealt with a charge. Look at little Maxine. What's she talking about? What Maxine talking about, y'all?
ICE out of LA! ICE out of LA! ICE out of LA! No justice! 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 No justice!
So he said they're not arresting owners. They had initially put out earlier this month in one of the reports. I think when they did the big arrest in Georgia, they were saying they would arrest owners, but I guess they were like, if we can get the illegal immigrants, I guess they're satisfied with that, because that'll be a lot more arrests if you're arresting the business owners as well. So on May 14th, the ICE website reported that they announced on the U.S. immigration website.
And all that stuff.
They announced 239 illegal aliens were arrested during a recent operation. So that was May 14th. What's up, Dr. J? Happy Sunday. Welcome. So I'm on ice.gov. So I'm just reading it. I want to keep the camera on the live footage that's taking place. But I'm looking on ice.gov if you want to go over there and check out what I'm looking at. Los Angeles U.S. Immigration Custom Enforcement arrested 239 illegal aliens during the week-long operation from May 4th to May 10th, focused on bolstering public safety in the greater Los Angeles area.
They were trying to do what this broken system said to do, and they still were detained. What are we doing? We want to let the people that are detained know you are not forgotten. We are your voice. You are not forgotten. We are your voice.
Please like, share, and subscribe. Come on in, come on in. Happy Sunday. Listen, it's going down on the west coast of Los Angeles. There is another protest scheduled in the Los Angeles area at 2 o'clock p.m. 2 o'clock p.m., which is 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, the time zone I'm on. 2 o'clock p.m. in California. There is a protest scheduled. We'll see what type of energy they come with. Come on in. I'm going to step away for a minute. Take a little break, but come on in. Come on in.
Think about what you're doing now. Think about what this means. Coming into our community. Peaceful fucking community. People working their jobs. They send advanced military fatigues. Weapons of war. Into our communities. And you stand here and you allow it. I am sick and tired of it. You should be sick and tired of it. That's who you're offending right now. Every last one of you. Every last one. People like me. Alright, and I think that's how I keep on getting. Think about your place in history, ladies and gentlemen.
We always vote, you know, they care about the
Ask yourself when you wake up tomorrow. I'm going to give kids. Ask yourself the future you want for your children. Is it this? You can answer me. Is it this? You feel good about this?
I think they don't.
You're tough behind your fucking mask and your fatigues with your weapons, but how do you feel on the inside? This is our fucking community, and we will fight for it if we have to. Wall Street!
Our streets!
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 I'm gonna leave this here if you're not moving. I'm not gonna move. Okay. How long are you gonna be there?
I feel like I'm trying to get Russia. Does anyone have that feeling that we are turning into Russia? That America is slowly falling from the grace and hopes of what democracy once had? And these fascists are out here. And right here. Right? That we are turning into Russia, and America is slowly falling from the grace and hopes of what democracy once had, and these fascists are out here.
Actions that I would consider just
undocumented people in the land of the free and the home of the brave, and apparently that is such a big problem. So, no justice,
No peace.
no justice,
No peace.
no justice,
No peace.
no racist, no racist,
Police.
no racist,
Police.
no racist,
Police.
no racist,
Police.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
such a shame. I see a lot of Latinx documented people and their own families. So how does this look? Maybe that's why they're in masks, hiding their faces, because possibly they know they're on the wrong side of history. The side of history where America is slowly declining. We have a felon in office, but yet he sends the National Guard. What is that about? That screams dictatorship. That screams the erosion of democracy. If we don't stand up now, America will fall. We see your young message yearning to be free is written on the Statue of Liberty. That is for immigrants. We are the land of immigrants. This is stolen land from the Native Americans, the indigenous people, right? Let's not talk about treaties that were violated. This is serious. If we don't stand up now, the democracy will fall. England will fall. Japan will fall. If America does not stand up right now and say, hey, we don't want this. We will fight and fight and fight and get tear gas, and we'll still come out here today because democracy matters. The truth matters. Just and say, hey, we don't want this. We will fight and fight and fight and get tear gas, and we'll still come out here today because democracy matters. The truth matters. Justice matters. That's what this country was built on. My ancestors were stolen from Africa to come here. And then you stole the land from the indigenous. So that's stolen people on stolen land. Never forget that. Do not stop coming down. Do not let this administration scare you. It will not work. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Thank you.
So this is the second time in 2 days that we're sitting in not being allowed access to fellow people by law. It's my understanding.
She does not care about the men, women, and children being detained. That is what we are asking, is that they release. They are being detained in a system that is broken, that does not work. Not allow for men, for children and families to come over in a legal way, because they can't. So they risk their lives to come over here for a better life. And we penalize them. They take your food. They build their homes. And then we lock them up like criminals. We don't have to do this.
Are you going to make further efforts?
And then when they try to come and check in at their court hearings, they want to pay. What a joke! How is that right? They're human beings. They want to come like they're giving voice to the voiceless. You are not voiceless. That child was covered in his mother. Keep it clean.
可以吧？刚只有。
Are you here because you believe that this is the right thing to do? Is this why you signed up for the National Guard?
可以吗
Remember why you signed
？Hello？
up.
喂，可以吗？可以吗？我现在在洛杉矶市中心的美国联邦政府拘留中心大楼前，我身后。
So what's clearly happening is Donald Trump is sitting here, right? To make it seem like we're unruly, whatever. But it's not working.
我现在洛杉矶市中心的美国联邦政府拘留中心大楼前，我身后是首批抵达的美国国民警卫队士兵军的守卫。6号和7号，美国联邦政府执法人员在洛杉矶多处社区搜捕非法移民，与当地社区民众发生严重冲突。7号，总统特朗普对付骚乱为名，下令调遣2000国民警卫队士兵进入洛杉矶。后面想不起来了。进入洛杉矶。
暴乱嘛，这样暴乱嘛，
这样暴乱。
暴乱。
哦，州长。对，可以，这个可以留着，这个其实刚才录来可以。我再来一下啊。OK。先完成。OK。好。我现在在洛杉矶市中心的美国联邦政府拘留中心大楼前，我身后是首批抵达的美国国民警卫队士兵。6号和7号。重来啊！我现在在美国。我现在在洛杉矶市中心的美国联邦政府拘留中心大楼前，身后是首批抵达的美国国民警卫队士兵，正在守卫。
Para seguir manteniéndolos comunicados.
What's going on, man? Let's take it easy.
Que no digan que vamos a matar a no tengo miedo.
This is the show. All Trump cares about is his next tweet. He does not care for the people. Exactly, he hates us. He hates the middle class.
Esta mañana comenzaron a desplegarse aquí, hay unos 30 de edificio federal. Nos vemos a la espera. Es una escena tensa porque todo el alrededor está también con se siente la tensión, la presión en el lugar. El presidente Donald Trump por el despliegue de 2.000 guardias nacionales para, según dice él, contener las manifestaciones después de las redadas de Los Ángeles. Es un mensaje, porque evidentemente la ciudad de Los Ángeles, ahora las ciudades demócratas, no quieren cooperar con
Ask yourself, are you a sucker? A loser? Die of Yes. They try to scare us, but Angelinos will not back down. Who's free? Who's free?
Our street!
Who's free?
Our street!
Who's free?
Our street! Our street!
I came to the wrong city.
If you're a Trump, wouldn't even go honor the dead in Normandy Beach because it was raining. Didn't want to get his hair cut. What's he doing for you? He's shutting down the VA.
Exactly. He's taking away veterans' benefits. What do you do? Can you get out of the car? What are you going to do? We are asking that the men, women, and children that are being detained are released. That is what we are asking. We are asking that
Going down on the West Coast.
Their raids, that stop driving their tanks through our street. That is what we are asking.
That's what he wants. Revolution.
We need some order brought back.
Revolution.
See what happens when there's no order, there's chaos. Prosper or thrive in chaos. That's why a lot of these people chose to come to the U.S. The order was chaotic as they came home. There's order in the U.S. in comparison to a lot of the other countries.
So when Donald Trump said, "Oh, we're going to pull this," we're going to pull this. Well, Donald Trump needs California.
Yes.
Patriot Roy said terrible actors. He said they paid. Girls got them paid out there again, like the Black Lives Matter.
Out there, we should have that talk about conceding from the United States.
John said how much Fed money went to the fires, how much Fed money will go to this, all because of failed leadership. It's definitely an example of failed leadership. I'm not trying to hear anything Karen Bass or Slickback got to say. They continue to fail people of the state of California. It's time for somebody else to be voted in.
ICE is purposely they hide their face while they rip the child from their mother's arms. They say they're protecting and serving. Get down, please. You can disassociate from your morality all you want.
All trying to blame Trump for their illegal activities, even at Maxine Waters did. Ain't nobody trying to hear Maxine. I know I don't.
Abolish ICE. It is a broken system that does not work. That criminalizes.
Maxine could have just stayed at the house. Save the effort of throwing her wig on. She could have just stayed at the house.
They have the right to think a better life.
This is how.
ICE came out and tear gassed us yesterday. They flash bombed us.
This is how we build coalition. This is how we build democracy.
Regina Garner, welcome. You are the only live on here that has any common sense. Thank you so much. Listen, common sense just ain't that common. That's what Dr. Phil said. I do the best I can, y'all. I always say it's not that deep.
We need you to step back.
And why on you?
Basic.
Hey, go back to the hey, you work for us,
What are you afraid of?
Thank you. You go back to the sidewalk.
Gentlemen.
Not you work for us.
Space. Please, a little bit. Just some space up there. You guys, wherever you are.
Kindly help us out here. Please step back.
Thank you very much.
This is out of control.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all, this immigration stuff is like real basic type common sense stuff. It's not even like deep. This is just saying, hey, why would we process the rules that are like simple?
But just remember, last
If you don't know what those rules or processes is, Google it.
Yeah.
Breaking the rules is not an option. It's not how you get. That's not how you get what you want. Every country has their rules and regulations.
Normal. This is unconstitutional, and you know it. You are obeying an unconstitutional, unlawful order. The governor did not make you come here. Stop helping fascists. Walk off the job now. What the fuck are you doing? This is not due process, and you know it. What the hell is this? You're fucking Americans, aren't you? This is not constitutional.
If the National Guard had not shown up, people would be out there doing that quote unquote peaceful protest that was an AKA riot. Praise God for the National Guard. Because y'all know it will be on and popping like the last 2 days that they went there.
We are not afraid because you are one of us. You are one of us. Put down that fucking gun, you idiot. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? This is not constitutional. You are following illegal orders. You are disobeying orders.
Back off!
Constitutional to protect federal infrastructure, be also ill-informed. I'm like, it's constitutional for the laws to be enforced. This is what happens when you allow everyone or anyone to come here. It's the entitlement. They were used to being able to come here and do what they want to do. Now someone's saying, hey, you can no longer do that anymore. It's an entire problem. Now they got some sticks. What do you call those sticks? What do you call that? Is that classified as a weapon? Like, what do you do with those, y'all? I've never seen those. What is that? I've seen police officers with the billy clubs. Would that be equivalent to a billy club? Batons? Is that what you're saying, John? Batons.
Let's go back. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I hope they don't have to use it on anybody because that look like it hurt.
How fucking ridiculous these guys are. This is how ridiculous you are. I'm gonna put on a fucking suit.
Loud and loud. Did any of you catch any footage yesterday in DC of the gay pride parade that they held in DC for the first time. It was definitely Two more hours until the protest begins. There's supposed to be another protest scheduled in right outside of Los Angeles today at 2 o'clock. So it will be 5 o'clock my time. I'm on Eastern time in Florida.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
Protest scheduled for 2 o'clock in California, right outside.
No, they think I'm a threat. Right?
You're Nazi regime. That's right.
Shame!
Okay, so
shame!
what does
Shame!
the store mean?
Shame!
This is how ridiculous you look.
Phone and a friend. Why we got the mascot? What is this supposed to symbolize?
Stick together, stay tight.
People doing entirely too much.
And then that's on that.
Exactly. And you know what? I'll take that.
Why are you ashamed of yourself? You could be at home right now.
Sorry, guys.
No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! Show me what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Hey! Ho ho! These fascist cops have got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! These fascist cops have got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! These fascist cops have got to go!
I'm still on the ICE website, so it has pictures of people who ICE apprehended during their big bust in May.
People are not afraid of the government. The government can be afraid of the people.
One is a male of 49 years old of Vietnam, convicted of involuntary manslaughter with assault with a deadly weapon, parole violation, drug violations, and more. We have another male, age 40, from El Salvador, accused of aggravated rape of a minor or incapacitated individual in a category of continuing crime in his home country. We have another male, age 52, of Mexico, convicted of vehicle theft, assault with a deadly weapon, and illegal re-entry to the U.S. And we have another male, age 52, of Korea, convicted of voluntary manslaughter. So it's not like it's angels that are being rounded up. Some of them may not have been convicted of any crimes in the past, but there are certainly illegal aliens here who are doing the absolute most, committing crimes, egregious acts onto people in the U.S., American citizens, and that's a whole problem. It's not acceptable. So the Trump administration has made it a top priority to rid those people from the U.S. soil. And I am here for it. Many people are here for it. Many people say that's what they voted for, to be honest. This is what I voted for. Come here the right way. I'm all for anyone coming. Come here the right way.
Federal building in downtown LA. Tensions here are escalating. You can hear cars honking in the background. National Guard step forward a bit here where they have been stationed in response to some protesters. Getting a little bit closer there. Just a few moments ago, we spoke to Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who showed up here and said she is very concerned about this show of force. Let's take a quick listen to what she had to say.
It's not just the Hispanic community that are impacted by these raids. 36 Chinese Taiwanese nationals arrested after ICE raids at an underground nightclub in Los Angeles. I'm reading an article from Fox News that was published on June 1st, 2025. 36 Chinese Taiwanese nationals arrested after ICE raids underground nightclub in Los Angeles. I'm going to switch over and show you what I just found. We're moving around. Like, share, subscribe. We're moving around. It's a lot going on in these U.S. streets, but I want to make you aware of things that are taking place outside of what we see going on right now in Los Angeles.
President Trump now wants ICE officials to arrest 3,000 illegals every day while going after sanctuary jurisdictions. The administration has put cities and counties in 30 states on official notice for defying federal immigration orders. It is all part of the White House's efforts to crack down on crime committed by illegal aliens. We have Griff Jenkins at the touchscreen now with more. Griff.
Well, Molly, there is a battle really heating up between the Trump administration and these so-called sanctuary jurisdictions. Let us show you on a map. 34 states plus D.C. 34 plus D.C. This is more than 500 sanctuary jurisdictions. What is that, to remind our viewers? That is a city, state, or county that refuses to cooperate with ICE, with federal immigration officials. And what DHS has done this week is they have identified these 500 plus sanctuary jurisdictions and put them on notice that they are in violation of obstructing federal immigration law. And it is literally from coast to coast that this is happening. Now, Tom Homan tells us that as a result of these sanctuary jurisdictions, which did not cooperate with ICE, refused their detainers to hold them so that they could be removed from the country, there are more than 600,000 illegal criminal aliens roaming the streets of this country. And Representative Tony Gonzalez of Texas tells me that last year there were more than 24,000 ICE detainers denied by these jurisdictions. Take a look at this video, though, brand new into Fox. This is ICE out in San Diego Thursday, taking down 8 Venezuelan criminal aliens, one of which, Molly, was a Tren de Aragua, a TDA gang member. And you will recall that TDA gang members have been designated as a foreign terrorist organization by the Trump administration. So one of these individuals you're looking at could potentially be a terrorist. Now, let me show you, though, our colleague Bill Malusian doing great work. Also on Thursday, you saw a handful arrests in his reporting that included 2 El Salvador illegal aliens, one of which was on the Interpol red notice for aggravated murder, the other convicted of child rape and living feet from a children's playground. You also had a Dominican, Colombian, Guatemalan, Honduran, all of crimes ranging from drug dealing, fentanyl, to child rape. This is in Boston. This is all of this one day, in one day. Now, let me take you to another sanctuary jurisdiction, and that was Nantucket, nearby by Boston, in your backyard, Molly. And we had 40 different criminal illegal aliens arrested, 2 of which stood out because one was a confirmed documented MS-13 gang member, the other a child sex offender. Let's go now I'll take you out to Aurora. Remember Aurora, where TDA gang members were literally taking over apartment buildings? Well, a tragedy striking there this week. An 18-year-old or teenage illegal alien from Colombia driving more than 90 miles an hour in a hit and run that killed Caitlin Weaver.
Oh, MG.
This young woman had a bright future, a whole life ahead of her, killed by an illegal immigrant who was driving more than 90 miles an hour that should not have been in the country had they not been a sanctuary for him. Now, let me take you down
I never
to
heard that
Texas,
story before.
Grapevine Lake in Texas. Absolute tragedy. These two illegal Venezuelan migrants here. The woman was driving a jet ski. This man tried to help her flee the scene when Ava Moore, an 18-year-old Air Force Academy cadet candidate, her entire life ahead of her, taken when she was killed by that jet ski. Now, what's really fascinating, this, by the way, is 1 week. 1 week. This is why there's such a pressure by the Trump administration, DHS and Stephen Miller going for 3,000 arrests a day. They're averaging about 1,500 a day, which is about double the 700 or so that the Biden administration even tried to do with the worst of the worst. Homan is going after all of them. But how the mayors in these sanctuary jurisdictions are dealing with it, that's interesting. In D.C., Muriel Bowser, she actually in 2019 went on social media celebrating D.C. as a sanctuary city, as if it was a good thing. She just released her budget this week, which calls for striking the word sanctuary, striking the designation from the city's code. Meanwhile, Freddie O'Connell in Nashville, we've all seen this story. He's not only leaning into being a sanctuary jurisdiction, protecting criminal, violent, illegal aliens, he's also doxing, releasing information of ICE agents publicly at a time when DHS tells us that assaults on ICE agents right now is up more than 400%. One mayor is putting information out. The other senses that this is a dangerous thing, and she's trying to correct that wrong. In Molly, in San Diego, the situation out there, a city councilman today, Sean Elo Rivera, literally taking a snapshot of a ICE arrest and writing the word terrorist across it.
Yeah, it's a pretty disturbing to look at. It looks like it's in red ink, the words terrorist written across our ICE agents. And I think, Griff, you've been talking about some of the dangerous suspects that our ICE agents are out there apprehending. Gang members, people that are wanted across the globe for crimes like murder. You talk about in Boston and the greater Boston area, child rapists, sex offenders being brought into custody. They have a very dangerous job. And now they're facing some pushback in communities, and that's creating dangerous situations. Dr. Sapphire.
Yeah, so when politicians label our law enforcement officers as terrorists, not only does this undermine public trust, deepens the division that we already have, but it absolutely puts their lives and their family lives in danger. Not to mention, law enforcement already have higher rates of mental illness, suicide attempts, and suicide successes. And so by doing this, they're already seeing a lot. I mean, think of what they're doing every single day. They're putting their lives on the line for the worst of the worst criminals to try and protect our nation. And yet here you have elected officials calling them terrorists. I mean, what that must do to them mentally is just awful.
Yeah, and I also have concerns about not our elected officials doing this is one thing, but that opens a door, perhaps encourages a greater, broader community to sort of join in that sort of name calling, or perhaps be even more aggressive. We've been seeing, and Bill Maloogian's been reporting on people in the community stepping in to the situations with ICE. When ICE is trying to arrest dangerous people, the community.
We're talking about the criminal element. We're talking about people, they're here illegally and they're committing crimes. I mean, the horrific crimes that Griff is pointing out there, and they're not going to cooperate them. Democrats will never win a national election again if they continue to protect criminals more than they do victims and innocent Americans.
And that's 1 week that we just laid out there. And let me just say this about the San Diego City Councilman, Sean Elo Rivera. I hope you're okay with ultimately that post calling them terrorists. He then says that the public should, quote, fight back. And he puts on there Rage Against the Machine, getting people fired up as a music bed. That's what gets ICE agents killed. Yeah. And should that happen, the Democrat lawmakers like Elo Rivera. And don't forget Governor Tim Walz that's calling ICE Gestapo, Congressman Dan Goldman that's calling ICE Gestapo. This is ultimately putting him not only in danger from assault, but you're going to get somebody killed.
Yeah, it's concerning what could potentially be inspired.
It's crazy. It's crazy, yo. Common sense just isn't that common. Common sense just isn't that common. Let's jump back over to the live stream where the protests are taking place. Say the least, John. Thank you for your service. Say the least. Those officials need to be slapped with federal charges for inciting violence. How about that?
So, to the media, anyone who cares, they gave us this outdated document and rules and violations of governing contract on federal property. They're saying we're violating the law by blocking the internet. Let us be reminded that this is public property and we pay for it. The document and rules and violations of governing contracts on federal property, on federal property. They're saying that we're violating the law by blocking the entrances. But let us be reminded that this is public property and we pay for it through our taxpayer dollars. One of the things I want to note is from 2005. This is from the Bush administration. So I'm going to leave this here for any media that wants to look at it. It's right here.
That man is not press. That man is not press. This man is not press. Off of YouTube for stalking migrants in the desert. I know because I was one of the people who reported
People still doing the most.
IRT media is not press. He is a white supremacist.
Oh, it is, Dr. J. It is.
I fucking know you.
It's a lot. I said no walk and talk today. We got to cover this. I can't show things like this on my phone. That's why I haven't done the walk and talk. I've just been using StreamYard.
He is not press. He is not press. He's a white supremacist. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Hours of video of this motherfucker wanting to overthrow the government.
How many arrests you think is going to be made today?
He's a motherfucker. He's a motherfucker. He doesn't give a shit about anybody except for his white supremacist motherfucking buddies. Fuck you, Joe. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what she's talking about. Fuck you. It's all I'm saying. You stupid fucking idiot.
That woman going in. She might be. I feel like it's just going to get worse out of her later. As the day progresses, I feel like she's going to get worse. They might end up using one of the pecans on her. Miss Mary need to cut her stuff right now. Somebody need to come out there and get their mama. Thank you so much for keeping that, my angel Jesus. I was personally victimized by one of these evil monsters. And these people that think that they are all good and law-abiding people are sadly wrong. Now, my angel. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're still good. You're with us today. Sorry for what happened to you. It's very unfortunate. But far too many people have stories of bad things happening to them by illegal immigrants. I know the U.S., we do our share of madness, crimes, but as I say, we do not need anybody coming here to
anywhere in
add
California,
to it.
motherfucker.
We
Go
don't
back
need
to
anyone coming here to
Bakersfield,
add to
bitch.
it.
All your little white supremacist buddies who sit outside the liquor store and stock sex workers like you normally do on your channel, Joe. Why don't you tell everyone what you do on your channel, Joe?
Not the sex workers. Who's she talking about, y'all? This woman telling all the business. I don't have my popcorn, but I got a rice cake. Now, Miss Mary, now what you had said? What you say, Miss Mary? Y'all, what Miss Mary say? You like, listen, you gonna tell it? I'm gonna need for you to tell it. Oh, Miss Mary, we here. Now, what you say? Can you repeat that, please? Can you hear me now? Don, can you hear me? Miss Mary out there telling all the business. She said somebody was doing sex work or something. I'm like, who? The people wants to know. I don't have my popcorn, but I got a rice cake. The people wants to know, Miss Mary, who doing what and when? She's feeling. This is America. Okay, so what you talking about, David?
Lawyers have a right down the road and start that one on blocks and it's a huge rally that people are turning out. So
I don't know how these people find the energy for this. I can't do it. I can't do it. Y'all, it'd be a lot for me to cover issues as a content creator. I was so tired and wore out yesterday. I did a 3-hour live stream. When I say I was beat, baby, I was beat. I was exhausted. I don't know how they do it.
you need to get their number because if they rush you, they will help you with
Please become a member, an honor student, a political honor student on this channel. For as low as $2.99, I have 1 tier membership, $2.99. Become a channel member. Your name will show up in color. Your comments will be prioritized, just like what we saw with Super Chats. It's another way to show support. My Cash App is $Speak50. And just liking the video, watching the content, you all, just goes a long way. Liking the video, it helps with the algorithm. It's the little things I like to say. It's the little things. Thank you for your support. Like, share, and subscribe. Now, I was going down on the West Coast, y'all. This is home for me. I am from here. I currently live in Georgia, Metro Atlanta, outside of the city of Atlanta. But I was born in Northern California. I moved to Atlanta in 1996, the year of the Olympics here in Georgia. But I'm from Northern California.
We are now militarized.
At the Valley, San Francisco.
Our own country.
That's where I'm from.
You are against your own citizens. No due process.
More and more people are showing up as the day.
It's against the Constitution that you
vow
to protect.
Out there.
Against the Constitution.
12,
you are all rebels with Trump. You are all rebel Trump supporters.
Trump rebel supporters. You're the dark side. Join the force. Join the right force.
Purple olive, those poor troops. I was just sitting here thinking about them. I'm like, I wouldn't want that job right now. I would not want to be in that position. It's not a position I would want. I wouldn't even want to be an ICE agent. I looked up their annual salary is anywhere between like 65 and 66,000 a year. It's not enough. In New York, what am I going to do with $66,000 in New York? I'm in Georgia, and that's just not even enough for just one person. Let alone being in New York. Y'all please, not to be dealing with these crazy people. And y'all know when something happened to them, all the heat comes on you, the officials, the agents. It becomes your fault. Like with these National Guards out here, all these people, if something happens to one of them, all the smoke is going to be on the National Guard. Y'all know how it goes. You see somebody doing the absolute most, but the attention goes to the person who had to disarm the person or the situation to do what the National Guard came to do. But I guarantee you, if something pop off, Democrats, their focus is going to be on the National Guard and what they did and putting blame on Trump for sending them in the first place. Y'all know how I go.
The local police here, the LAPD, say that the protest yesterday happened without incident, which is obviously at odds to what we're hearing from the US federal government. Donald Trump making that call to send in these National Guards. So it really is a tense situation at the moment, and we are expecting further protests throughout the day. But right now it is just a bit of a standoff between these protesters. Hold the Constitution! Gathering a bit behind me.
What is the Gestapo?
Yes. Olive said yes, they have been federally activated under Title 10. This is coming out of the taxpayers' pockets. Hopefully nothing happens to them or the civilians. That's my hope and prayer as well. Because as we see, these police officers, the National Guard, they're not doing anything. They're literally just they're not doing anything. There's a woman National Guard standing up here on the screen. She's the first woman I think I've taken notice of today.
1944, D-Day. It was a fight against the Nazis. Nazis, remember that. 1944, D-Day.
My head hurt now, y'all. They got me popping pills. My head hurt. I had to take some Tylenol on this one. This is a lot. It's a lot.
Community, 1944, D-Day, fuck Nazis.
1944, what are they talking about? What's 1944? Anyone know the significance of what this man is talking about?
Hey! To the ones!
David's still talking. David, what you talking about? David gonna mess around and get pepper sprayed. Where are the celebrities at? I wonder what's their thoughts. Where are Kardashians at? Where's Ray J?
Water on that end over there.
Where the celebrities at? Where them Hollywood people at? Where LeBron at? Where's LeBron James and his family?
Remember where you are.
Andrew, you said next rioters are still home eating that's not. This was the woman I think earlier when I first went live who was out there with her bullhorn talking her talk. She done exhausted herself. Purple Alice said they don't care about the commoners. Clearly. Because I've been watching this for what, 2 days now. I haven't seen man celebrity.
Why? Because the world.
They just as quiet as they are when it comes to the Diddy trial. I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Kids are here. Why? Why would you take children there? Why?
So you've been trying to keep everything peaceful. Tell me exactly.
Mine says celebrities saw their reality behind the fires. If they did, realize they were supporting bad leadership. They quiet now. Let's see if they'll change the way they vote during the upcoming elections. That will be the telltale. People vote. So I always say these protests, all this stuff right here, this don't make a difference. What makes a difference is you're like getting your message to the public officials, the people who are in positions to change laws and things like that, kind of getting before them, but not losing them by acting a fool.
We are not
kind of
third world country.
govern yourself
Where's
accordingly.
Oreo?
Where's
Oreo?
You can't be
Just can't let that happen.
Where's Oreo?
So we cannot let it happen.
You're not holding a bunch of Proud Boys?
If you're back here,
That's who you hang out with, Joe. Why don't you admit it? You're a fucking Proud Boy.
I have friends.
Have they let you in yet?
Become illegal.
Oh, are they not going to let you in, Joe?
Due process of
Are your white supremacist friends not going to let you become a Proud Boy like they are?
They just want to use it.
You guys are standing next to a Proud Boy.
Oh yeah, here.
I just want you to know that.
I'm going to take out
Who's Joe? Who is that?
Joe.
Is he a local politician? Anyone know who that is?
Oh, I don't know who she is. I don't know what she's
That would
talking
be a
about.
better way, and this is not the way to do it. So I'm here to support my community. I was born and raised here, and there's a lot of folks that
It's like they have farming in the middle.
I didn't see that. Men, women, and children are being held in ICE detention without water, without food for 12 to 24 hours. That is wrong.
Now, how does she know if them people have eaten or drank something? How does she know if she outside? That's what I want to know.
We are out here for the voiceless.
How did this woman know?
People are trying to come to this country
better life. The system is broken, and then we criminalize them. We are all immigrants to this country. Why does ICE need the National Guard to protect them? They came into our community. Why are they using National Guard and LAPD to protect them? We are angry. We are scared for our families. We are fellow Americans. We are people just like you. Why would ICE come into our community with tanks, with riot gear, not to scare us?
They got 17 years for January 6th. That was a joke.
Are dying in warehouse-style detention centers, and they are hiding behind you to keep those kids. They are traumatizing the next generation, and it's not going to happen. It already has started to happen. Along with their mother, that is not how you do it. They're trying to protect us. That's what they tell us. That's what you tell yourself. Who are you protecting us from? It makes no sense. It's hard to say no in the military. Yeah, we're angry. We're scared. But you have the option. We have a real right. You can say no to unconstitutional orders. We're out of control. We're rioters. We're looters. We are not. I'm a social worker that works in this community. We're the underserved population. That is what I am. We're not criminals.
Among the Los Angeles Times, the article reads, U.S. Rep. Waters, Maxine Waters, defends protest, wants crowds to grow and grow as National Guard gathers in L.A. So she's wanting more and more people to come out.
We have the right to determine the community we want to live in, the society we want to live in.
She said, who are you going to shoot? He asked 2 dozen soldiers, if you're going to shoot me, you better shoot straight. Somebody need to come out there and get the take her back to the house, because she's doing too much.
They created a narrative. Trump created the narrative that we're out of control. The Angelinos are out of control. They're scary. Do I look scary? Scary? This is who we are. I'm not scary. I'm nothing. I'm nobody. But we're here saying we want our men, women, and children to be treated like Trump deployed National Guards.
I haven't seen any children. Someone had a sign that said there's children here. Have you all seen any children? I hope there's no children out there. That's idiotic to me to have children out there. It's crazy. That defies common sense if you have children out there at the protest. Children should not be present at any type of protest or riot.
We have the right
Leave them at home.
To protest peacefully, to speak out for those of them.
See my angry youth. Thank you for coming. Please come back.
For their children, for that father that was screaming for his child and his pregnant wife. That is why I'm out here. Not for myself.
Have a blessed day.
We can't see a face.
So she needs to say that to her local politicians, not service members.
What's
in the the type of crap veterans and police service members deal with. I hear you.
And yet they come into our communities with their face covered. With their face covered. And they ask us, look away. ICE asked us to look away, but we're not going to look away. We're not looking away.
Roe versus Wade got inserted into the chat.
Then it's LGBTQ rights. Then it's civil rights.
I got tear gas.
This is what we're
almost
seeing.
every time.
No justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. No peace. Ice out of the way. 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 No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No rights.
Get your fucking finger off your trigger. What the fuck do you think? Who are you gonna shoot?
We're out here paying taxes for these Nazis to come into Los Angeles. We will not stand for.
Thank you so much, Dr. J. Like, share, subscribe to show support for the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Liking the video will help with the algorithm. It helps to circulate the content. Thank you so much for your support.
Let's hold our ground.
Are you sure you're safe enough?
Chinese Exclusion Act 1882.
I will say, since I've started this live stream nearing 3 hours ago, there's more National Guards that are present than it was before.
Get your fucking finger off that trigger. Underwear older than you.
No, I got under Miss Mary said I got underwear older than you.
Fucking take your fingers off your triggers, you fucking pussy.
Get your hands off of that trigger.
Miss Mary told Miss Mary told the National Guard, take your finger off the trigger. I got panties older than you.
Why you think
Miss, I got drawers older than you.
peaceful is not
You're terrorizing.
what we're saying is we won't vandalize. We won't disrupt. We won't work it. That's peaceful.
You're gonna come down with a bad
Everything else is on the table. Say how you feel. Say what you want to say. Get close.
I know you can't disobey, but you can disobey an illegal order. That's a thing. And that is a fucking thing.
like
Police
Paramount, I
officers,
think.
stop concentrating. Oh my God, how embarrassing for the two of you. DHS police is not real.
That's the team.
You're not real.
You're not real.
You're a fucking Gestapo. That's who forever.
That's when Miss Mary's speaking the word.
Forever be known as the Gestapo.
Mary is
Own
speaking
it.
the word.
Own it, bitch. Fucking Homeland Security is not real. What the fuck? What are you police?
It says Homeland Security is not real, and that's on that. That's what she said.
Y'all want white boys? Y'all burning up under last year, definitely. Y'all fucking boys. I feel bad for all y'all. They must be stand out here for some bull. Right, sir, you're standing out here for bullshit. We got this 4 hours.
He said, I feel bad for all of y'all. Meanwhile, he's standing out there too with him. Everybody outside. How you feeling bad for them when you outside too?
None of y'all tall, first of all. None of y'all above 6 feet. Is that why y'all here? Is that
how you claiming people?
Pick up how many of y'all bald? How many of y'all can now go here?
He called him bald-headed, little and bald-headed. He said you short and you bald-headed.
No justice! No justice!
I done seen, I done heard it all. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. We have 3 hours. We have the exact 3 hour mark. Keep riding to listen. I just got to tap out. I did 3 hours yesterday, so let's see how long I got to hang today. Hang it and like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you complete the poll. Let's check the poll I have out there. Let's see. With the National Guards be present in LA at the protest, 87% said yes. 13% said oh no.
Raise your hands up in your doors, bro! Everyone, raise your hands! Woo! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These bitches! You guys know undocumented people, because I'm straight out here. Raise your hands up if you guys do not want to be here, because it's fucking hot. Raise your hands up in your doors, too! Everyone, raise your hands! Woo! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These
Hey, Patriot Roy, you said this woman is cuckoo. Listen, Miss Mary out there just doing the absolute most. She told them guards she got walls older than them. She said her underwears, her undergarments are older than these National Guards. She said it with her chest. She meant that thing. As we see, it's a different type of energy today than it was the last 2 days. So that goes to show we clearly needed the National Guard to come out. Patriot Roy said she has part of the blue dragon costume on. I didn't know what the hell she got on. I was like, okay, what is the inspiration? Miss Mary. Miss Mary, what is the inspiration? What are we doing? I'm confused. Thank you, Patriot Roy D. Because your girl was straight confused by the look for Sunday, by Sunday's protest look. You said she just went after my boy Joe. He is live streaming off to the right. I didn't know who the Joe guy was. I'm like, who's Joe? Because she was going in. Miss Mary was going in. She talked about Joe cussed him out. So you said she cussed your boy out. Miss Mary said, listen, it's Sunday. I got time today. Everybody can get it. In this dragon costume, everybody can get it.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. They're trying to bait you. They're trying to bait you. Don't give in. Know your rights. Be articulate. Know your talking points. Trump went to Saudi Arabia. Trump went to Saudi Arabia. To the Muslim country.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Takbir. Go to Saudi. Allahu Akbar.
Translation, please. What is he saying, y'all? What is he saying? He's saying it with his chest.
Takbir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Takbir. Go to Saudi. People are running the fucking country with no soul, man. Go to Saudi Arabia to get money.
So much going on out here, y'all.
Go to Saudi Arabia to get money. Watch out. United Arab Emirates. Takbir. La ilaha illallah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Takbir. Trump go to Saudi Arabia to get money. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Trump go to Saudi Arabia to get money.
Patriot said she literally was in his face calling him a white supremacist, yet he is a 6'4" Mexican boy. Can't make this ish up. Can't make it up. Got the Mexican flags out there. Where the USA flags? Have you seen a USA flag? They're in the USA. They want to stay here, but they're coming through strong with their Mexican flag. Why not go to your country Since you want to rep so hard for your country here, why not go to your country and rep hard there? Make it make sense. How do you come out here, wave your flag, rep hard for your country in another country,
How much money do you keep now?
but then get upset
How much money do you keep from Qatar?
when you're told to return back to your country? Gotta make it up. This is real life TV. Patriots, I was born and raised in LA, so I relate to you. As she speaks on, I left in 98, I left in 96. Northern California, Bay Area, California. This is stuff right here. These people, many of these people who've been rounded up have spent years in the USA illegally. Years. Years. And many of them still, in all of those years, did not get citizenship. Whose fault is that? I'm not going to believe that someone who's been in the U.S. here illegally for 10, 15, 20 years did not have an opportunity to get their paperwork in order, so therefore they would be here legally. People chose to bypass the system because they were able to. The mindset was, hey, why take time out of my day, my schedule, to go and get in line, to go to this federal, state office or whatever, to do whatever it is they say I need to do for citizenship, when I can just continue to move how I've been moving for free without having to go to these offices and pay these fees that are connected to the paperwork, the docs that they say they need to fill out. Like, what was the incentive? They've seen so many people who were able to be in the U.S. without doing all of that, without paying out money. So they're like, I'm just going to do it that way. I'm going to save my money. And here we are today. So a lot of these people, as they're showing up to their court cases, their ICE court cases, the appointments are being canceled on that day, and ICE is there to take them away. A day late and a dollar short. A lot of people started taking things seriously far too late. That's what we're seeing. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The Biden administration let this get out of control. It is what it is.
Stick together, stay tight. Stick together, stay tight. All attention should be focused on these fascists here illegally.
So here's the thing. A lot of people talk about President Trump coming in, doing the absolute most. But here's the thing. When Obama was in office, let's see. I'm looking at the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. So I'm on, again, the USCIS.gov. In 2014, executive actions on immigration. On November 20th, 2014, President Obama, the president announced a series of executive actions to crack down on illegal immigration at the border, prioritizing deporting felons, not families, and require certain undocumented immigrants to pass criminal background checks and to pay taxes in order to temporarily stay in the U.S. without fear of deportation. So again, it was temporary. That was in 2014, over 10 years ago. So you knew that you needed to get your ducks in a row long before Friday.
Because they've got their fucking fingers on
Long
the
before
trigger.
January
Take your
20th,
fucking finger off your trigger.
2025. Obama told you.
Ice out of LA!
Democrat President Obama.
Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA!
Ice out of LA!
Ice out of LA!
Ice out of the way!
Ice out of LA!
Ice out of the way!
Ice out of LA!
Ice out of the way!
Ice out of LA!
You are the cause! Stand with us! Protest with us! And defend democracy! Show me what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like!
On November 20th, November 20th, 2014, the President's Immigration Accountability Executive Actions will help secure borders to hold nearly 5 million undocumented immigrants accountable and ensure that everyone plays by the same rules. Y'all, this was President Obama, Barack Obama. In 2014, he was cracking down on the situation centered around illegal immigration. The executive actions crack down on illegal immigration at the border, prioritize deporting felons, not families, and require certain undocumented immigrants to pass criminal background check and to pay their fair share of taxes as they register to temporarily stay in the U.S. without fear of deportation. This message has been here for a long, long time. When Biden got into the office, that message kind of went away and stopped being spread. So again, I blame the Biden administration. The Biden administration will not uphold even what Obama had in place.
That the land was stolen from the indigenous people. So when we say land back, we are
So, part of Obama's executive order, cracking down on illegal immigrations at the border. The president's actions increase the chances that anyone attempting to cross the border illegally will be caught and sent back. Continuing the surge of resources that effectively reduce the number of unaccompanied children crossing the border illegally this summer, the president's action will also centralize Border Security Command and Control Border Security Command and Control to continue to crack down on illegal immigrants. This has been a problem for a long, long time, over 10 years. We're in 2025, and then we're 11 years out from when that executive order was signed, where President Obama, Barack Obama, wanted to crack down on illegal immigration here in the USA. Don says assimilation was never the plan. Seems takeover was. That's what it's given. That's what it's given. Accountability, criminal background checks, and taxes. The president also acting to hold accountable those undocumented immigrants who have lived in the U.S. for more than 5 years and are parents of U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. By registering and passing a criminal national security background check, millions of undocumented immigrants will start paying their fair share of taxes temporarily stay in the U.S. without fear of deportation for 3 years at a time. Y'all, there's plenty of people who've been here illegally far longer than 3 years. That was in 2014. You have people who've been here through several presidents.
And I know a lot of people in the community and they're noticing that they're brown. And I know you feel sadness too, just like I did for that brother over there. Because they're not educated. They don't care. They rather put their paycheck
I see something. No. There's someone else.
Yeah, Joe sending a bunch of fucking shots with my kids.
So this is going back to an article from 2024. From 1990 to 2007, the population of undocumented individuals in the U.S. grew from 3.5 million to 11 million people. That's so from 1990 to 2007, undocumented individuals in the U.S. grew from 3.5 million to 11 million people. That was well over 10 years ago. The number of undocumented individuals in the U.S. is far greater than that. Well, this has been a known issue going back to 2014. John said 21 million in 3 years is not immigration, it's an invasion. As you say, a takeover, not assimilation, but a takeover. When you get into numbers like that, the takeover. In early 2025, estimates for the number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. range from 15.4 million to 18.6 million. It's estimated that we are at 18.6 million illegal immigrants as of the top of the year. So that was before Trump started, rounding them up. ICE started rounding them up and sending them wherever they've been sent to. So when Trump took office, it was estimated that we had about almost 19 million illegal immigrants here in the U.S. 18.6 million. This figure represents 28.2% increase during the 4 years of the Biden administration. So while Biden was running the country for 4 years, there was an increase in unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. The increase was 28.2%. It's crazy.
Young lady in the frame, what are you doing? What are you doing? Young lady in the frame, what the fuck are you doing?
Pew Research Center reports that it indicated that about 8.3 million unauthorized immigrants were in the workplace, representing 4.8% of the total U.S. workforce. So A lot of legal immigrants work alongside of you at your jobs. They're in your schools.
Oh my God! What a bunch of not obeying the Constitution! You work for a
Hi, Kathleen. We are in front of the federal building and the municipal detention center here in downtown LA. Tensions have continued to rise throughout the morning hearing. Just a few moments ago, Congresswoman Maxine Waters was on the scene and attempted to enter the federal building, asking for more information about what is happening here. Let's take a look at the
California and Texas continue to have the largest undocumented immigrant populations. California and Texas. 40% is estimate that about 40% of residents in California are undocumented, or people who are undocumented. So almost half of the population in California is estimate to be undocumented residents. Thank you. Just say when. Let's get some likes up, like the video. It helps with the algorithm. Like, share, and subscribe. Can you believe that nearly half of the population in California consists of undocumented residents? Intensifying. It's intensifying. They got the batons. That Don said those are the batons. I'm like, what are those sticks? I never seen those before. I think it was Don Cotto said those are the batons. They look like they hurt. May the Lord be with the people out there. Just say when to hello mods. I'm checking in for work. This is a lot going on here. Yes. Thank you so much for being here, moderating the chat. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. We've been on here nearing 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 24 minutes to be exact. But I knew that as time went on, it was going to intensify because California is 3 hours behind East Coast. I'm in Georgia. Right now, it's 4:05 p.m. So it's just a little after 1 o'clock here. Those who slept in late, everybody's up. 2 o'clock in California, outside of Los Angeles, there's another protest that's scheduled at 3 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock on our time. That's less than 1 hour.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
Jonathan, 40% make me look at my neighbors different. I'm just saying. Don, you're in California? Are you in California? Because that's a percentage for California. I'm not going to lie. When I'm out and about in Georgia, I'll be looking and wondering if people are legal as I just go about. I do. I'm I'm at the soccer field with my daughter. She's a soccer player. I'm looking to see. Be wondering. They getting physical with the people. So Lance, I can't imagine what this would turn into if National Guards weren't present. Right, and the local government officials, Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass, they were like, we don't need the National Guards. We have this under control. Where? How? Where you ain't got nothing under control. You didn't even have your state under control when them fires broke out and y'all didn't have no water in the pipe. So clearly y'all can't run nothing. Y'all need all y'all can get. And this ain't even no black or white thing, because Newsom, Slickback Newsom is a whole white man, and Mayor Bass is a whole black woman. But what they have in common is they're a part of the Democratic Party, and this is a sanctuary city state. This is what you get when you live in a Democratic ran state. This is what you get. You get all of this. You get all of this. San Diego, all right, I'm heading there in the fall to visit. San Diego. Well, yep, you could look at your neighbors. It says 40%. So it is very likely, it's almost a 50% chance that your neighbors are not here legally. Okay, what is he doing? This is what we're doing with the American flag? This is what we're doing with the American flag? My first time seeing American flag today, and this is how we're treating the American flag. And he was part of the community. He's doing a lot with that flag. Hey, what's up, Rizza? It's going down out here in LA. It's going down. Look at him.
Why are you practicing genocide? Why are you practicing genocide?
The disrespect. Why are you here in the U.S. if you feel this way about our country? Crazy. It makes no sense. You can go back home and do all of that. You can go to Mexico and do all that wherever you go. It's going down on the west side. In the streets of Los Angeles, it's going down. It's going down. It just got on and popping. It was semi-civilized up until right when you joined. It was like, oh, RZA is here. We can show the F out now. RZA, let me show you something. Let me show you what I can do with the American flag. I ain't never seen the American flag treated like that. People got to go to work. Traffic is already bad enough in Los Angeles without all of this popping up. Everybody gonna be working tomorrow. Just say Wednesday. I can't imagine what this would turn into if Hills Up Paris was in the office. Where is Hills Up Paris? Where is she? Has she made a comment? What does she have to say about all of this that's going on in her state? Heels up, Harris. I need for you to step to the front of the congregation. Rizzo said, that's crazy. I want to see how CNN and MSDNC gonna spin this. I'm gonna tell you, it ain't gonna be. It ain't it. They ain't gonna speak to it the way I'm speaking to it. I'll tell you that. Y'all know I call it like I see it. I know no other way. I'm tired. My head hurt, but I'm like, listen, we got to get this because folks gonna be out here lying, lies and propaganda, putting all kinds of spins on it. But we are seeing this in real time. So I suppose they have to start shooting out at the ground or whatever to get them to clear the streets because the cars can't even get through because the people were all up in the streets. So it was impeding traffic. Is this more National Guards inside of this truck right here? Because Trump had approved for 2,000 to be sent to the state of California. As of this morning,
Why aren't you with the people? There's power to what you guys do. There's power to your actions. You guys decide to march with us. You don't trust this. You guys are proud. You guys are proud. You guys have a fucking code.
What flag is that? What flag is that blue and white flag? That's the DR.
See what they're doing. Look what you guys are doing. Remember your own. Remember your own. This is fascism.
Y'all, this is giving Afghanistan. I told y'all I pay too much money in taxes for anywhere in this country to be doing all of this. I should not be hearing sounds of violence. It's crazy. If they win, Rizzo said if they win, they would already be burning the city down if Harrison walked in office. So Rizzo, you didn't say it'd be better, and it'd be worse. Far worse. If Harrison Walks was in the office, none of this would be happening because they don't believe they wouldn't be rounding up illegal immigrants. The borders would still be open. Patron, you said I found the cuckoo lady stream. She running and coughing. Miss Mary running, Patron, right? Because Miss Mary Show had a lot to say about 20 minutes ago. You said she running and coughing. Just got it started in that dragon costume. That's how I be. The ones that got all that mouth, they get the damn running, coughing, hooping, hollering, crying, like they ain't done a daggone thing. So easy. The River Fire has been set in front of a Home Depot. Why the Home Depot now? Home Depot, like we already got our share of struggles. We got enough struggles.
Hey, let's go back to the hood, everyone. More heights. If you want to stay here, that's fine. But N95 will do shit against you guys.
Y'all, yeah. The borders are just been open. When Don Carlos, listen, I got my popcorn. I got my popcorn. You got your popcorn. Was that when you once said you were from in San Diego? You got your popcorn in San Diego? Don, listen, Don, I got my rice cake. I got my rice cake in my water. safer where we at than where they are. We can be the witnesses, y'all. We gonna be the witness. We gonna be like, what had happened was Miss Mary was popping off at the mouth, telling them people that she had draws older than them. Next thing you know, they started shooting damn smoke in Miss Mary Hall, and everybody started running down the street, coughing and hooping and hollering, talking about, I don't know what's going on. Y'all know how I be. Okay, so gee, this is why I'm going to continue to report on mental health for the next few months. Please continue to talk about mental health. Because this right here, Don said that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Listen, what had happened was, Risen says, right, they be getting their jobs outside the Home Depot. Why would they set fire there? This is that stuff, like how people just burn up their community. Absolutely, Dr. J. Like people, it just doesn't make sense. Like the car that was set on fire yesterday. That didn't look like a federal agent vehicle. It looked like a person's vehicle from the community. Why would you set fire to one of your people's cars? Like it doesn't make sense. That's why riots, stuff like that, it makes no sense to me because you're just working against yourself and your cause. When you get to doing that, you lose the people. At this point, they're focusing now on your actions, your shenanigans, versus what the root of your cause is. You lose the people. Foolishness on 10, Dr. J. Foolishness on 10. The day is still young. It's just a little after 12:30 there. It's still early. It is still early. It's Sunday. The crowd has increased significantly since we've been on live. And I'm sure there are more to come. Let's check our poll. 86% say they are in favor of the National Guard being present in Los Angeles at the protest, while 14% say no. National Guard, LOL. So they laughing at the National Guard. Now, if the National Guard wasn't there, it would be worse than what it is now. It would be far worse than what it is now if the National Guard was not there. That sign says the Nazis were just following orders too. So they're equating the National Guards to the Nazis from when. So are they saying Trump is Hitler? Because the Nazis were following the orders of Hitler, right? So are they saying these National Guards are following the orders of Trump? So that's where the comparison come into play. Interesting. Reza said, Maxine might regret being out there if they tear the city up. That's not a good look. She just gonna claim, listen, I'm old, I'm senile. I don't know why y'all are trying to follow my lead anyway. Y'all should know better. She gonna deflect like Miss Mary, like Miss Mary, that older white woman that was out there when it started. Then she took off running and coughing after she done cussed the guards out, cussed Joe out. Told them she got draws older than they are, was doing the absolute most. Y'all know them be the ones that play victim later down the line. Y'all know how it go. The ones that get it going are the ones who play victim down the line. Don said, no, the spin will be it's Trump's fault. They were there. They were there. It's Trump's fault. Everything Trump's fault. everything was Trump's fault before Trump even took office. That's why every time Kamala would talk and they'll ask her about her take on anything, she would insert his name. That's why she didn't get voted. Nobody understood what type of time she herself was on. What you trying to do? Well, because Trump is doing we're not going to talk about. Let's do a challenge. Let's see if we can get you to answer a question without inserting Trump's name. You want to play? Okay. All right. So yeah, this job market is really bad. People are struggling to have jobs. Finding jobs, groceries. Inflation has the groceries. The prices up. Like, what do you say? What's your plan centered around getting those numbers down? Increasing the numbers as far as with work opportunities for the American citizens, lowering the numbers, the cost of food. Well, yes, a lot of people don't have jobs, and the inflation is real. But yes, Trump was saying that what he's going to do is going to lower taxes, and I don't feel like it's like, didn't we just give you the challenge to not say that wrong? We said we're going to throw the challenge out there. You said, okay, you have lost, just like you lost this election. You have lost. You have lost. You don't understand directly. That's why she didn't get voted. That right there. That's right. So yes, Trump's name gonna be all up in this as the reason of why. And that man was what, at a MMA fight, some type of wrestling match or something. Where was Trump yesterday? He was somewhere at some event. He wasn't even in tow, but they gonna find a way to insert his name and make it about him, making his point. Y'all know how I go.
Water makes it better.
What does it say? Obama was putting their kids in cages. Where was the outrage? He deported more illegals than anyone ever. Yep. That's why I went through his policy from November 2014. He was cracking down on illegal immigration. He was saying that those of you who are already over here, were able to be over here temporarily for up to 3 years. And within that time, you are to work to get your legal status. Y'all, 3 years, 14, 15, 17, that was over in 2017. We're in 2025. Many of these people who are getting rounded up have been in this country illegally for many, many years. Well over 3 years. Well over 3 years. Trump has not put anybody babies in any cages. Obama, I remember the cages. Y'all remember the cages? Yes. With those kids, when they were seeing those little babies that had crossed the border, what they were doing, they were keeping them in cages. I was not hearing any outcry centered around that. I remember it being in the media, in the news, but I don't remember anyone making an issue of it. It was almost like, oh, well, he's keeping the kids in cages. It was like a matter of fact type thing. See that sign F-I? Ignore, we say, God hates ICE. Yeah. Trump said, listen, I got too much. I got enough on my plate. I got Elon out here spazzing. No, Trump not losing sleep over this. No. He said he out here trying to make these deals with all these countries. He can't entertain Elon. He can't entertain these illegal immigrants. He said, listen, he out here trying to make money moves. Trump is out here trying to make money moves. Child, this looks like a Mexican parade. So I'm watching a report from thetimes.com. LA riots latest. National Guard troops arrive after Trump's order. So this was posted 45 minutes ago. It says a British photographer was shot by the police in LA and was undergoing surgery on Sunday to remove what doctors believe was a 14 millimeter high velocity sponge bullet his thigh. Demonstrators have converged on a federal facility that the local mayor said was being used by agents who conducted workplace raids. Governor Gavin Newsom, calls the president's decision purposefully inflammatory. So the National Guards that we see here, Governor Newsom said that this is purposefully inflammatory. Basically said there was no need for President Trump to send the National Guard to Los Angeles to get these riots, these protests under control. Rosa says, do you think that California could ever go red? I think Cali and Illinois are getting tired of the shenanigans. They need to. They need to. If they want some more, if they want the money to be used on them, because it's not that California's not getting to the money. Gavin Newsom talked about that they were getting to the money when he got pissed off that Trump increased the tariffs. He went and started talking about the type of money that, that they were getting to and how the increase on the tariffs is going to get in the way of them continuing to get to the money. So the money is there. It's just that the money is not being spent on the residents of California. I can only hope that the people would eventually wake up, but at the same time, look at it this way. What percentage of Black people still vote Democrat? How many years have we been seeing that party has done nothing for people of color, in particular Black people, and yet they still vote blue? So I'm not convinced that now the state of California will flip and now want to vote red. Hopefully, but people be slow. People still be slow, and they're still stuck in their ways. And I wouldn't put it past the people in California just thinking that, oh, well, it's not really a party thing. It's just a person thing. So let's just vote a different Democrat in the office. Definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different, right? And I think that's what California is likely to do again, unfortunately. California is a place that I would most likely never call home again. I'll visit. I'm going to visit in the fall. Plan to visit San Diego. But yeah, I could never live there again. I don't like how the state is run. I left as like 15. Now that I'm an adult and I know better, like that's not a place that I want to call home. I'll visit, but I do not want to reside in the state of California. Don said there's been a red wave this year. However, voter registration fraud in entry zones is problematic. Dr. J says President Trump should have sent National Guards to the Capitol too. I'm just saying. Trump at that time, Trump was just, I think, sitting quiet kind of when everything was popping off at the Capitol. He was like, listen, I didn't tell them people to go out there. So we see what happens when people sit quietly We see what happens when people sit quietly. Yeah. The world of politics. Dr. J says I am sick of all the politicians, you and me both. People pick and choose when they want to speak up and assert their power. Yeah. A lot of times it doesn't come down to if these people have the power, the ability to do things. It comes down to if they desire to do them. President Trump, Gavin Newsom, like any of them. It comes down to what they want to do. Not if they can do it, it's what they choose to do. The president said Trump requested for the National Guard and Pelosi didn't do it, and that's on record. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to clear out anytime soon. It's not clearing out anytime soon. LA police blame traffic for slow response time. The LA Police Department blamed traffic congestion for taking more than 2 hours to respond to unrest on Friday. Todd Lyons, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Acting Director, had blamed the city police department for taking too long to respond. The LAPD told CBS News that its response time was impacted by significant traffic congestion. It also cited the fact that federal agents had deployed irritants into the crowd for the delay, which created a hazardous environment, and claimed that within 55 minutes of the first call for help, officers had begun to disperse the crowds. Senator calls Trump an authoritarian. Bernie Sanders, the senator for Vermont, has attacked Trump, calling his actions authoritarianism in real time in a post on X. Sanders was a Democrat presidential candidate in 2016 and 2020, finishing twice on each occasion. Earlier, Sanders accused Trump of taking the country down a path to authoritarianism. Yes, authoritarianism. That's the word. So Bernie Sanders, he said, listen, Trump, this is your fault. This is your fault, President Trump. This is your fault. World of politics, yes, they do. With these politicians, it's about what they're willing to do, not what they're able to do. It's what they're willing to do. Yes, Don, they said it's traffic. They say, it's traffic in Los Angeles. They said, yeah, that's why it took 2 hours. They said, listen, we can't control the traffic. Listen, it is what it is. That's what they said. This is on the times.com. What else they saying on here? U.S. Borders Czar says LA clashes could turn deadly. So Tom Homan, that's the border czar, Trump's border czar, has warned that someone could be killed if clashes in Los Angeles between in clashes in Los Angeles, if clashes in Los Angeles between protesters and immigration officers continue. Speaking to the NBC broadcast on Sunday, Holman said it's a matter of time before someone gets seriously hurt. If this violence continues, someone's going to lose their life. He said Trump's unusual move to send in the National Guard was needed to help us protect public safety. I agree. So a British photographer has told of the moment he was shot by the police while covering the protests in Los Angeles. Nick Stern was undergoing surgery on Sunday to remove what doctors believe was a 14-millimeter high-velocity sponge bullet that tore into his thigh while he was taking pictures of a standoff between protesters and law enforcement on Saturday evening. Quote, I had a press ID around my neck, a large camera, a video camera. I was making a point of making myself visible as media, he said. They're supposed to shoot the ground in front of people, not target individuals. But this hit me directly. There was no group to disperse at that moment. I can't explain why they even fired. Stern said he thought the situation in LA will get worse before it gets better, adding, I wouldn't be surprised if they start firing live rounds over people's heads next. Basically, in all, nobody needs to be down there. How about that? Because I'm sure the amount of money, whatever he's making, I'm sure that it ain't worth all of that. Y'all, this is like a Mexican parade. You hear all the honking of the horns. This is Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental Health Awareness Month. Protect your peace. Stay out of harm's way. Being outside at a protest such as this is not staying out of harm's way. As I just read the story of the photographer who caught a stray in his thigh. He was like, listen, I was just media out there trying to capture the moment and I was hit. Y'all, it's not worth it. Stay at the house. Stay at the house. Folks out here risking it all for the perfect picture. Like they paparazzi. Calls for release of arrested union leader. So Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, has called President Trump a wannabe dictator and said Democrats would support David Huerta, the union leader, who was arrested on Friday while observing the immigration and custom enforcement raids in LA. Huerta heads the Service Employees International Union, California's largest union. He is expected to be in court on Monday, and his detention could become one of the focal points of protests. So a union leader was arrested on Friday. The violent assault and arrest of California SEIU President David Huerta is unacceptable, Jeffrey said. Mr. Huerta should be released immediately and all charges dropped. He added, this is the United States of America, and we will not be intimidated by a wannabe dictator in the executive branch. That's Trump. Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, has referred to President Donald J. Trump as a wannabe dictator. One of many names that people have for President Trump. Johnson. I knew they would spin that. He was less than 10 inches, 10, what is that, 10 feet from people launching fireworks at NG. It's on video before he got whooped. Wow. Wow. What's happening there? Yeah. Graffiti everywhere. California governor points out Trump's praise for Guard is premature. Gavin Newsom, the California governor, has highlighted that President Trump congratulated the work of the National Guard before it had been deployed in the streets of LA. Quote, for those keeping track, Donald Trump's National Guard has not been deployed on the ground when he posted this. He wrote on X on Sunday morning. National Guard deployment, a measure to quote to keep law and order. Kristi Noem, the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary, spoke to PBS television to defend the government's actions and said the National Guard would quote keep peace and allow people to be able to protest, but also to keep law and order. End quote. Arrival of the National Guard troops confirmed. The arrival of the California National Guard on the streets of Los Angeles has been confirmed by the U.S. Northern Command, a body tasked with military support to non-military authorities in America. It said units from the 79th Infantry Brigade had began stationing in the Los Angeles area. So these National Guards that we're watching, they come from the 79th Infantry Brigade.
Calling the section. All right, I'm going to City Hall. Which way is it?
$1 shot. And nobody gets shot. Like the reporters. Trying to capture the moment, trying to get the best picture.
You're doing a live radio. Thanks.
Please like the video as you come on in, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. Wow, how many people you think that is out there? It's a lot of people. So it's after 2, would be 2:05. No, let me see. Yeah, let me see. No, it's not after 2, it's approaching 2. It's approaching 2 o'clock. There was a protest scheduled for 2 o'clock. This may be it. This may be the 2 o'clock protest. 2 o'clock on the West Coast. 5 o'clock on the East Coast, where I'm at. I'm in Georgia. There was a protest scheduled right outside of Los Angeles for 2 o'clock p.m. today. I learned on the internet. He said they found something to get people to riot about, like they did last Trump was in office. This has become their go-to move when they lose. It showed a feminine energy. It left turn the party into wow. The left turn the party into this is what you get. Do you think all of these protesters that'll be cleared out by tomorrow, the top of the work week? Because these people are all in the streets. They're not just on the sidewalks. As I said, and I'm saying that respectfully to all the real women. Real women, please stand up. It's a lot of emotional people out here. Working very, very, very hard to be heard. Look at all of the Mexican flags. I see a couple of U.S. flags flying. Nope, that's not. It's a Mexican. Look, they got the Mexican and the U.S. flag embedded into one. Dr. Stacey, I think they better get ready for bed. Got to protect my mental health. Yes, protect your mental health, Dr. J. You got to get ready for bed. Do what you need to do to protect your peace. It's a lot going on. We just have to keep the people lifted in prayer. That's pretty much all we can do. Keep the people lifted in prayer. It's a lot going on. Fortunately, I haven't seen any children at this protest, which is a good thing. I seen someone who had a sign out there earlier. I might have seen him with the sign maybe about an hour and a half ago. And it said, I think it said children are here. So I'm like, okay, I hope they're not. But fortunately, I have not seen any children at the protests because I've been watching. I started watching it yesterday. I didn't see any children yesterday. And I have not seen any children today. So that's a good thing. Praise God, because no children need to be anywhere near any of this. And I think anyone who brings children into this environment are just irresponsible, and their parenting should definitely be questioned.
Nazis go home!
Nazis go home! Nazis go home! Nazis go home!
Nazis go home! The LA City Council! LA City Council!
Nazis go home!
Watch right!
So back to the times.com, it says Republicans back Trump in dismissing claims by Gavin Newsom, the California governor, that the protests had been largely peaceful and that deployment was against their wishes and would exacerbate tensions. Quote, I have no concern about that at all, Mike Johnson, the Republican House Speaker told ABC's This Week, adding that Newsom has shown an inability or unwillingness to do what is necessary there. So the president stepped in, just like with the whole fire situation. The president had to step in. The mayor, the governor, they weren't doing anything. Mayor Bass, Governor Newsom, like, I don't even know why they're there. They're just collecting a paycheck for nothing. As for threats by Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, to send in active duty Marines on top of the guard troops, Johnson said he did not see that as heavy-handed. We have to be prepared to do what is necessary, he said. I agree. You got to do what's necessary. You got to bring back order. Things cannot remain chaotic. That will spread like wildfire. Next thing you know, it spreads to San Diego. You gotta stop the bleeding, just like with the fires. Hopefully, the National Guard will be able to handle this situation without having the Marines needing to be brought in, but we'll see. Governor Newsom was like, listen, we have this under control. We did not need the National Guard to come in. We were fine without them. Okay, sir. Based on what? The car's been set on fire. The journalist been shot in the thigh. Like, based on what? They clearly needed help. They clearly needed help.
Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No justice, no peace. No ICE or police. 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 I need you guys to be louder than that so they can hear us at the top.
Bullhorn, Miss Mary Bullhorn.
2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha.
Translation, please. What are they saying?
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. 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 Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan,
I keep forgetting that the Olympics is supposed to be there next.
aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, nos regresamos. Woo, make some noise.
People said MAGA.
La lucha obrera no tiene fronteras.
It's going down. It's going down in Los Angeles. They blame MAGA. They blame Trump.
La lucha obrera.
The Olympics is on its way, 2028. We have to get all of this under control. Before then, So what we have 3 years to make it do what it do.
Policía, la migra, la misma porquería. La policía, la migra, la misma porquería. La misma porquería. I can't hear you. Chinga la migra. 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 A la migra. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. La migra. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. Migra. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. Move, ICE, get out the way. Move, ICE, get out the way. Get out the way, ICE, get out the way. Get out the way, ICE, get out the way. Move, ICE, get out the way. Move, ICE, get out the way. Get out the way, ICE, get out the way. Get out the way, ICE, get out the way. Move, ICE, get out the way. Move, ICE, get out the way. Get out the way, ICE, get out the way. Get out the way, ICe, get out the way.
All I can say is God bless America. God bless America.
Get out the way, ICE, get out the way.
God bless America. That's,
With the immigrants.
only the good Lord can fix this. Only the good Lord can fix this. So this is the second time Trump called on the National Guard. The first time was during the George Floyd protest in 2020. These were the protests after George Floyd was killed. Many agreed and sent tweets.
Down with Trump. Down with Trump. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education.
Fortunately, it's not that often these troops have to, the National Guard has to be called out, but I feel like when they do, it's when things are kind of out of control. Like now, things are definitely out of control. They're beyond out of control.
Money for jobs and education. Not for ICE and deportation. Not for ICE and deportation. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education. Not for ICE and deportation. Not for ICE and deportation. Donald Trump, let's be clear. Donald Trump, quote from here. Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Donald Trump,
Right. I'm like, wait a minute. Don said no, but they never say illegal immigrants. Like he's coming for illegals.
Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Yeah, they left that part out.
Donald Trump
conveniently left that part out.
Mostly with the shoulder
Uh-oh, they're gonna miss Mary, y'all. Y'all see her like that? With her camera running down her live stream.
President Trump says that these soldiers are needed to keep the peace. Democratic politicians in this city say they're only likely to make things worse.
Who can't read? I'm trying to read one of the signs this man who's standing up holding. F America. America will.
Are we okay moving a little for this? Or do you want to stay static? I mean, only just like refer to the protesters and then.
Angeles! Are we ready to take to the streets? Aquí estamos. Aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, regresamos. Y si nos echan, nos regresamos. All right, give it up for yourselves. Raise your hand if you saw the call to show up here in front of City Hall at 2 p.m. That's right. And a lot of you are on time. A lot of you came early. Now, I can only imagine, as a fellow Mexican, a lot of us are probably running late, and we're just getting here, right? So we're gonna give more people we are anticipating to come out to the streets, and we're gonna wait for them. Is that all right with you? All right. So while we wait for them, while we wait to build the crowd, just to see how many people in Los Angeles are here to defend our immigrant community, we're gonna wait here, and then we're gonna get ready to march. Are you guys ready? All right. Meanwhile, we're going to keep chanting. We're going to build up that energy. Is that right?
They over here speaking Spanish.
Streets!
Might mistake here.
Streets!
In a country whose language they don't want to use.
Streets! When Trump says get back, we say. 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 Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. That's right, we are here to fight back. Money for jobs and education, not for ICE and deportation. Money for jobs and education, not for ICE and deportation. Money for jobs and education, not for ICE and deportation. Money for jobs and education, not for ICE and deportation. No justice, no peace, no ICE or police. 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 Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha,
What if it was your brother, your sister?
CBS News
But what's
said
shifted
that
in recent days that we describe is
California
the
Rep.
administration's target
Harrigan told
of
CBS News
immigrants
on
has
Sunday
shifted
that ICE
from a
enforcement and
focus
removal
on
operations are
immigrants with
expected
criminal
daily
records,
for
the
the
sort
next
of
30 days.
hardcore immigrants that Donald
in
Trump promised
LA
to go
County.
after on the campaign trail, to what many
Daily
see
for
as
the
much
next 30
softer
days in LA
targets,
County.
the thousands and thousands of undocumented migrants
So
who
it's
staff this
likely that
country's farms
protests
and restaurants,
will
and
see
that these
them
protesters
daily
say
as
ought to
they're
be
being
left
arrested
well alone.
daily.
Of course, Mr. Trump claims he has a mandate. Immigration was at the center of his
Sweepers, so they need to
election
hire somebody
campaign,
who
but
can
it is
write better
very
speeches.
clear that that tension
They
you
ain't
speak
doing
about that
speeches,
was
they
there
doing
long
chants.
before these protests
Ain't
is
nobody got
beginning to
time for those
show
speeches,
in
they
terms
doing
of that
chants.
relationship between states like California and the White House. And there is no doubt that Democratic politicians like the Californian Governor Gavin Newsom believes
wondering, like,
that the
who's in
National
charge of the
Guard are now
chants?
being used as political
Chat
pawns
GPT?
for this
How do they come up with the
yearning
chants?
for political effect.
AI, please write me a chant for today's protest.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Channel now.
246 state apologize. We can't wait. 246 apologize. We can't wait. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Let me hear you. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha.
Translation, please.
Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Up, up, up with the immigrants. Down, down, down with Trump. Up, up with the immigrants. Down, down, down with Trump. Up, with the immigrants. Down, down, down with Trump. We said up with the immigrants. Down, down, down with Trump. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. That's right, el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. La policía, la migra, la misma porquería. La policía, la migra, la misma porquería. La policía, la migra, la misma porquería.
So right now, these protesters are outside of City Hall. They're there for a scheduled 2:00 p.m. protest. 2:00 p.m. They were doing chants as they await for more protesters to arrive. Not sure what's supposed to happen when the additional protesters arrive, but they are expecting additional people to show up and show out in front of the City Hall as they protest against the ICE arrest of several illegal immigrants About, I think, 44 is what I read. About 44 illegal immigrants were arrested or rounded up on Friday. So since Friday, there's been these protests that have turned into riots, which is why we now see the California National Guard standing outside of the city hall. It's Trump signed an order for at least 2,000 to show up. As of this morning, Governor Gavin Newsom said it was about 300. So it's anywhere from 300 to 2,000 National Guard that President Trump is going to.
Here in LA, we know that our immigrants are the backbone of our community, and we're going to set an example for states everywhere.
California
To
has
show up to the streets
40+%
and reject these racist
illegal
policies.
immigrants who call California home.
Chingalamiga.
Nearly half of the population in California are that of illegal immigrants.
Chingalamiga. 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 We said Chingalamiga. Chingalamiga. Up with the immigrants, down with Trump. Up with the immigrants, down with Trump.
So President Trump today, he talked with reporters today. He told reporters Sunday today on on his way to Camp David for a meeting with military leaders, and he doesn't think that the protests in Los Angeles qualify as an insurrection yet, but that he would be keeping a close eye on the situation. Well, no, he said when asked if the insurrection was happening, but you've got violent people and we're not going to let them get away with it. Trump said he was sending the National Guard to restore order. We're going to have troops everywhere, Trump said. We're not going to let this happen to our country. He said the bar for sending in Marines would be what I think it is. If we see danger to our community, our country, and to our citizens, we will be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order, Trump said. We're going to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to ensure there's law and order. That was on ustoday.com. ustoday.com. So Trump is saying that he's watching everything kind of play out. Right now, he don't feel like there's a need to take further action other than having the National Guard present. But if things change, he will be on it. Rest assured, he will be on it. Law and order. It's about having law and order in the U.S. And that is what I support as an American citizen. Law and order. It's what keeps our country functioning in the best manner in which it can. We need law and order. Lucas said they need to bring out the water trucks. He said, well, they need to just start spraying them. They need to bring the water. Right now, we haven't seen today so far where anyone getting violent really with the National Guard. It's still early. We're at the start of the 2:00 protest today. Hopefully there will be no need for water trucks. The batons that the National Guards are holding, they're long, like tan-colored sticks that they have, along with their rifles. So they are packed. They're packing, and they are there to protect themselves as well as other citizens. But that's their job. They're there to do their job. As the camera's been on, I can say I have not seen them operate in a manner in which it's been out of order. I cannot say that the same for some of these protesters. They've been extra. They've been extra. But I haven't seen anybody really getting really physical out there to warrant any type of physical actions at the hands of the National Guard. So that is a plus. Still early, West Coast. Right now it is 2:16 p.m. in California, 5:16 p.m. on East Coast. I am in the state of Georgia. California is 3 hours behind. I've been watching the protests since let's see, we're over 4 hours. So I started watching like around maybe 10:30ish, 10:30, 11 o'clock. I started watching the protests somewhere around then. I've been on here for a little while. But I knew that, they're 3 hours ahead. I'm from California, 3 hours ahead. So it's still early where I'm at. So I'm like, hey, we're going to hang around. We're going to let the people wake up, get to moving. Because when I first started the live stream, there wasn't that many people out there. There wasn't that many people at all. Maybe I was seeing 40-ish, 30 to 40 people. But as the time progressed, the hours started passing. Now it looks like an entire Mexican parade. It looks like an entire Mexican parade. What's up, Tim? Welcome, welcome. How are you, Don? Between the lines, he knows he doesn't have the authority. Key insurrection currently. It's a protest. Okay. Krista says they about to gaslight a lot of illegals to get deported. They better go in the house. That's what I say. This isn't helping the cause. It's making it worse. He said they need to take it to the house. They need to take it to the house, get on YouTube, watch it like the rest of us. When you know, you know. You've been tapped in, watching everything play out in real time. Again, like I said, I feel like as the day progresses, it's going to just be more and more activity taking place because it's going to be more people showing up. And child, hopefully nobody out there drinking and doing any other types of substances, because when you get that liquid courage, you get them substances up in your body, when the illegal substances up in your body, you start not thinking straight and you wound up getting in trouble. Unfortunately, I do foresee things like that.
Excuse me.
People like David Huerta, the president of the largest union in California. People like him, they're the brave ones.
They're making it worse.
Nothing will stop the people. Nothing will stop us. We are going to take a stand until these raids stops and until ICE and the military are off our streets. Yes? Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. All right, give it up for yourselves for showing up. I'm now going to introduce our next speaker, Cameron, a community member.
El pueblo unido. El pueblo unido. El pueblo unido. El pueblo unido. That's right, folks. Do you feel powerful? Do you feel unstoppable? That's because we are united. Is that right? Look around this crowd. Look to your neighbor. Talk to your neighbor. What I see is unity today. What I see is people from all backgrounds. I see the unions are out here.
Don't know it's wrong.
National Guard is now out here.
Doesn't say half the state is almost illegal is a wild statistic. That's really crazy, crazy as hell. 40%. Probably more than that by now. Don said, Dr. J said no name calling, so I'm going to just zip it. Don, you listening? You said, Dr. J said no name calling today. Everybody be on their best behavior.
Hey, Jackson.
Hey, did you guys check City Hall? This is where the chaos is.
You mentioned it earlier.
Tear gas bombs, yeah.
So we are at the City Hall. This is the 2 o'clock protest at the City
Hall
today.
No, I'm okay right now, though.
Estimated that there are about 300 guards, National Guards in Los Angeles. Trump has approved for 2,000 to be deployed. He ordered for a deployment of 2,000. Around 300 has arrived in Los Angeles as of this morning. Gavin Newsom is calling this a chaotic escalation. And Mayor Karen Bass agrees. Newsom urged protesters on social media to remain calm. Don't give Trump what he wants. Border Guard Tom Homan defended Trump's decision to deploy the troops and warned that Newsom and Bass could be arrested if they impede operation efforts. Demonstrators protesting federal immigration raids clashed with police in a day of chaos in Los Angeles yesterday, leading to the arrest of 11 people last night for failure to disperse, according to law enforcement source. So it said that 11 people were arrested last night. See how today goes. Hopefully there'll be no arrest because no one is going to do anything dumb. But if people are doing dumb stuff, I do think they need to be dealt with and they do need to be arrested. Protesters gathered outside of the Metropolitan Detention Center in downtown Los Angeles this afternoon and chanted "Shame on you" at National Guard members who created a perimeter around the federal building. Other chants that could be heard among the protesters Donald Trump, let's be clear, immigrants are welcome here. Say it once. Will not put up with.
Aló, escucha.
Also chanted, no hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome. Again, it's not about immigrants being welcome here. It's about illegal immigrants not being welcome here. You have to be legal. That's you can't be illegal here just doing whatever you want to do. It's not how it works.
Aló. Johnny.
Hopefully, no more automobiles. Vehicles will be set on fire, like we saw yesterday. There was a car set on fire in the middle of the street. Tajay said, Don, I'm hanging low. I low in the bushes trying to protect my mental. I am on a bush assignment. Uh-oh, it's getting physical.
The citizens of this city, you took an oath. You know this is wrong. You
Protect
shouldn't
your
be
mental
here.
health every day. It's what's going on out here in these streets. We're seeing it firsthand. Who was that on the ground they got back there? I guess is this the first arrest of the day? It said it was 11 yesterday. Yesterday evening there was 11 arrests. What is it back there?
You sworn out to protect people in this city. You are betraying your oath.
For what?
Hey, bro, back up a little. Back up.
You shouldn't even be here.
What they think they're gonna do with this vehicle? Run the people over? These folks gonna go to jail. We're gonna bail them out. If they family members got rounded up by ICE, who the hell's gonna be out to bail them out? If ICE had already rounded up the family members, you in jail. Who coming to get you? Who coming to get you? You finna end up in jail with some of them.
What's that? Go.
Now, when I say I ain't never watched nothing live like this in all my days and all my 44 years, I have not. I was a little girl when the Rodney King stuff happened. I remember seeing footage and things. Probably was maybe around 10, 8 to 10 years old. I've never seen anything like this before. George Floyd, there was a big situation with that, but I don't even remember it looking like this. George Floyd situation, I remember a lot of vandalism type stuff taking place, not a lot of the direct interaction between the people and National Guard. It was mostly just the vandalism I remember seeing a lot of following the George Floyd, with the George Floyd protests. This is a different type of energy. On some other type of stuff. With George Floyd, some people were reacting because some man had died. This right here, ain't nobody died. These people just mad because illegal immigrants are being told you can't stay here anymore. There's the difference. These illegal immigrants' life isn't on the line. Nobody lost their lives. They're just told, hey, you've overstayed your welcome. This is so not necessary. Child, I need some snacks for this. Let me see what I can find. They got it on and popping at this 2:00 protest. I've been watching for almost 5 hours. I'm like, what's going to take place at 2:00? The time is here. Y'all got that popcorn? Because it is literally on and popping. Get your snacks. We're going to sit here and hope for the best for these people out here who out here doing the absolute most. I heard someone say before that when the temperature is nice outside, it kind of prolongs the protest. So like if it was like raining, I guess it'd be like not as bad because people really wouldn't want to be outside in the element like that. But the weather looked real nice out there. I don't know, y'all, what's the temperature in California? It's like the 80s here in Georgia, low 80s. The weather looks like a beautiful day out there. So people like, listen, I got time today because I'm over here eating stuff like I'm at the damn movie theater. Now, what is this? It sounds like a band in the background, y'all. What we got going on? What is back there? These National Guards definitely earning their check today. They're going to sleep real good tonight, hell, if they can go home, if they can end their shift. With 2,000 National Guards being approved to be deployed, hopefully they then use an increment by shifts. So the ones that are on duty now, they can kind of tag in some other people to come in. You know, maybe at like around 5 o'clock your time, maybe they can tag in some other National Guards. This some historical stuff, and I'm gonna be telling my grandkids about it one day. This right here, this is the story. History. This will be talked about for years to come. Where is Snoop Dogg? Dr. Dre, come on, where y'all at? Michelle, like, where are y'all? Where my West Coast rappers at? Kendrick Lamar, where are y'all?
¿Qué pasó, hermano?
I bet you Diddy wish he had supporters like this out here in these streets rallying for him to come home. Like, listen, Mexicans, I need for y'all to come out to New York and show up for me the way y'all showing up for these people out here.
Specifically, they gathered this morning in Mariachi.
I think like y'all need to be in New York on some free Diddy type stuff. I need that same energy in New York.
So it's a pretty tense situation here at this junction, just a little bit down from the. Sorry, I'll say that again. So it's a little bit of a tense situation here. You can see the line of police officers here. It looks like they're going to try and clear this street now. So over the past few minutes, you can probably see the guy with the green gun there. He's been firing rubber bullets in the direction of the crowd, and it shows you just how volatile the situation is.
We got a woman out here. It's the second one I've taken notice of out here today.
LAPD is not supposed to help ICE. You are not supposed to help them.
Send leave the area, guys. Let's go.
Trump said while speaking to reporters, Trump appeared to suggest that protesters who spit or throw objects at law enforcement will face consequences, saying, "They spit, we hit." Trump said spitting on people was protesters' new thing, adding, "Nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military," which they do, is a common thing. They get up to him this far away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens. They get hit very hard. Asked by the reporter whether he plans to invoke an insurrection act, Trump said depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. Added that he did not think there was one, but you have violent people and we're not going to let them get away with it. So Trump's like, I got my eyes on you. He's just kind of sitting back, just waiting to see if he needs to amp things up. Right now, he's waiting to see if the National Guard will be able to handle what's taking place here in Los Angeles at the protests. So far, the National Guard's been handling things. There's been moments where it's gotten kind of rough, but for the most part, the National Guards have been doing a good job with making sure that this protest hasn't gotten out of control like we've seen in the past few days. Please like the video, share the video as you come and subscribe to the channel. You're welcome. Streaming live broadcast from the streets of Los Angeles. We are watching this protest following the immigration raid that took place on Friday. The raids have angered many people in Los Angeles. So they've come to the Los Angeles streets, the streets of Los Angeles, to protest. Sometimes it gives rioting, but right now, protests, which is fine. As long as you don't, it's not against the law to protest. It's against the law when you start intervening other people in the right of property. That's when it starts to be. That's when you start to break the law. So far, we really haven't seen much of that type of activity, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. That's what keeps you out of prison. We saw one person being apprehended. Not sure what exactly he did, but with the weight and about 8 people was on his neck, he did something to piss somebody off. So we're going to say that he was arrested. He or she was arrested. I couldn't really tell who they were. They were just on the ground. I seen the soles of their feet. There was a National Guard sitting on top of them, and about 7 other National Guards surrounding the individual. But it's safe to say that they were arrested. The Trump administration's goal is to arrest at least 3,000 illegal immigrants per day. That is the goal of the Trump administration. Right now, they've been averaging closer to maybe 1,800. But their goal is now 3,000 a day, 3,000. For with 3,000, with that type of goal, that would have a roundup of nearly 1.1 million illegal immigrants in a calendar year in 365 days. So right now, the Trump administration is taking an aggressive approach to round up at least 3,000 illegal immigrants per day. That's a lot. So with that being said, arrests of illegal immigrants, like what we've been
supposed to be helping ICE.
This is expected to take place every day in Los Angeles for the next 30 days. California has the most illegal immigrants, followed by Texas. California and Texas are the top 2 states that have the most illegal immigrants. California has over 40% of their population consists of illegal immigrants. That's almost half the population in the state of California. So, with that being said, that's why we're seeing what we're seeing, because the Trump administration is trying to get, they want to rid any here that he has and Tom Homan, the border czar, said it was very much so possible with everyone's cooperation. It was very possible.
Once again, make sure you follow my Instagram. If I lose a like here, I'll go live there.
Watching.
You waited until I turned my back like a bitch to push me? Just on the other side of that. You waited until I turned my back like a bitch, right?
You saw that line of federal law enforcement, California National Guard, Governor Gavin Newsom deploying two.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not yet.
You got it. Nobody's looking at you.
That's what I thought, homeboy. Nobody's scared of LAPD.
There was a man, that's the one that went to Los Angeles. This man walked on the freeway. I can still see him about 200 yards down on the side of the road.
So we are about an hour into the protest that started at 2 o'clock, an hour and 8 minutes into the protest that started at 2 o'clock. It looks like they got all the police employed by Los Angeles all on hit today. Everybody is on shift working. It's like all hands on deck. All hands on deck.
But there's still a chance to get another career. Find a skill. Actually do something. Freedom to do this.
Is that the guy?
Nobody's against the guy. We are losing the people. How do we back the blue if the blue doesn't back us?
You could have wore a long sleeve.
How do we do that? How do we back the blue if the blue won't back us up? I don't get it.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Are you going to push them too?
You gotta go that way.
Go that way. Go that way.
Tough guy.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, I need this over two right here. That's it. Open my middle. Back up. Let's go, sir. I need you to go.
Get back. Get back. Up. Yeah, you brother.
this. Does anybody know what street this is on in California? I'm just curious to know, like, where this is popping off at. I know the protest was started at the city hall, but it don't seem like they're in front of the city hall anymore. It looked like it shifted. I wonder where the people find all this energy to to do the most out here in these streets for as long as they do. Because it's been a struggle for me just to do it live streaming for over 5 hours. I'm not even boots on ground. How do you do boots on ground the way they do? I don't understand. Some of them people probably have been out since Friday, every day since Friday. All of this started on Friday when there were arrests of illegal immigrants at, let's see, there was a Home Depot, a fashion clothing warehouse place. There's maybe about 4 different locations where they went to do raids, and they rounded up about, I think, 44 people. And then it was on and popping after that. We got all of this just from that. And here's the kicker. ICE like, yo, we not even done. Like, we really just getting started with ramping it up with these arrests. Because our goal right now is 3,000 a day. Yes, you heard me. 3,000 a day. 3,000 arrests, ICE arrests a day. And right now they had only been maybe averaging maybe 1,800, if that. But they're like, listen, we need to ramp it up. We want to do 600,000 by the end of the year. So we're gonna ramp this thing up. Our goal, our daily goal, will be 3,000 ICE arrests per day. So with that being said, every day for the next 30 days in Los Angeles, they will be doing ICE arrests, which means that it's likely we'll see protesters probably every day. I don't know what kind of jobs these people have. It is the weekend. I want to see come tomorrow what they're going to be doing. What they going to do tomorrow? These people got jobs. It's the weekend, so we're going to see Monday when people got to go back to work. Usually a lot of people work Monday through Friday. We're going to see what kind of energy they'll have being to come to these protests.
Para ir y descansar, caminen sur en la calle Alameda.
Sammy for the street sign read Alameda. Okay. I'm familiar with Alameda. When I was a young kid, when I would go visit to Los Angeles, because I'm from the Bay Area, I think that's pretty much the parts, the areas where I would go to, when we would go there and go shopping and things at that. We would go there, we'd go to Disney, go shopping at, little, what they used to call them, like swap meet type places, indoor flea market places.
Fast boy, there you go. There you go, you guys on the street? Yeah, listen to your daddy, go back. Listen to your daddy crap, go back. There you go. Just like that.
Thank you for pointing that out to me, because I was kind of just curious to know what part where they were located at right now, because it looks like they moved away from the city hall where the protest meetup began. Lots of Mexican flags. What country is this blue and white flag? You all see that? What country is that? I don't recognize that flag. Is that tear gas? What are they? What is that they're shooting out? I heard someone say something about tear gas. What is that surge that's looks out the smoke? Born and raised in Los Angeles.
Change your fucking career while you're there.
You might be onto a blocking course if you come west route towards Alameda. There's a blocking course up the east side of Alameda. You might be able to do that. Come on, Doyle. Don't pull that trigger, Doyle. Don't pull the trigger. Just face it. Just face it, Doyle.
Everybody got their cameras out. Everybody trying to capture their moment. Get their moment.
This is my corner right here, bro. Come on, Sonez.
This National Guard in the front rocking side to side. He like, listen, I'm ready. Don't start none, won't be none. Get ready. They got to be ready. They're outnumbered. There's more protesters out there than National Guard. Doesn't it sound like a parade? I said it sounds like a Mexican parade. You got the drums beating in the background. I'm gonna figure out what flag this blue and white flag is. What country flag is that? Is that the DR? Let's see. Maybe. Okay, that's Guatemala. That's the Guatemala flag right there. It's blue and white, baby blue and white. That's Guatemala. So we have the Guatemala flag and the Mexican flag. And it looks like the U.S. flags that we see, they've mixed it with Mexico, with the Mexican flag. Just say, when I've done my whole shift and they still at it. Yep. And strong with it. There's more people who've arrived. There's been moments where there'll be protesters kind of getting riled up, but then they simmer down. So it hasn't been nothing compared to Friday and Saturday protests, like where they were rioting. We're not seeing the rioting so far today. The protest that we're watching is pretty much a scheduled protest that started at 2 o'clock in Los Angeles in front of City Hall. They've made their way. Tim in the chat said he read a sign that says Alameda. So they walked from the City Hall to, they're in the Alameda area. But there's a lot of people out there. It's definitely more protesters than the National Guard. We have a good number right now. These people in black, I think these are just police officers. I feel like every officer is on deck today at this protest. If you're employed as a police officer for the city of Los Angeles, I feel like you're working today. Everyone's working today. We've been live streaming now for 5 hours and 35 minutes. We're 3 hours ahead of California in time. When I started the live stream, it was still in the AM for, now let me see, for me, I think I started around 12:30 Eastern time, 12:30 my time. So it would have been like 9:30 California time. So I would say probably around 11 o'clock California time is when you really started kind of seeing people pop out. Please like the video, like, share, and subscribe. You see that the Guatemala flag out back in the back, the baby blue and white flag, that's Guatemala. And you see the Mexican flag. And then I've seen a U.S. flag mixed with the Mexican flag. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much, Dr. J. Please like the video. It helps with the algorithm to circulate the content, help grow the channel. Thank you for your support. So that baby blue flag in the back, that is Guatemala. So we have multiple Latin countries who are out here at these protests representing. The one American flag that I've seen, just the one, it was a sassy Latin guy stepping all on it, just doing the absolute most with the flag, just straight disrespect. Doing the absolute most with the flag. That's the only like U.S. flag that I've seen today. So even though a lot of these people are here at this protest, not all of them really are really true supporters or lovers of the United States of America. Because some of these shenanigans, you wouldn't be doing all of this if you truly love the U.S. Like, you just wouldn't be doing this. Why are you really here? I'm starting to feel, I think someone in the chat mentioned that this seems more like a takeover where the objective, the agenda the entire time was for those from the Latin countries to just come over to the United States and just take over. I mean, to me, I don't know what other way to look at it. California has more than 40% of their citizens. Well, I don't know. We're not going to call them citizens. We'll call them residents. More than 44%, more than 40% of the residents of California are illegal immigrants. That's an entire problem. So yes, it is now giving that it was a matter of taking over, not coming over here to integrate with, the American people, but to take it over. Look at all of the Mexican flags. It makes no sense. Why are you waving the Mexican flag so heavy in another country? You wouldn't dare go to Spain and see the U.S. flag just waved around just all freely like that. You wouldn't go to Africa and see, you just wouldn't go to another country and just see people doing these type of things in another country. We just wouldn't do it. We wouldn't get away with it. We wouldn't be able to go to Mexico and do this. They'll lock us up. There's no country I can think of to where we can go into their country and have this type of energy and it'll be okay. We not get arrested. But somehow, some way, they're able to get away with it in the United States of America. So here we are. This is what it looks like when you allow for your country to be a free for all, where you accept any and everybody. This is what happens. This is what it looks like when you don't have any standards. When you say you can come in, you can come in, you can come in. This is what it looks like. When it's made easy for you to come and be a part of something, you're not going to appreciate it like that. You didn't have to work for it. These people, a lot of these people did not go through the proper channels to be here. Hell, a lot of these people who are protesting probably are illegal. They just wasn't arrested. If 40% of the population is illegal out there, I'm willing to bet a good number of these people who are at these protests are not here legally. I'm just going to call a thing a thing. They just haven't had their day where they've been arrested. So right now, I said the goal is to arrest 3,000 illegal immigrants a day. That is the goal. That's the daily goal. 3,000. 3,000.
I'm just taking photos. Do I need a press pass to go past it? Not even press?
Blacks, Palestinians, Arabs, anybody, Asians. Doesn't fucking matter. We know what's right. And we're not brainwashed like you guys. Snap out of it. Come on, one set. You know better. This is a stupid career choice. You know it. You get a lot more money. Either fucking electrician or plumber. Doing something with a skill. You're not skilled. Take out the beat. Then what you're going to do? What are you going to do? When they fire you, what are you going to do? You have no skill? I bet you call AAA to change the tire.
So the Los Angeles News, NBCLosAngeles.com, live updates. Police declare unlawful assembly at site of downtown Los Angeles protests. So this update just came out like 48 seconds ago, not even a minute ago. Traffic stopped on 101 freeway for law enforcement convoy. Traffic was stopped on the 101 freeway for a law enforcement convoy as crowds grew larger Sunday afternoon in downtown Los Angeles, NBC News reported. Police moved into the area where an unlawful assembly was declared Sunday afternoon following protests outside several federal buildings near the 101 freeway. LAPD moves crowd away from federal building in downtown LA. After declaring an unlawful assembly at the site of a protest downtown in Los Angeles, police confronted a crowd gathered outside the federal detention center and began moving people away from the area. A line of officers in protective gear moved towards the crowd, which appeared to be growing, but slowly moving away from the detention center where National Guard members were deployed earlier Sunday. The use of less lethal munitions has been authorized by the incident commander. Persons throwing items at officers will be detained and arrested. An unlawful assembly has been declared by the incident commander. And that update was as of 5:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, today, June 8th, 2025. So that was just 1 hour ago, nearly maybe 45 minutes ago, maybe 35 minutes ago. So there they chanting, shame on you. President Trump has said troops will be deployed everywhere in response to the unrest in Los Angeles. The president, who ordered 2,000 California National Guard troops, also said whether he's ready to invoke the Insurrection Act in the wake of ongoing protests, the National Guard will be deployed at 3 federal properties in the city. Sunday, he said he doesn't believe an insurrection is occurring in Los Angeles, but described the protesters as violent people. So right now, Trump does not consider this an insurrection, which is a violent uprising against an authority or government. But he said these are violent people. You see that written on the wall, F-ICE? Someone spray painted on someone's car. Like, whose car is this? It's not set on fire. They set a white car yesterday on fire. I think it was a white car. They set it on fire. An unlawful assembly was declared just before 3 p.m. Sunday. So that's maybe about 30 minutes ago, 3 p.m. West Coast time. Sunday at the location of a protest in downtown LA. All persons must leave the area of the subject. All persons must leave the area or be subject to arrest, the LAPD said. So stretches of some downtown Los Angeles streets were closed to traffic Sunday afternoon due to protests. Spring Street was closed between Temple and First Streets. Alameda Street was closed between Aliso and Temple Streets. The demonstration is located outside the Metropolitan Detention Center in downtown Los Angeles, just south of the 101 freeway. Just say when, so they wouldn't even pull this in their own countries. They ran. Tim said, Mexico is nice though. I enjoyed my times there. Yeah, you can't do these shenanigans anywhere. Like we can't go anywhere and do any of this that we're seeing. Like we can't do it. They can't think they're gonna go back to their home countries and do it. It's just not gonna happen. People are gonna do what you allow for them to do. And our government has allowed for them to just do the absolute most. And that is what we're seeing them do. They're late responding to things. They said, on Friday, the reason why it took 2 hours to respond to the protesters, rioters on Friday is because of traffic. They said they were stuck in traffic, so that's why it took 2 hours for them to respond. All right, 2 hours. They said, traffic's bad. It was the traffic. It was the traffic. That's their story. Look at all the foul words that spray painted on the walls. taxpayer money is going to be used to have to clean up all of this after this is all said and done. Paying labor workers for their services, the painting, the materials that it's going to take to cover up the graffiti that's been spray painted on the buildings. Are they hitting the car? How do we think, Lord Jesus? How are we hitting the police car? So what is that they're shooting now? Is that tear gas? What is that? He's just skirting around on his damn scooter like he's in the doggone Piedmont parking out in Atlanta. These people crazy, y'all. Like, sir, can you go on and scoot your on over there? Because it's going down over here. Or do you want to get arrested? Because you want to play dumb that crazy? That's the Guatemala flag right there. There's that blue flag she has on her back. Let me see now. I got my flags up. I'm trying to see. Okay, what's the blue flag? Hers was the El Salvador. That woman had an El Salvador flag draped around her. All of these are Latin country flags. They repping hard, y'all. When I first used to see them out here just wilding, what was going on? There was something that took place when they were protesting hard in Los Angeles. And I'm saying it looks like a doggone the Olympics. You know how when you're at the Olympics, you represent your country and you got your flag? Like, that's what it was looking like, the Olympics. Well, she got her bike and her Mexican flag. Don't it look like the Olympics, y'all? Everybody representing their country. You don't see nobody out there representing the USA, but they're in the USA. Make it make sense. If you love your country that much, why don't you go back home to your country? How do you justify being here if you love your country that much? Go home to your country. If you feel like you're not being treated fairly in someone else's country, it makes sense to me to go back to your country, right? Or move around and leave this country. Why would you choose to stay in a country that you feel like you're not wanted in or appreciated? It makes no sense to me. This kid right here looks pretty young to me. He's the only person I've seen so far that looks like a minor. He looks like he's maybe around 14 years old. Thank you for joining. Please like the video, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much, Dr. J. Please like, share, and subscribe. So say when says why the police backing back. Those illegals need to be doing that. It's like the police is conforming to the people. That's not, listen, it's no order. no order. But remember that who knows what messaging they got from the Mayor Bass, Karen Bass, because remember, like initially, places like this were told to not support ICE. So now that the messaging has changed for the police to support ICE, maybe it's centered around limitations as to what type of support they can give. Maybe the message is, well, act like you supporting, but not so much. Don't do too much. Don't do too much. Just have your presence. Just be out there posted. Don't be doing nothing to the people. We just want you to just be out there, just to show that you're there. It's the optics. Los Angeles PD, LAPD, just go out there and post up. Just listen, don't do too much. We just want you to just be out there posted up. That's all we need you to do. That's all we need you to do. So Lynn says that part, just be out there posted up is the optics. Therefore, nobody can say that we didn't show up. What's going on over here? Ooh, that's a Jaguar.
Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted.
Is that the car talking? About unsafe behaviors. Listen, the car is in distress.
Unsafe behavior detected.
The car is in distress. The Jaguar like, listen, we need help. They done rode all over me. Whose car is that? The Jaguar said unsafe behavior. Call the popo. Go get help. I'm phoning a friend. So why is he raising up his shirt? Did he get hit with something, Walkie? This man raising up his shirt. People are taking pictures. So I don't know if he's trying to say that he got injured by somebody. Now, what's the story behind how he got such injury? He's talking about, y'all look at my wound. Look at my wound. Sir, what happened? How did you get that wound? What was you doing? That's the part they don't want to talk about. What was you doing, sir? What was you doing? What was you doing? Because we all know these LAPD was only out there for optics. So if they did have to do something, it was only if they was backed into a corner. So what did you do? Never seen so many Mexican flags at one place in our country, in the USA. Look at that. Y'all see his belly? He got hit with something. Don Cotto said, dang, they destroyed the way. Look at that car, but look at the Jaguar back there. They effed that Jaguar up. They treated that Jaguar like it was a Tesla. And disrespect they showed with that Jaguar. That Jaguar started talking y'all out and saying like, help, I am in distress. Distress is detected. Did y'all hear the car talking? It's one of them smart cars. I wonder how much that car costs, because that car was talking and said, listen, I need for somebody to call 911 because I am in distress. My paint job have just got effed up. My windows, yes. That's what that was. Ron said, dang, they destroyed the Waymo driverless Uber car. So that's what that was. Okay. So was that also probably the car that was set on fire? Because it was also a white car that they set on fire yesterday. Them driverless, anonymous cars, like, they're like, I ain't done nothing to nobody. Why I gotta catch smoke? I ain't done nothing to nobody. I ride solo dolo. I ain't done nothing to nobody to deserve this type of treatment. She out there in a knee bracelet. She knows she need to be at the house because she damn handicapped. I tell you. So much for discernment. At 4:00 p.m. on the West Coast time, Governor Gavin Newsom posted on X, don't give Trump what he wants. Stay calm, stay peaceful. President Trump said on Sunday that public officials could face federal charges if they block deportation efforts by federal agencies. Officials who stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face judges, Trump told reporters. The comments echo those by border czar Tom Homan, who told NBC News that public officials could be subject to arrest if they impeded immigration enforcement operations. Homan said that he would not rule out asking the DOJ to pursue prosecutions. Both Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and California Governor Gavin Newsom have objected to Trump's decision to deploy National Guard members to Los Angeles. So the mayor and the governor of California were like, listen, we didn't need the National Guard to come here to our city and state. We had it under control. What y'all seen on Friday and Saturday was under control. Because they like, listen, we had it under control before y'all came. So just think back to what you was watching on Friday and Saturday. If you did not watch any of the footage from Friday and Saturday, it's out there on the internet. So to the internet, Google, YouTube, look up the protests for Friday and Saturday, and you decide of whether or not it was a peaceful protest or not. The protesters call it a peaceful protest. Those who have been onlookers, such as myself and those of you in the chat, have seen that it's been anything but peaceful. Just say Wynn says they done turned down downtown Los Angeles into Little Mexico. Right. Yesterday I was saying this is looking like Little Mexico. This looks like this is a city. This is Mexico. This you would not think if someone just showed this clip, everything we've been watching, you would not think that this was taken from California. You would think it was in Mexico. The chants were in Mexican, the Spanish language. We've heard music, beat, drums. Like there's nothing about what we're seeing that's giving USA. It's giving Mexico City. Like it's crazy. I wonder what's the number of people, what's the head count of the number of protesters that are out there, because it has definitely grown. It's grown. It looks to be more people today than what I've seen yesterday. But in comparison to yesterday, you're not seeing, things seem to be more controlled, I would say, than yesterday. What I saw, I didn't watch it Friday and see some clips. So from that standpoint, it does seem to be better controlled today with the National Guard's presence. So I definitely feel like that was a good decision to send out the National Guards to just make sure that most of the people are operating in an orderly fashion, which I believe they are. You're going to have your knuckleheads. You're going to have you're always going to have those who are going to buck the system. But I would say, in large, the people here at the protest have just been, protesting and not breaking laws, most of the people.
ALCU, all of it. I know it all.
Oh my God, you're such a fucking
Have fun with your small dick. Have fun fucking your fat dog.
Thank you so much for the super chat, John.
Hey,
Can you
he
push
started.
to the NBCLA?
He started.
Up your views for 5 minutes. All right, let me see. You said the NBC.
I get why no one trusts you, buddy.
Hold on, let me see what I can find.
Whack, whack, whack. You guys all think you got it. I got all of you on film. All of you. Palantir. You're all fucked. You're all fucked. Well, no, I'm rounding you all up.
Don't you guys know that it's not just Hispanics out here? There's blacks, there's whites, every race is out here. And the reason it's happening to you guys is because Hispanics have been the target of.
Let me see. I found one.
Every time you see the news, all you ever see is Hispanics being fucked with. It's always the Latinos.
All right. Let's switch over and see. It looks like it's a helicopter view.
To go in the crowd there. We will see how this plays out. There is a group of officers just behind these cars who are going to, I think, wait until the cars that are being allowed to clear the way off the freeway, and then we will see how they plan to get these demonstrators off the surface of the 101 freeway, because they have now shut down traffic for some time now, and those officers now headed the other way. Curious to see what the plan is going to be, Bruce. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you know, Jory, one of the things that always is mind-boggling to me is with the advent of social media, I'm hoping they're putting out.
It's a lot of people.
Stay away from the Hollywood freeway. Stay away from Alameda. Stay away from downtown LA. I would hope this is happening, but yet we see hundreds of cars driving down the street.
Yeah. Hopefully, traffic apps can help people as well. That you do not want to go through this area. If you can avoid downtown, surface streets, and the freeway, avoid it if you can, because it is going to be a slog to get through, and it's going to take some time. Back at the Roybal, this is the intersection of Temple and Alameda.
How many people you think that's out there?
To be in the midst of this,
it's like we're in the thousands.
We do see that bike. I think there were 2 motorcycles down on the line. That one remains down on the ground. I think they tried to drag one away. I did not see how these vehicles made their way into this position, but that is a motorcycle. Bruce, I don't think that's a law enforcement motorcycle, right? That's not CHP.
It was somebody's personal bike.
Yeah.
And they took the driver into custody, and the bike was left there.
Right. So now we see Alameda is blocked off if you're coming towards the view of this camera. Temple is blocked off to the left. And then if you travel up, Alameda is where the view from Air 7 is now looking, the overpass of the 101 freeway. I don't see those officers on foot on the freeway as of right now, but it looks like traffic is still being held up. So the last few cars, the last few vehicles who were stuck in that little group are now making their way through, and we will see what happens. We do want to bring into this discussion Gabe Santos, who is in Air 7 overhead. We now have 2 eyes in the sky on either side of your screen here, looking at 2 different locations. One at the 101 freeway, one back at the Federal building. Gabe, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Dre, we're just getting overhead back on the freeway side, and I've been watching the pictures from our second Air 7 along with you guys, but also monitoring the radio traffic from LAPD and CHP. We have quite a multi-pronged situation here. You have the skirmish line near the federal building that LAPD has been working, and you have the situation on the freeway, which now
To say when
CHP
this is a
getting
very
involved
large
in.
crowd, it is. I'm trying to figure out, like, how many people do you all think that's
On the
there?
freeway, on the, I believe those are the southbound, no, I think those are the northbound,
How
correction,
many
southbound lanes
people would you
of the 101.
say
And you have this large crowd
that's
now
out
on the
there?
freeway. In total, LAPD is
To
saying
me,
that
it
at
seemed like
least the
it's in the
immediate crowd
thousands.
here is about
Like,
3,000 people. So you have that situation. And if
it
Rob
said
widens out the
3,000
shot
people.
and goes to Alameda and Temple a little further down, that's where our other news Air 7 was looking at, where we saw those motorcycles. We heard reports earlier that someone, not law enforcement, actually drove that motorcycle that we saw on the ground and a second motorcycle into the skirmish line. There are reports of officers that were injured in that. We did hear that those officers are in stable condition, have been stabilized, and they are being stabilized by EMTs at the scene here. So that's that situation that LAPD is working on. And then you have the situation that keeps kind of ebbing and flowing here with CHP figuring out what to do with these protesters now on the southbound lanes on the freeway. You have a
So
couple
it
of cars
seemed
that
like
were
it's
able to
more
go
than
through,
3,000
and
people
we'll see
out
what
there.
happens from this point on, because there was that group of law enforcement that made their way onto the freeway, and a lot of protesters cleared out when they saw that first flow of CHP officers come through and approach them, and then we've kind of lost sight of them. I'm not sure if they're under the bridge or if they have. We're going to do a orbit here in Air 7 HD and actually look for where that crowd of that initial first push of CHP officers went to see where they have ended up now, or if they've actually retreated. So we're going to look for them, and we're going to monitor what happens here now that this protest has made its way onto the 101 freeway near Alameda.
Yeah, I saw those officers clearing the motorcycles. I wonder if we can go back and check our tapes to see if we got the incident itself of how those bikes made their way into that situation. Because again, as Gabe just said, there are reports that officers were injured in that incident, driving those motorcycles into the skirmish lines with those LAPD law enforcement officers. And so we'll wait and work to see if we have that. Again, this is all playing out as there is a battle brewing between the state governor of California and the president of the United States. Last night, President Trump federalized 2,000 members of the California National Guard. Today, the governor sent official notice that he wants to regain control of those soldiers. So there is now a direct confrontation between the state and the federal government. That, I think, is rather unusual. I'm not sure something like that has ever played out, although our history is deep here in America, and it certainly could have happened. We referenced the civil rights era when John F. Kennedy had to federalize troops to go into the South with governors there, George Wallace and others who were not following federal law. But I don't know if it's played out exactly in the way that we have seen here at the direct opposition of a governor. We will see what happens with that request. As we approach the top of the hour, we want to reset here. You're watching Eyewitness News here on ABC 7. We were scheduled to finish our broadcast at 4 o'clock, but situation on the ground in downtown Los Angeles has warranted our continuing coverage of unrest in downtown LA. This is day number 3 of civil unrest, protest, demonstration, and confrontation between those demonstrators and members of the federal government and local law enforcement who have taken to the streets in direct opposition to ICE raids and the handling of immigrants by the Trump administration. We are going to stay with you on air here for the time being to see how this plays out, but demonstrators are now on the 101 freeway. That's the shot from Air 7. On the left side of your screen is the southbound side of the 101, taken over by demonstrators on the road surface. The right side is the 101 northbound, which is once again flowing. It had been shut down several times this afternoon, but the northbound side is moving again. It looks like at the top, there might be some cars who are working to turn around. I saw some vehicles facing kind of sideways on the 101 a little further. This is an overpass.
Looks like a parade, right?
Overlooking all of this, where a large crowd has gathered.
And
there have
lots
been
of people.
several
It looks like a
focal points
parade.
today,
I've never
one
seen
outside
anything
the
like
federal
this.
building, where we have seen confrontation and
Just say,
unrest
man,
for the
this is
last
not going to
2
end
days
well at
here
all
in
later this
LA
evening.
at the Roybal
You can
Federal
tell this is a
Detention
lot of
Facility.
people.
There was
And the
confrontation
weather's
yet
nice
again
too.
today,
They
this
say
time
it's
for
worse.
the first time
They say
with
protests
National
are
Guard
worse when the
soldiers
weather is
guarding
nice.
the entrance to the
Because when the
facility at
weather
one
is
point
bad,
in
you
with
know,
riot
people a lot of
shields in
times don't
place,
want to be
pushing
out in
that
the
crowd
element
back.
if it's
LAPD
raining.
officers were called
But
in,
the
and they
weather
have
looks
now
beautiful there.
cleared
It's beautiful
that
here in
section
Georgia.
of Alameda
It's
from
nearing
the
summer.
opening,
We're probably like
the entrance
2 weeks
to the
away from
detention
summer.
facility. A large crowd has been cordoned off to the intersection
Don
of
said
Temple
Newsom
and
said
Alameda.
Elon, my
This is another
turn,
large crowd that
pause.
is on the overpass.
Yes, Trump
looking
nerves
over
probably.
the 101
Man,
freeway as they see demonstrators down on the
Trump,
road
he got a
surface
lot on his
below.
plate. I tell you
Things
that.
have
I
been
definitely
tense.
wouldn't want to be
We
in his
saw
position.
large demonstrations yesterday as well in the cities of
He can
Paramount
have that
and
job
Compton,
of being the
and
president of the
again
United
last night
States. How
at the
many of y'all
detention
would want
facility
that
at the
job? Let
entrance,
me
though
know
things were a
if
bit
you would want
calmer
that job.
for a time period.
Would you
On the
want
right,
to
we
be the
see more people
president of the
making their
United
way
States?
down the on-ramp and
It's
onto
a
the
lot.
surface
So
of
they
the
say
101
all
freeway.
money
We've
and
been
good
waiting
money.
to
He
see
working hard
how
for
the
the money.
LAPD, how the CHP plans to handle this situation. As of right now, it looks like the demonstrators
Elon
pretty
probably
much
sitting
have
back with
free
his
reign on the
popcorn since we
southbound
talking about
side, being left
popcorn. What
unchecked
Elon doing?
and gathering. Their numbers now
What
growing
is
on the
Elon
surface.
doing?
And we see a large crowd up above
Elon
and
somewhere
around
live
watching
streaming
what
too,
happens.
y'all, huh?
This is not a first for downtown Los Angeles. This happens
Eating his
actually
popcorn.
rather frequently. When we see a large demonstration of this
Let me
size
see
and
what Elon
intensity,
got going on.
they often make their way onto the 101, and it has happened yet again today. At the bottom of your screen, you can see the roof of City Hall. That is where another demonstration began at 2 o'clock today. We saw 1,000 people gathered in Gloria Molina Grand Park and the street passing through there. They made their way down the street 2 blocks to the Federal Center, where they joined the other crowd demonstrating there. Our focal point, you can use that building under construction as a reference point. This is Temple and Alameda here. The crowd has still maintained their presence, going face to face with that line of officers who have now blocked off both Temple and Alameda, heading back up towards the federal building. We will see how this plays out. We have cameras on the ground as well as 2 in the air. There is the motorcycle in question. Gabe Santos, who is in Air 7, which we'll go back to in just momentarily, has said that he heard that 2 officers were injured due
He
to
said Elon's
that
nowhere sitting back
motorcycle, and a
laughing.
second, which has subsequently been
I can believe
dragged
that.
from the scene. It might still be somewhere out there, Gabe. I'm not sure if you can have eyes on it, if that is the bike in
I can
question,
definitely
but
believe
there
that.
were 2 and officers were injured.
Yeah, Jory, it was those 2 bikes that we were just looking at that are on the ground, and we did hear from earlier reports from LAPD.
What do you all think the story is behind the bicycle situation? That's what I'm looking for online.
And then fell down, and those
John
bikes.
says that man building a new car plant with
hit,
rockets. He lost money trying to fix the corrupt deep state.
Trying to make careful use of
That
my
man
words
said,
here,
"Listen,
the
not my fight.
LAPD radio traffic
I got to get my
did
business out the
allude
pits
to
of
the fact
hell."
that those officers were injured, and they were treated at
Elon
the
said
scene
his
by
plate full.
EMTs who were
Listen,
part of LAPD that were already here. So they were treated, and they remain at the
listen,
scene.
Elon, focus
And
on
they've
your
been
business.
stabilized
Do
at this
your
time.
thing.
So
Do your
we don't have an
thing.
exact number exactly of how many officers were hit, but we do know that a few of
They
them
say,
actually were
mind the
hit by
business
2
that pays you.
motorcycles from the outside. So not law enforcement motorcycles. These were, we can go out on a limb here and say protester motorcycles drove into the skirmish line of LAPD, and it caused injury to a couple, at least, officers here in the downtown area.
Yeah, and again, I don't think this was, people have in their mind of someone driving a motorcycle into a crowd. I don't think that's what happened here. I think the motorcycle, again, we're looking for tape because we saw the aftermath of those motorcycles being dragged away from the scene, but I'm not sure if we have actual video of the incident itself. This was not, I believe, a high-speed movement with those motorcycles, as we see those officers now moving in on the 101. We see some cruisers, that is highway patrol, and some officers in tactical gear moving in to try and retake control of the freeway. There were cars that were allowed to be make their way through and exit the area. There are still some vehicles who are stuck now behind all of this, as those officers now make their way through to a rallying point, a gathering point, to figure out what their plan is. And cars are now traveling backwards, it looks like, up the 101 southbound, the wrong direction. This might just be someone tending to their child in the back seat. Yep. Getting back in their vehicle and trying to get out of there. Again, people who have no intention of being part of this situation being forced to deal with it because they are just simply driving down the 101 freeway and dragged into this situation. Again, you see someone with a small child in the back seat. This can be a really scary situation. You don't know how these are going to play out. I don't know if we have Bruce Thomas still on the line, but these can be very scary situations when you're talking about civilians stuck in these situations. That was a woman with a small child in the back seat, now stuck on the 101 with an angry group of demonstrators on the overpass and the surface itself, and law enforcement trying to regain control, Bruce.
Yeah, Jory, it creates a huge problem. You have innocent people in vehicles, some with kids, maybe a medical emergency with a child of some sort, and then they want to get out of there, but they can't. So that's what law enforcement's going to do. They're going to open up this freeway, basically shut down the area, get everybody out of there, and then retake this freeway. I think CHP, just by the sheer numbers, has said, you know what, this is not acceptable anymore.
Yeah, and it looks like they are now going to move in, but a decent number of people have now gathered on the freeway. Those officers are going to be outnumbered. We'll see. It looks like some of the leaders of this group are out front, kind of rallying their troops as the officers are going to emerge at some point from beneath this. We see some already in tactical gear lining the entrance to this underpass here, and with some reinforcements coming in from behind them. We'll see what they plan to do, whether they're going to form a skirmish line here and start backing these people up and back them up the on-ramp the way we've seen them be pushed back from the entrance to the federal building today. Again, we have several locations around downtown Los Angeles that have been taken over by demonstrators, some of them peaceful, some of them not peaceful. We have seen skirmish lines, we have seen projectiles, a lot of bottles, a lot of objects, and again, 2 motorcycles driven into that skirmish line, and we've heard 2 officers were injured as well. We're awaiting word on their status and how they are doing and what happened to those who drove those motorcycles or pushed or somehow got those bikes into this situation, how that happened, and what ensued. On the right side of your screen, we have a live look from the ground of what is playing out on the surface of the 101 freeway. We can see those officers in shadow. We know they are under the overpass there. They have a view that we cannot get from Air 7, and so this is a really good look from 2 different angles of what is happening on the 101. A lot of police vehicles in the background, CHP gathering. We have officers in the surrounding streets as well as they try to maintain order in what has been a day filled with disorder from citizens of Los Angeles and around who once again have brought themselves out to the streets en masse to protest against the actions of President Trump and his departments, Homeland Security and ICE. We are at a bit of an impasse here. We're waiting movement from one of these 2 sides, the California Highway Patrol, those officers gathered there. We will see what they attempt to do. For the most part, the demonstrators have just been allowed to remain on the 101 freeway and shut down traffic. The northbound side had been interrupted several times. That is now flowing, although a little bit slower, as you can imagine, when you're driving through downtown and you see
y'all always out there looking like
on the freeway on the other side. It's going to slow you down a bit.
Y'all familiar with Freaknik here in Atlanta, Georgia? They used to have back in
side. That is
the 90s.
Now entirely relegated to the southbound side.
Probably shortly after I moved here.
A lot of people watching what's happening here. Again, as we said, this is not the only
too young
location
for me
where
to
people are gathering. There is
like
another
that,
group outside the federal
it
building.
will bring out a lot of
away from this gathering.
College students like
Alameda.
from HBCUs and thing, and
guarding that
be
building
like the big party, and they'll be all in the highways and
aided by
block
some
traffic.
LAPD officers who had
It was
joined the
huge.
line
I
there.
did a
And then there was the
documentary on it
LAPD,
on
in fact,
Netflix.
that
I didn't watch
began
it.
moving those people back. Once a tactical alert was initiated in the
not
city of
familiar
Los
with
Angeles,
Freaknik,
the LAPD
Google
moved
it
in
or
and
look
wanted
on
to get them
Netflix for the
away from the
documentary.
federal building, and that has now happened.
But it was basically like this
still
big
remain
fest
on the
where a lot of
streets.
black people would
Again,
come
as we
together and
mentioned,
just have
this
a
is
good
all
time.
playing out with a battle going on between
Traffic.
the federal government and now the state
Be
of
annoying to
California.
all the people who weren't participating.
Governor Newsom said last night that President Trump,
but that's what this is kind of reminding me of from what I learned about how
California
Freaknik
National
was.
Guard. Well, he has now officially sent notice to the federal government that he wants to
I just can't imagine need to get somewhere and got to deal with this
from the National Guard.
traffic.
In fact, there is a group
Well, it's not even
now
traffic. This is just people in the way.
22 governors from
these people just in the
from the
way.
United States have now put out a statement And I'll read it now. If nothing
Tim
else
said
happens, while
Elon
we're
want to
waiting
go to the
movement
moon. I
on the
bet the hell he
101,
do. There's
it
probably
reads,
some other people
President
who probably
Trump's
want to
move
go ride
to
with him to
deploy
leave here.
California's
The
National Guard
Squid
is an
Games,
alarming
Cottle
abuse
said the
of
Squid
power.
Games.
Governors are the commanders in
Just say
chief
wins.
of
I
their
can't
National
imagine what
Guard,
June the
and the federal
14th Trump's
government
big
activating
parade,
them
his
in their
birthday
own
celebration
borders
will
without
look like.
consulting or
Because
working
they
with the
already
state's
have
governor is
plans.
ineffective
It
and
said to
dangerous.
interrupt
Further,
that day.
threatening to send
Wow.
the
They
U.S.
just had
Marines
the
into
gay
American
pride
neighborhoods
parade
undermines the mission of
in
our
D.C.
service
yesterday.
members,
Did you all see
erodes
that?
public trust, and shows the Trump administration does not trust local law enforcement. The
It was
statement
their first
continues. It's
time
important we
hosting it in
respect the
D.C.
executive
They did it
authority
basically to
of
be
our
petty.
country's governors to manage their national guards, and we stand with
They
Governor
did it to be
Newsom,
petty.
who has made it clear that violence
Since
is
they feel like Trump
unacceptable
has been
and that local authorities
going
should be able to
against
do their jobs
all that
without
they
the
stand
chaos
for. So
of
they
this federal
decided to
interference and
hold the
intimidation.
parade
And
in
that is from a
D.C.
group
this
of
year.
Democratic governors from 22 states backing
I bet you
Governor
it's more
Newsom
people
from
out here at
California
this than it was at
when
the
it comes
Pride
to
parade
President
yesterday. I
Trump
bet you that.
taking over the California National Guard, 2,000 troops who were federalized last night. We see some movement here on the 101 freeway. It looks like people are beginning to move away from those officers.
It's a
I
lot
don't
of
know
people.
if
They're
they
like
are beginning
ants.
to make their way in. Gabe Santos is overhead watching this all play out from Air
Crazy,
7. Gabe,
yo.
what are you seeing from up there?
Well, you have these very dynamic ends of this protest and this crowd. You have this bridge here. I believe that's the Alameda Bridge at the top of your screen over the 101 freeway. And you have a lot of CHP, a contingent of CHP that keeps on piling up and adding to the reinforcements or bringing in reinforcements to that skirmish line that's under that bridge. That's actually the Los Angeles Street Bridge, to have a correction for you there. And I'm seeing about maybe 20 CHP cars lined up on the southbound 101. Also, a little side note here, we have a Black Hawk helicopter from the Department of Homeland Security also orbiting the area. We saw a similar helicopter, if not the same one, working the scene yesterday in Paramount. So that helicopter
Trump
may
said
be
his birthday
brought in
party,
to bring in
June
additional
14th. I
resources
think
here.
that will be this
In any event,
coming
back on the
next
freeway,
weekend.
you have a number of CHP resources
It's going to be
pouring
larger
in,
than
a lot of calls for help
the
being
World
made
Cup
initially
and the
by
Olympics.
LAPD. LAPD was initially requested to
Listen,
help
that's
with
what he
the
said.
freeway situation here as they saw the
Go
crowd
big or
move
go
towards the
home.
freeway.
And you know he ain't paying
LAPD
for it. You best believe it's
noted
coming out of
that they
taxpayer
don't
money.
have anybody to spare. They've already asked
I
all
think they
additional
say it's
resources to
supposed
report
the
to the
party
scene in
event's
front of
supposed
the
to be
federal
around
building
45,
where
50 million.
Alameda and Temple cross.
But
And
he
that's
said
where
it's
we
going to be
saw
bigger
a
than the
situation
Olympics and the World Cup.
with the motorcycles. We're still waiting a little more
It's a
detail on
combination
what
of the
happened there.
celebration for
But
military, I
the
think 250 years for the
word,
Army,
at least from officers
and
on
then
the
his
ground,
born
is that
day.
those
So he's
motorcycles
merging the
were
two.
driven into that skirmish line. As you mentioned, we don't
We
know what
definitely have
speed.
to
We
live
don't know
stream
if
that
they,
event. That's going to be on
whether or not they
Saturday.
plowed into the skirmish line or anything like that. It doesn't appear to be so, because it appears that whatever injuries were suffered by those officers in the skirmish line, they appear to be mild, if not moderate, at most. They were treated at the scene, and they are
It's going to be a
what
big
we've
event.
heard as in
So
stable
people are
condition
planning to
now. And we don't
crash
know a
it.
specific number of officers,
I'm
but
sure his
it does appear to
security is
be
going to
more
be
than
on
two.
deep. So
So
I
that's
don't know.
the
It's going to be
situation
interesting
there.
to see
Back on the freeway, you have a different department. So you have
what that will be
LAPD working
like.
the surface streets, and now CHP working the freeway now, and they're bringing in a lot of additional resources. As I mentioned, about 20 cars, 20 CHP
He
cars
said
already
you're
backed up
invited.
behind
Anyone who
the
wants to
traffic
come,
that
go
had
to the
initially
birthday
been
party.
stuck
You can
here.
go onto
You
the
have some
website.
people being lucky enough to turn
I'm
around and
not sure what the
go the
website
wrong
is.
way
You
on the
can Google
freeway
it. You
and
can
get off that
register
way.
to get
But
tickets to
looking out
attend
the window of Air 7, I
the
can see that
parade.
the 101 South
It's
is shut
free.
down at the 110, and they're forcing everybody
Just Google
onto
Trump
the interchange to get onto the
celebration, birthday
110, either
celebration,
in the
June
north or the
14th.
southbound lanes. You can see that CHP blockade
Tickets,
there.
register for
They even have
tickets. It's
cones
free.
down now, which
So if you do
gives
want
the
to be in
indication that this is
attendance
going to be a
to the
long-term closure, which I think,
celebration, birthday
considering everything that we've seen
celebration
here today, that's probably safe to be
slash
assumed. And there you can see the number of CHP
military
units that have kind
parade,
of made camp there under the Main Street Bridge
just
here.
Google.
And now you
Let
have
me
that
see
contingent of
if I can
CHP
figure out what
units,
site it's
CHP
on.
Special Enforcement units under the Los Angeles Street Bridge, at least least making themselves known to these protesters, probably making verbal commands out, giving the order to get off the freeway. And obviously you could see here by the static situation that we're starting to see. And now another flow or so of people making their way down the street. That looks to be a sign with that a couple of other protesters are holding there. And just from what we've seen here in the past few minutes, it appears to be kind of a ebb and flow of people that kind of flow onto the freeway, and then another influx of CHP officers will come in, kind of scare a few people off the freeway, and then things will calm down for a little bit, and in those calm moments, more people will kind of flood back into the freeway. But at least at this point, you just have the southbound lanes of the 101 closed right now due to this protest, and the northbound lanes are still open right now. But a lot of CHP units making their way into the area, and LAPD units as well, as Rob, our photographer, swings the camera over to the right, so you can see this Black Hawk helicopter that we believe belongs to Department of Homeland Security that is here now to assist in the operations that a lot of government agencies are involved in here in the downtown area.
Yeah, we actually saw Black Hawk unloading materials to their DHS facility in Paramount yesterday. Weaponry, ammunition. We saw rifle boxes and canisters of flammable materials being unloaded off of a Black Hawk yesterday down in Paramount. This is going to come to a head at some point. Those CHP officers on the freeway are going to make a move. It's just a matter of when, once they have the proper number of reinforcements.
You're interested in reserving tickets
what happens
for the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army Grand Military Parade / Trump birthday parade.
The surface of the 101.
You can do so by going to the website events.america250.org.
Put out a post. They said two people riding motorcycles attempted to breach a skirmish line.
Entry starts at 2 o'clock. The parade actually starts at 6:30 and will conclude at 9:30 p.m.
Officers are being treated at scene by medical personnel.
The parade will take place on Constitution Avenue Northwest, between 15th Street and the 23rd Street.
Continue to play out. We also are expected to hear from LA Mayor Karen Bass in just about 12 minutes.
Trump will be turning
about
79
the mayor is
on
expected
June 14th.
to hold a press conference. We spoke to her live on the air last night at 11 o'clock, and she said she disagrees with the federalization of California troops, although she did say she was willing and ready to work with people like the border czar, Tom Homan, who has said some inflammatory things in the past. He went on Fox News yesterday saying that LA Mayor Karen Bass should thank him for making her city safer with these ICE raids. Okay, on the ground covering this all, in the thick of it, has been ABC News' Matt Gutman. We want to go to him right now, who has been outside the detention facility, the federal building, all afternoon. Matt, what can you tell us?
Hey, Jory, I mean, we just heard that mention of that skirmish here, and at least one motorcycle, possibly a second, we actually physically saw it breaking through that skirmish line. It's unclear if that motorcyclist was just trying to do a wheelie, like turning around and lost control of the motorcycle, or if it was intentional. But several of those people who have been detained are right there behind us. Unclear what and whether they will be charged with any crime. But you can see this is what it's
too
looked
much
like for the
goes
past,
wrong.
I'd say an hour or so, that line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at the LAPD on this side of the skirmish line. Right now it's at stalemate, Jerry, but there is something I just want to show you is like that police skirmish line that you saw behind me started probably 400 yards back, almost at the 101.
Timmy said, "You going?" Nah, I just left for spring break. I was there.
How far it goes back.
I did content while I was out there during spring break.
By
Boots on the
protesters
ground. If you
or
want to
fired
check out any of
by
that
the
content
LAPD. So a really
where I was on.
significant interaction here. And
first time in
obviously,
DC,
as you saw
it was
from
awesome.
the hundreds of protesters
But
that are still here,
nah.
it's probably not going to end anytime soon.
Too much.
Yeah, we watched that line be pushed back down Alameda and saw a near constant
It'd be too
volley
much
of those non-lethal
popping off.
protesters. We watched all
With everything
afternoon
that's going
those,
on, it's probably not the
federalized
best
National
to be,
Guardsmen
in
and
places
women
with
guarding
large
the entrance to
crowds,
the federal building. Are they still there?
with
Can
a
you
lot of
tell if
people
they're
who
still
aren't
on
happy
scene from your vantage
with
point?
what's going on in the USA. It's probably not the safest.
I believe
place
that they
to be.
are. The last time when we got pushed back, they were here. I would be shocked if they left.
But I definitely want to tune into it. So it's going to start at 6:30. So I'll probably live stream it. So you all make sure you have a notification on, like, share, subscribe.
I hadn't
I'll try
seen
to
in a
make
while
plans
was
to stream
right
it.
front and center on the second story near
I
the
haven't
shrubbery
streamed in a long
was
time. This
a
weekend was
sniper.
like
Looked
my
like
first time
a
streaming in
federal
like months. Normally
law
I go
enforcement
live on my
officer.
phone.
But a sniper was
That's why
right
it's not
there.
so crazy.
So far, I mean, at that point, it seemed
With
like a
my
very
chat
peaceful
right now because I'm
demonstration.
doing something out of the
Law
norm.
enforcement had deployed
On my
some sort of
phone, that's when it
less
gets
than
crazy
lethal,
in my chat.
perhaps some pepper spray,
But as you
and
can
certainly
see,
some
when I live
flashbangs.
stream,
But what happened
it's a
here
different
was a
type
step
of
above. That was
outcome.
different. We saw some really
Not sure why,
significant physical
but it's okay. It's
interactions
quieter.
between the LAPD
I'm okay
and
without
these
having thousands
protesters.
of people
The
come
size of
in
the rocks
and just
projectiles. I'm going to see if I can
do
try
the
to find
absolute
another
most
one
in the
for
chat.
you
So
that were
I'm
thrown
sure
were
my
significant.
moderators
This is a piece of
are happy about
concrete
that.
or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here, much larger ones than that were Holder police. So this is something that I haven't seen in quite some time in downtown LA. It was very intense, much more calm at the moment. But what's unclear right now, Jory, is how this thing ends.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Thanks. You've covered a lot of these. You know them pretty well. When you say that it's something that you haven't seen before, that is certainly saying something. And we have said that these officers and these vehicles have been under assault.
I don't know if I just lost you on the.
Yeah,
I've been
that is
saying
not
I've never
overstating
seen
the case.
anything
Matt
like this
Gutman from
before.
ABC News on the ground, and we appreciate his reports, and we'll continue to check in with what he is seeing down there on the ground as much as we can. Again, we say these officers are under assault, under attack. That is accurate. Every time we see a vehicle move in, reinforcements be moved in, they are assaulted. They are have projectiles thrown at them. We saw the back window of a Chevy Suburban shattered on live television as they were moving in to that scene. Back to the 101 freeway, just a short distance from where Matt is doing that reporting, we see that crowd continues to maintain their position on the southbound 101 freeway. It looks like there are some people now on the northbound
People
side.
can't
One
even
or two
drive
people
through the
have
freeway.
jumped
It's
the
blocked.
barrier and are now on the northbound side, which I think has now been
They
shut
can't
down. Let's go to
even, the
Gabe
local
Santos
authorities can't
in
even
Air
get
7. Gabe,
control
we
over
see
the
no
highways.
vehicular traffic on
It's
the
too many
northbound.
people.
It looks like those officers, CHP might be moving in right now on the southbound side as well.
San Pedro,
Yeah,
Pasadena.
well, it looks like two things happened here. You had CHP move in on the other side. You have flashbang grenades going off, possible other less than lethal fire going off right now. It looks like tear gas canisters as well. But as far as the freeway is concerned, I'm not sure what happened first. If there were individuals that made their way onto the northbound lanes of the 101, or if CHP actually blocks traffic on the 101 first, because I see a little further back, we don't have to zoom in on it right now, but a little further back on the 101s, on the if we go a little south from here, there's a CHP unit that's actually blocking traffic right near.
Ron said we did a video at the
so it's directing traffic
Jacumba
to
border
get
last
off the
year.
freeway a little bit further back. And then,
turned around
so
and going,
Rob, our
yep.
photographer, swung the camera back that
Turning
way.
right around and going the other way.
But you also saw, you also
The
saw under the
Jacumba
Los Angeles
border.
Street
Where's
Bridge,
that?
those CHP units are spanning now both sides of the
Jacumba.
freeway. So you have CHP officers in SWAT gear on both sides of the freeway, and you had for a time some protesters climb the barrier there and get on those other lanes, but then it looks like they have now cleared and kept themselves
To think
one
this,
side
when
of
I
traffic.
started this
So I'm not
stream,
sure if that
it
was an
looked like
intentional
it was
decision on
maybe
CHP
like
to
less
shut
than
down
50
both
people
lanes of
out
traffic.
that I could
Going out on
see
a limb here, I would imagine that's
on
because
camera.
CHP
Now look, it's
eventually,
thousands, almost
when
7
they do
hours later.
decide to make a move and possibly move forward on these protesters
We've
and get them to
literally
get off the
watched
freeway, they don't want
this
the danger of
protest
anybody jumping
grow
onto the other side and getting hit by a car. So that
from less
may
than
be
100
the
to the
tactic that
thousands
CHP is using
right before our
in
eyes.
terms of blocking both sides
This
of
is
the
my
freeway
first
now
time
to get their
live
officers
streaming
on both sides
something
of the
like
freeway
this.
and maybe make a move here
This is
to
not
clear
normally
the
what
freeway.
I do. I normally don't
100%. You don't
live
want your
stream
officers
like
at risk of
things like
vehicular
this.
traffic
But
when you make your move.
this
If
weekend,
we
I'm
still have
like,
Bruce
okay.
Thomas on the line, I do want to ask him. We see this
I need
group
to
of
show
CHP
something. I can't be sitting up here on
officers
my phone
gathered
just
beneath
talking about the L
the
popping off. I need
overpass.
some
I
footage.
obviously think it's, I think I know
I
why,
can't
but if
show
Bruce
you
could just talk
talk
about
on my phone
whether
that's
that's
walking.
they are under there gathering
gotta
to
get on
protect themselves
StreamYard.
from the crowd that is watching from above and the side so they don't get hit by anything.
Got to get on stream or show y'all
Yeah,
some
you're
things.
100% right. They're seeking shelter underneath the freeway until they decide they want to move forward. Because one of the biggest concerns is you have people on the overpass, which we've seen.
What time these people
throwing
going
objects
home?
at
You think
law
y'all think these people feet hurt? My
we do want
feet
to
be
protect
hurting so
themselves
bad.
because all they have to protect
I get a lot of
themselves
steps in
is
this
a
day.
riot helmet.
That's for
But
sure. I get my steps in.
I'm sure
I'm always
there
looking for
are some
opportunities to
people
get my
on an
steps in. I get my steps in.
situation.
But I know my
So here we
people
have two groups.
killing me by the
And you
end
think about as we
of the
see
day.
this
By now, if
confrontation
I've
set
been
to
out there
take
since this
place,
morning, I know I'll
the
be done.
backgrounds
Like,
of
I
both
got
of
to
these
have a
groups. You
seat.
have demonstrators who feel like
I
law
got to have a
enforcement
seat.
has invaded their community and taken away members of their community, sometimes
I wonder
members of
what
their
time
family.
it's going to
And
clear
on the
out.
other
These people
side, you
going
have
to
law
go home.
enforcement who
Tomorrow's a
likely got
work
into this
day.
profession to help people keep them safe.
Commuters,
And
they're going to
suddenly find
need
themselves
access
at
to these
odds
highways
and
to
doing
get
their
to and from
job with the
work,
people they are tasked with protecting.
school,
It's a tough
wherever they're trying to
situation.
go. They're going to need
You
these
understand
roads,
the
these streets
motivations
cleared.
from both sides, but again, you hope we're not pitting citizens of our city against each other, but here we are. The LAPD, CHP, local law enforcement is tasked with maintaining peace and order. And here, once again, on the streets of Los Angeles and the freeways moving through Los Angeles, we have disorder and unrest as demonstrations have now stretched into day 3
The
in
goal,
Los
remember,
Angeles.
3,000
All of it
ICE
against
arrests a
the
day. That's
movements
the
of
Trump
ICE and
administration goal.
DHS and the Trump administration against the immigrant community here in Los Angeles and Southern California. We saw unrest in San Diego this weekend. We saw unrest in Washington, D.C., in New York City. This is happening across the country as President Trump is trying to fulfill his
what
promise
method will
to
they
go
take
after
to
those in
remove
this country
all these
illegally.
folks? I
Some
don't
in his
know.
administration
Because
say
they're
they are going
outnumbered.
after the dangerous elements, those who
Like,
have committed crimes, those
they're
who
going to
pose
have
a
to use
threat,
more
who
than
are
their
violent, who are
words.
members of gangs.
They are
I think it's safe
greatly
to say
outnumbered.
everyone in society wants to see those people gone, not on the streets in any,
It's
whether
far
they're
more
immigrants or not.
protesters than
We don't want violent gang members.
they're all
Nobody does. The criticisms that have come
police
is that people who are
and
not violent
National
have
Guard.
been swept up in this. There are people who are residents, legal residents of the United States who have been swept up in this. There are citizens of the United States who have been swept up in this. Some of them sent out of the country to supermax prisons overseas and struggling to get back. And so there is this push-pull. There are people in the administration, Stephen Miller, chief among them, who have said they want to see every single person in this country without permission to be taken out, and they do so with violent warlike tactics, moving in with weapons of war against people we saw in the garment district this weekend in Los Angeles, from day laborers at Home Depot. And so there are it's never as clear cut as just simply people
I
are
know one
committing
thing. I know
crimes
these
and
law
we take them
enforcement
out of this
agencies
country.
are
It's the
tired.
methods, it's who you're
Law
targeting.
enforcement
And that is where a lot of this ire has been drawn by some of these
agents,
demonstrators.
police
But
officers,
again,
I'm sure they're tired and worn
even
out.
in California and Los Angeles, elected officials are
Hey,
saying
what's up, Angie
we
R?
do
Street
not
when the
condone
night comes,
violence. We
it's
heard
going
that
to
from Mayor
be
Bass. We hear that now
apocalyptic.
from
You
Governor
think
Newsom.
so?
We
Like,
hear that
listen,
from
what they
members
say, the
of
freaks come out
Congress
at
and
night, it
elected
goes
officials
down, them
and law
lights go
enforcement.
off.
Nobody is condoning the violence or the assaults
It's going
on
down. You say, Angie, you say it's
officials,
going
be it
down when them
local
lights,
or
listen, when them
federal.
street lights come
And
on.
that
Remember
is
your mom
where
said,
some
you
of
better
these
be home for them
problems
street lights
have
come
been
on.
arising
It's
over the
going to be
last
on and
3
popping when these
days, as
street
this
lights
is
come
now,
on.
again, day 3
And a lot of people
of
going to
unrest in
feel
Los
kind
Angeles.
of,
ICE, through a spokesperson, has put out a statement today.
what's the word there?
I'm going to read
Because
it
it's
to
going
you
to be
here.
dark,
It is
you'll
long, but
probably
I'll
have a
read you
lot of
the
people feel
initial
like it'll
statement.
be the better
It says,
time to
quote,
do craziness
irresponsible
because it's going to be
politicians
nighttime
continue to push
and it's going to
dangerous
be harder
and
to
misleading
identify
rhetoric
them.
that
You know
puts
what I'm saying?
communities and
Like,
law
it's like, I'm
enforcement
going
at
to
risk.
say this.
Even the
I got a
LAPD
plan. I'm going to
referred
wait
to
till about
violent riots
9:30ish
yesterday as, quote, peaceful
to get my
protests.
plan
It
popping.
continues. Americans can look at
So
the
I
videos and
I
images
can
and see with their
believe that
own
at
eyes that they are
nighttime,
dangerous, not peaceful. It continues.
it's not
ICE and
going to
its
be
federal partners are
as
doing their
peaceful as
job,
it is now.
enforcing
Because right
immigration
now it's
law and
okay.
removing
It's a lot
criminal
of
aliens
people,
from
but
Los Angeles communities. We have arrested a domestic abuser who assaulted someone with a firearm
it
and a
seems like
child
it's
rapist.
been
In
manageable, I
defense of
guess,
these heinous
compared to
criminals,
like
masked
Friday and
rioters
Saturday.
have made it their mission
We haven't seen any
to injure
fires,
and
so
maim
we take
federal
what we
law
can.
enforcement officials. Make no mistake,
But it's a lot of
rioters
people,
committing
so
crimes
that's
will
not
be
good either.
arrested and held accountable. Let's go back to the
They
situation on the
done went
101
to somebody's
freeway. It looks
scooter.
like the
They was like,
scooter that
listen,
one person
you
may have
don't
been
damn know
using
how to act.
to
Give me
ride
this
up and
damn
down,
scooter.
kind of taunting that
Yeah,
line
I'm
of
sick of you
CHP
and this
officers in
scooter.
tactical gear, has now been taken into custody. The
They done
scooter
took the
was just
scooter
dragged
away.
out of
Does
the
the
way,
scooter belong
and
to the
that
man
person is
who
now
on the
face
ground,
down
face
on the
down?
pavement being placed into handcuffs. The rest of the crowd, this is on the northbound side. This is where this group of officers is lining
Andy
up.
says I'm watching from Hawaii. I'm so glad you're
and you can
sharing on
see
your
some
channel.
folks
This
on the
is
other side, the
exhausting.
demonstrators lining
It
up in front of the
is.
Jersey barrier.
Why I got to do the exhausting
confronting
content?
them as well. There's a large crowd behind them, and
I promise you, I've been trying to get away from the exhausting content. Oh,
moving on. No, that is the side street. My apologies. That is
just
up
say
above.
when you said I know
to
they
do
hungry.
so,
Can you imagine? Because you know when you get
overlooking the
hungry, you
101
really
freeway.
pissed
But
off and you
here we
ain't got
go. So
patience to
officers
be
from the CHP are
playing
now
games
moving
with
in.
nobody. So
There
you
is
really
now
can
officially
get
a
this
skirmish
work.
line on the
Don't piss
southbound
me off.
101
And I'm
freeway,
hungry
and
too.
they want
You
to
better
get these
wait and catch me on a
demonstrators
full
off
stomach because
the freeway
listen, it's a
surface.
different type of
It
energy
appears
you're
as
going to
if
get from somebody
they
when they
don't have to
hungry.
exert
Y'all ever
much
notice they
pressure
piss
on
somebody
these
off and they
officers,
hungry?
on these
Bad
demonstrators, as they
combination.
are backing
Don't
up.
do it.
Unhappily, it seems. We
Advise
see
you
one
against
gentleman
that.
there in black who is shouting at them,
Do
or
not
one
do it.
demonstrator in black who is shouting at them, going back and forth, very
God said
agitated,
somebody
very
gotta
animated.
go. You would
But
think.
that group is
Listen,
now
somebody.
slowly backing
Everybody,
up.
what if you gotta
They are
pee? You
going
like,
to
listen, I
be
gotta go to the
they are
bathroom
going
or
to have to be
something. Like,
turned
listen,
around,
tag you. It like, where is
backed
the
up and
closest
turned around
bathroom,
to go
y'all?
back
Y'all
up
think they got
the
diapers on,
on-ramp to get
depends.
them
Like,
off the
listen, like
surface
when
of
you
the
really
101.
think about this, like
Gabe Santos
the
is
way my
viewing all this
bladder's
from
set
Air
up,
7.
I don't know. I
Let's
be
go
like,
back
listen,
up to Air
y'all
7 and
got to
see what
hold
you're
it
seeing
down.
from up there, Gabe.
Listen, can y'all
Yeah, having the
act right,
luxury of
y'all
having
protesters?
this
Give
airborne
me
view
10
of this
minutes. I need to
situation,
go
you
to the
can really
bathroom.
kind
I'll
of
be
see
back,
what
but can y'all
CHP is
keep
trying
y'all
to
ish
do.
together for 10
They have
minutes? But then
made
we
a
gotta find the
coordinated attempt of
bathroom.
shutting
Do
down
they be
both
having
sides of
porta
the
potties
freeway.
set up for
And as more
situations like this
resources
in
got
random
onto the
places?
scene, they have to
Y'all be
call out
messed
to
up, T.
all
Y'all
of
be messed
CHP,
up.
basically. So they're sending
They'll be like, what
anybody
happened? They
and
be like, well,
everybody
there was an officer
that
that had
is
to go to the
available
bathroom
to
and it just
come to the
went left
downtown
after
area
she
and
left.
help
That would be
quell the
me.
scene here
Listen,
now that
y'all,
they're
I
going to
had to
move
go to the
onto the
bathroom.
freeway. So
They
CHP
knew
now,
when they hired me
they
that I
have
need to go to
closed
the
both
bathroom
sides of
every
the 101
hour.
freeway at Los Angeles Street, and we saw
That's
that
the
line of
situation. That's the
officers
schedule my
start to
body
make their
working
way
for every
down
hour.
the southbound lanes of the 101. And it looks
Oh,
as if
Andrew, I
they
don't
are
know yet.
trying
I wouldn't be
to
able to do that
make a
job.
circle, or at least a semicircle,
I would not be
around
able
some
to
of
do
these
that job.
protesters so that they are not just pushing them back and pushing them further up,
I wonder how much they paying them
down the freeway.
officers because
They're
we
trying to
already
get these
saw
people
what they
off
paying
of the freeway.
ICE
And you even saw somebody on a
agents
scooter that
in New
was
York.
possibly taunting officers
About
that
7,000
eventually
for all that
maybe
nonsense
got a little
in
too
New
close
York.
to an officer, or
Crazy.
maybe came close
Ain't
to
no way.
striking an officer with that
Ain't no
scooter.
way.
They were
You paying me
immediately taken
60
into custody.
nothing
So
in New
CHP
York
not
or
taking any chances
California.
with anybody,
You on a
and they
soup
are
line. Everybody
slowly
on
and
Section 8 and get
methodically
EBT. You
pushing these
making
protesters.
$60,000
The
in
idea is off
California and
the
New York.
freeway as more resources
That's
enter the
probably
scene here.
equivalent to
We're going to
about
see that
20,000 in the South.
start to develop, as you see right there.
That's
Groups
like
of
20,000,
about 10 or so
$30,000
CHP
in the South.
officers in full riot gear
Ain't no way.
moving down. Those are going to be the northbound lanes of the 101 freeway, and they're making this line
And you said,
around
for
the
real,
group of
where is the
protesters that we
bathroom?
see
Right.
there.
We thought
And
we
then
had a
slowly and
bathroom at. Don't
methodically, you
act like
see
this
this line
women
of
be having to
officers
pee too.
on the
Men be having
northbound
to pee
side.
too. Where is the
Those are the
bathroom?
southbound lanes, but those
Like, where is
protesters
the
are facing
bathroom
north.
break? Do you have
You
a
see
car? Do you
those
grasp one of
officers
them
there
people
very
bullhorn and be like,
slowly and
listen,
methodically pushing
Manuela, can
that
I borrow
line
your
of
bullhorn
protesters,
real fast? I
hopefully
just got to
off
say something.
the
Listen,
freeway and off the
protesters,
surface streets.
Yeah, thank you, Gabe. Let's bring back in Bruce
I
Thomas,
see
our law
y'all on the
enforcement
popper right
expert.
now, but I got
It
to
seems
use the
like they are
bathroom.
just
Can we
taking
just
one
take,
step at a
listen,
time, Bruce,
20 minutes? Can
slowly
we, everybody
pushing
just
back
pause
on
for
this
20
group of
minutes?
demonstrators.
So I go to
I
the
don't think they
bathroom. Me and
want to
my team,
start
we go to the
anything,
bathroom. Can you just give us
get
20
too
minutes?
violent, go too
Can y'all have
fast. They
some
are
act right
slowly,
for 20
methodically
minutes? Like,
making their way to clear the surface.
I
We
don't know
saw
what
yet
else you
another
do because I
flashbang
got
go
to
off
go to the
above
bathroom. The
this
way my
crowd.
body
But
is set
talk to me
up is
about
not
what
built
the
for a
mindset is
protest event
of
like
these
this.
CHP officers
It's
as they are now face to face with these demonstrators. They want to get them off the
It's
surface,
not,
but they
my
don't
body
want to
ain't built
start a
like that,
violent
y'all. I got to
confrontation.
damn go to the bathroom.
You're 100% correct, Jory. What they're doing
Everything
is
gonna
they're
pop off once I
negotiating.
leave to go to the
Look, you
bathroom.
made your
They gonna
point.
get it.
We've
They
got to
gonna
open
they
this
gonna be like,
freeway up.
we already know Officer Sheik gonna have to damn pee in about an hour and a half, so we gonna wait and let her go to the bathroom, and then we gonna do this, that, and the third, because they already know.
We don't want to take anybody to jail.
They already know.
With our request.
They listen. They're gonna be planning stuff around my bladder. Watch.
Right now, we have not seen the necessity
and
for.
It's LA. People
definitely
piss
see some
everywhere.
pushback
Listen,
here.
but I'm
Looks
not
like
one
some
of them
folks are
people,
just
so
kind
I
of
don't know what
dead-weighting
I'm
their
gonna do.
bodies up against this crowd, forcing those.
I'm gonna work it out inside
to
a
push them
bathroom.
back,
I'm not one to do it
but
outside. But listen,
moving
I'll make
back.
it
They are
work if
locked
it's
arms
somewhere.
now,
If at least there's a toilet,
arm in
I'm gonna
arm,
make it work.
and don't want to be removed.
It ain't gotta
but
be
they
Chick-fil-A.
are slowly
I will go in the Shell's
pushing
gas
back. So the
station if I
officers will
need
take
to.
a couple steps.
I will do
gain
that. I am not
line,
above going into the
reset,
bathroom at the Shell's gas
move
station.
forward again, and
I am
hopefully
not
they
that
don't want
chick.
to start any major confrontation here again.
Just
All of this
say
is
Wednesday,
playing
they
out on the streets of Los
are
Angeles.
sending more law
We are
enforcement
awaiting
out to
word
help
from the
assist
mayor of
with
this
the
city.
crowds. Okay,
Karen
so is that
Bass
the
is
potty
set
break?
to address her
Tag
city
you it.
any moment now.
I
We
got
were
to
told
pee.
around 4:30 was the time to get ready
I got
for
to
her
pee.
to speak. We have not heard from her as of yet, but we are awaiting word from the mayor.
I said, what do you
Again,
say, Taco? All
excuse me,
this
in
got
direct
to has an effect.
confrontation
I'm just
with the
saying,
federal
listen.
government.
Listen, Linda, listen.
President
Just
Trump
say that they
kind
have
of
to
name
send in
checked her
more support.
personally
They
last
gonna need to
night
send
on
in
his
something.
Truth Social
They gonna need to
outlet,
send in
his
something. Because listen,
social media
I
outlet,
got to
writing
pee.
This is last night. If Governor Gavin Newsom,
everybody's just going to be able to take
that's
over and
a
mess
favorite
around
of
with
the
me.
president, to write it that
Especially
way,
if
of
I'd have been there
California
on
and
that
Mayor
shift
Karen
since
Bass
the
of
first
Los
shift
Angeles
too,
can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they
they'd be
can't,
mad at me.
then the federal government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be solved. So he's saying the
Tomorrow, they're
problem
going to
was
need to put out
riots
some
and
porta
looters.
potties out there.
Said it will be solved the
They need
way
to
it
treat
should be
this like a
solved.
whole
He was
event,
also
like they probably going to
reported
have
on
at the
camera
Trump
today at a press
little
briefing,
birthday party
being
celebration
asked
next week.
about
They're probably going to
a
have some
couple
little porta
things with what's
potties here and there.
playing out
This is
here.
what they need
Rules
popping
of
off out here.
engagement
You
for
want me to
the
help man
National Guard
anything?
members
Y'all
who
need
are
to set up
now
something.
federalized under his control on the
One
streets of Los
every
Angeles.
mile
What
at
their
least
rules of
to where I
engagement?
can go
They're
and
carrying around
access
these
to relieve
soldiers
myself.
can be
We gonna need to do
inserted
that.
into war, and so they're
You want
carrying
me
the
to be out
weaponry
here
as
working, doing
such
anything? This is what I'm gonna
against
need.
citizens of Los Angeles. What the
Told
rules
y'all
would
that
be
during the
for them
interview.
to employ those deadly means. The president just said we want to keep peace. He was asked about the proclamation that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth put onto social media, saying if the violence continued, then members of the U.S. Marines would be deployed against U.S. citizens.
Let's check your
That can
update on
only
our
happen
poll.
under use of the Insurrection Act.
Should the National
And the
Guards be
president
present
today
in
was
Los
asked
Angeles
what
at the
would be
protest?
deemed an
87%
insurrection,
yes,
and he neglected to answer specifically. So
13%
here we go. It
no.
looks like a smoke bomb thrown on the surface of the
The
101.
poll has
And
consistently stayed at 85%
let's go
and
back up to
above
Gabe.
for
Those
yes.
demonstrators now kicking that smoke bomb back towards the officers. It's like a macabre game of soccer with this thing right now, but they are making a move trying to get these folks off the freeway.
He said some things. I probably still got some tabs up.
I can honestly say I've never seen a
He's
soccer
talked
game
to. He's
between
basically
protesters. And
backing
that
what
is one
Border
protester
Guard
being
Tom
taken
Homan
into
is
custody.
saying,
One
as
of
far
those
as like
CHP officers
listen,
got behind him as he was
state
going in for that kick
politicians,
and just pretty much
public
tackled him.
officials,
And
if
that's
y'all
what
get in the
CHP
way,
is
don't
doing here.
cooperate, whatever, you can be
With
charged
that
with
soccer game
interference,
going
all
on
of
with
that.
this tear gas canister
Don says
going
they
back
put
and
a whole
forth as those
shift with
CHP
no
officers trying to
bathroom
kick it back into
breaks,
the crowd, and
doing
the crowd kicks it
jobs
back.
Americans gonna
You're
do.
seeing
Okay, you win
CHP
that
kind of
one.
slowly pick off some of these protesters that get a little too close or get a little too
Okay, you win that
aggressive
one.
in their
Right, like, cause
movements.
they like
And
shit.
there you see
I'd
another
be like, y'all
CHP
got a
officer again
bathroom. They'd be
kicking
like,
that
oh,
canister
we're fine. We
into the
don't need the
crowd.
bathroom.
And
Shit, all right, then.
a
Well, I guess
protester
I
now
lost
throwing
out
it
on
back
that one.
towards the CHP officers. So this is kind
I
of
guess that
a
wasn't my calling.
You
It wasn't my
have
calling to
projectiles
do
being
that
thrown
job.
back and
It's
forth
funny because my
as these
boss, he was
protesters
like,
now,
he
at
had
least
some
with
work
that
done
tear
in his
gas canister,
bathroom.
that has put a
In his
little bit of
backyard.
distance between that
And the
the
workers, he had
skirmish
to
line, as
have
you can
something
see that person
repaired
being taken into
following a
custody earlier,
storm centered around his
kind of wrangling with
swimming
those
pool.
CHP officers.
So he
There
hired some
just about a
workers, and
frame.
he was like, it was like 3 Hispanic guys.
CHP
They
with that
took
tear
no
gas,
food breaks or
obviously,
nothing. They just ate
it's
the
not
entire
something you want to
time, and
breathe
he
in. It
said,
causes
never use the bathroom.
your eyes to burn. It
No,
causes
I'm
you
sorry,
to
no,
cough. So that
no.
pushed
Okay,
back the
so they didn't
protesters
have
just a
any
little bit.
bathroom break. No,
Those
you never use
CHP
the
officers
bathroom.
wearing
No
full
food.
gas
They
masks,
just drink
so they're
beer.
able to kind of tolerate it a
What?
little better. If you don't have a gas mask, if
He
you
was
just
like,
have,
they just drink
any
beer the
other kind
entire
of mask,
time.
you're going to be getting the full effects of
And
that
then they
tear
drove
gas
off into the
canister.
sunset
So
after
that's
they
what's
completed the
creating
job.
a little bit of that buffer.
Like
You see that
nothing to
CHP officer
absorb
in the
that
middle.
alcohol, and
He's
then
trying to,
drove
as Bruce
and
Thomas was
went
saying,
wherever they
he's
went.
trying to negotiate with some of those
It's crazy, yo.
protesters in a very, kind of matter-of-fact way.
And he
Saying,
said, I
get
can't
back,
imagine
get back,
LAPD handling
put some
this
distance
by
there, and
themselves.
continue
No.
moving off of the freeways. You can see this one
Credit
individual
Union,
waving an
I
American flag,
insist. My breaks. I know that's right. I'm gonna need a break. I'm like, I
continuing
told
to yell
y'all
at
during
some
the
of the
interview.
officers. I have a feeling if he
I
gets too
told
close,
y'all during the
some of those
interview how
CHP
my
officers
bladder
might
was
pick
set
him
up.
off as well.
I'm
And
a
that's
good
going to be the process.
on an empty bladder.
You saw that skirmish
Ain't got
line that
nothing
was
for
on
you
the
when my
opposite
bladder
line of
filled
the
up.
freeway. It is now crossed over the center median, and
I ain't
they
got
are
nothing
doing
for
this
you when my
very
bladder filled up. But I
coordinated
listen.
approach to pin these
Kick out
protesters
that work.
off the freeway, and you see someone else being and someone else being taken into custody right there and very quickly. And there's someone. Okay, it looks like another CHP officer grabbing his another fellow officer there. Probably got a little too close for comfort, but you could see just how different the picture looks than what it did 10 minutes ago. Earlier, you had a very wide semicircle of these CHP officers, and now they are narrowing in. They are pushing all of the protesters off of the freeway, which is the goal.
Yeah.
And they are doing this in pretty quick order. And anybody who is getting a little bit too close or a little too aggressive, they're just picking them off and arresting them right then and there.
Yeah,
and this is all part of the plan.
One by one. Gabe, thank you. I want to bring in Sergeant Daniel Keene with the California Highway Patrol, who joins us on the phone watching the CHP execute this clearing of the 101 freeway. Sergeant, thank you for joining us. Can we talk about what's happening right now on the 101?
Yes, sir. Right now, we currently have our CHP special response team that responded to the area to assist with getting the protesters off the freeway. Accessing state highways, it's dangerous. It's not the right spot for a protest, and it puts the protesters, the motorists, and our officers at risk. And we are going to move to get them off the freeway and make arrests. If officers start to take objects and are getting hurt, or other people are getting hurt, it's not going to be tolerated.
Yeah, and we have seen that several times now, these officers coming under attack and taking several people into custody. Can you tell us a little bit about the training in situations like this? We have seen tremendous restraint from a lot of these
people were
officers who have
arrested
been under
last
attack
night.
for much of this day, facing these people off who are screaming at them, throwing things at them, and yet maintaining control and trying to de-escalate, how important that is and what you're seeing in terms of execution of that training.
Yes, our special response team goes through additional training, and we are put through situations like this. And this is what separates us, is the professionalism. We're going to stay calm in these situations and use the appropriate amount of force when necessary to effect an arrest if we have to. But we fully support everyone being able to voice their First Amendment rights in the right location. And we will support that. But on the freeway is not the spot for it.
And we're seeing it play out once again, another person taken into custody. A lot of times in these situations, we see unified command go into effect. Has that happened? And how does the presence of National Guard troops who have been federalized kind of change that, that as it plays out here today?
The CHP is always prepared for mutual aid to other law enforcement when it's needed. And that's just what we go based off. We are the state police. So if there's other areas that need help, we are going to send resources if it is requested through the proper channels to do that.
Sergeant, can you tell me how it's going to play out tonight once these protesters, these demonstrators are taken off the freeway, how it's going to be ensured that they won't make their way back onto the freeway tonight? Will that be CHP? Will that be local? Once you get off the freeway, it turns back to city's jurisdiction?
It's going to be both. It's a fluid situation. CHP is there. We are going to protect any state facilities and our roadways and our highways. And if anyone attempts to take over the freeway, we're going to take swift action to get those roadways back open and keep everyone safe to continue on with our mission of providing safety, service, and security.
Yeah, I know this operation has only been happening for a little bit. Do you have any reports of injuries from any of your officers from anything today?
I don't have those numbers right now, if there was any, but there's always that possibility that officers may get injured, and we hope to prevent that. We hope that people do not throw items at our officers, and that it's just done peacefully, and they go to areas that they can voice their opinions in the right spot.
Okay. Sergeant Daniel Keene with the California Highway Patrol, thank you so much for helping us out here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's a busy day for CHP, law enforcement in general, as once again, we are seeing people take to the streets of downtown.
So let's see. So the Trump administration is saying California's feckless Democrat leaders have completely abdicated their responsibility to protect their citizens. That is why President Trump has signed the presidential memorandum deploying 2,000 National Guardsmen to address the lawlessness that has been allowed to fester. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in the statement announcing the deployment. California Governor Gavin Newsom pushed back strongly warning the deployment would only fan the flames. He said the deployment would only fan the flames. That move is purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions. LA authorities are able to access law enforcement assistance at this notice. We are in close coordination with the city and county, and there is currently no unmet need. The Democratic governor wrote on social media. He later said he was trying to manufacture a crisis. So basically, this man is saying, listen, we got it under control. We don't need National Guard.
Locations here today. So as we await word
Governor
from the mayor, we
Newsom
are watching the
said
California Highway Patrol
they do not need
slowly push
National
these
Guard.
demonstrators back up the
They have it under
on-ramp
control.
from the surface of the 101 freeway southbound, and they are being hit with pepper spray and
Wow.
smoke bombs and flashbangs as they want to get these people back off of the roadway, the 101, and the on-ramp. Gabe Santos has been watching this from overhead from Air 7 and has an
Andrew,
eagle
the
eye of
pressure on
what is
both sides
playing out because that
breaking
crowd is now
points.
gathering
Yeah.
pretty thick on the
Don
on-ramp.
says they have better chance with LAPD than CHP.
Yeah, Jory, and that's kind of what CHP was intending on doing. This is the CHP Special Response Team, and they are trained in these
CHP regulate more aggressively.
dealing with
Don
civil
says,
unrest
shake my
on,
head, but he bend the
and
knee
like.
when he
And,
wants
we've all
Fed money.
seen
Yep.
protests through the
You
years
know how it goes.
involve people
When
blocking
you know, you know.
and they often last a lot longer than what we've seen here today. We've seen a very quick response from this CHP, again, specifically the Special Response Team. They arrived here quickly, and they very quickly, as we saw, made that half circle around these protesters and slowly and methodically kept walking forward and pushing these protesters using smoke
California
canisters,
Highway
further
Patrol
and
is
further up
CHP.
this off-ramp and back onto surface streets. So ideally, CHP
I don't
will
think them
get
people
the
will pay
freeway
attention
open in
to
pretty
the
short order
California
because
Highway Patrol. Hell, they
this is Los
disrespecting
Angeles. A lot of
the
people are on these freeways on
the
a
National
Sunday
Guard.
afternoon. So that is the goal, to get these freeways open and take on the protesters from there, because
These people don't
LAPD
have
is
respect
also
for
dealing with
anybody.
the other side of these protests.
If Trump came in telling them he was gonna send all of them to
Gabe,
CCOT, I
do
bet
want
you
to
they have some
alert
act right
everybody
then.
as we wait to hear from LA Mayor
He
Karen
come up in
Bass
there
that
and
I know a
start
lot of
hollering.
people are
CCOT
turning
had
on
that
Channel
plane
7 on
ready
this
to
Sunday
load them up
waiting
on there.
for
Had that
Game 2 of the
Spirit
NBA
plane
Finals
ready to
between the
load
Pacers
them
and the
on
Thunder.
that.
That is going to
So
happen
they
at
get
the
that
top
one
of the
flight
hour.
over
We
to
are going to
El
turn to
Salvador. They have
national
some act
programming,
right then.
and you will be able to watch the game. We will continue
Everybody will
our
go home.
coverage of what's happening
Everybody
in
be
Los
like, I don't
Angeles.
want to play no more. I
Streaming
was just
on
playing.
our ABC7 Los Angeles app. You can stream on our website, abc7.com, and you can find us on social media and make your way to our stream as well. So again, abc7.com/live will get you coverage of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles as we continue to follow the unrest and the demonstrations that has been playing out here for the last 3 days. Thousands of people converging on downtown Los Angeles. It began as several different demonstrations, all gathering into one large mass, which has once again broken up into several locations. Both at the
Everybody
Federal
run
Building,
from CCOT.
which is where the bulk of the activity we have seen this weekend, 3 straight days
Soul
happening
plane.
at that
It
Federal
ain't
Building.
Delta. I be trying to tell them it ain't Delta, Don. It's
This,
it's
however,
Spirit
is
Soul
happening
plane
at,
all day. It ain't no
I
Delta.
believe it says Spring Street and the 101 freeway. And
You
the,
ain't going to
LA,
Molson
Los
thinking you
Angeles
getting
Street
put on
overpass
Delta.
is one overpass down.
Mm-mm.
So there are people on
That
both.
is Spirit activity.
Looks like 3 different overpasses watching what has played out here.
That is Spirit
Demonstrators
time.
taking over the 101 freeway. We see CHP
Garcia,
officers right there on the
he
right
talking
side of your screen
about
in tactical
when they
gear.
pulled
They
him
are
over
continuing to
to
face
El
attacks from
Salvador. He
above.
said he didn't have no
Projectiles
window
continue
view.
to be
He
thrown
said
at
they
them,
had
and they are
all the windows
responding
closed. So you
with
know, you be like, oh, I
flashbangs
want the
trying to
window seat. It
disperse
don't
that
matter
crowd.
because
A
ain't no
large
view of the outside.
plume of smoke emerging
There's no
from
view
that
of the
crowd
outside, so it don't
as
even matter.
these officers are
Spirit
doing their
don't
best
have an
to get
outside
these
view,
folks
sir.
off of the road surface. On the left side of your screen is a live look from Air 7. It looks like things might have stalled a little bit. The CHP officers have slowly marched these people off the roadway, up the on-ramp, and it looks like they have slowed to a crawl here as the large crowd is gathered behind that skirmish line. It's tough to get that many people to move in a direction which they don't want to go, and the officers don't want to start any kind of panic.
They
by
made
bull
some headway. They
rushing
got them off
through
of
that
the
crowd, which could
main
be
part.
catastrophic.
It's crazy.
People getting trampled
For
and the
now,
like,
at
and
least.
they do not want to see that play out. But the crowd is continuing. Look, another group here has splintered off, and they are making their way down. Is that Alameda past Union Station?
Everybody getting their steps
just
in
trying to
today.
get my bearings. Yeah, that's Los Angeles Street. Down the hill is Union Station. So there's Union right there. Gabe Santos, how many different groups can you spot from up above, Gabe?
About 3, I would say. You have a group that's making their way up north on Los Angeles Street. I think they've gotten wind of the situation going on the 101 freeway. And this is a group that is on the north side of the 101 freeway, on the Chinatown side of things. And it appears, Rob, I don't know if you could zoom back in on that. It appears that they are starting to move, well, at least it looked like a group of them was moving in one direction or another earlier. I'm not sure if there are people in the back of that truck making announcements, trying to rally the crowd. That might have caused some movement in a direction towards the truck. You also have all those people that were on the freeway that are now, a lot of them off the freeway. And
so I just want to share Trump's latest message. President Trump said Sunday that public officials could face federal charges if they block deportation efforts by federal agencies. Quote, officials who stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face judges, Trump told reporters. The comments echo those by border czar Tom Homan, who told NBC News that public officials could be subject to arrest if they impeded immigration enforcement operations. Homan also said he would not rule out asking the DOJ to pursue prosecutions. Both Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and California Governor Gavin Newsom have objected to Trump's decision to deploy National Guard members to Los Angeles. But clearly, Trump said, I don't give a damn what y'all got to say. Clearly, y'all don't have this under control. So that's all right. Move down to the side, move to the side, and let me handle it.
In terms of the conditions,
and right now, we're seeing things being handled.
And now back on the 101 freeway.
And you can
this
see
is the
Trump
Los
ain't gonna do
Angeles
nothing
Street
else.
Bridge.
He's gonna come
Yeah,
in
sorry,
and make
the
moves.
Los Angeles Street Bridge on that
Trump ain't got no
Aliso,
time for the games.
ramp to the let's see, those are the southbound lanes.
You
of
know,
the
Trump
101
always has
freeway.
that don't
And this
start none,
giant
won't be
crowd has
none
kind of
energy.
come to a halt right there. I would say that's probably a couple hundred people, and CHP has indeed kind of stalled there for now. CHP, in effect, has succeeded at their goal. They closed both sides of the 101 freeway, made this very coordinated approach to pinch off the protesters and get them back onto surface streets. So that's the goal of CHP, at least, and it'll be interesting to see if CHP
look like
gets
they're
them
hauling off
fully
some women.
Ramp and
Two
get them
women.
onto Los Angeles Street, and then they just stop there.
Seems like it's
Or
definitely gonna be
what,
more arrests today
further
than
will
last night. Yesterday was
CHP may
11
have in this
arrests.
entire situation?
Last night
may
they
be
said it was
content
about
with just
11 arrests.
blocking off the ramp and then sending the rest of their crews home. They have a lot of CHP officers from the CHP Special Response
I've probably
team that are
seen
here at
about
the
4 or
scene now.
5 already
Those are those
getting
special
detained, arrested.
CHP officers that are specially trained in these
Here's
SWAT
another
tactics.
person behind that
They
lady.
have the riot gear, they have the gas masks, and they have the tools to deal with
They
large
rounding
crowds.
them up.
As you can see there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. So there you can see 6 people currently in CHP custody. We saw these people kind of being
John said that is more than a couple of hundred.
from that skirmish line, as some of them got a little too
How many
close,
people
got a
you
little
all
too,
project will
maybe
be arrested
the CHP
today?
officers thought they were getting too
It's
rowdy.
still light outside. What
and
time
then
is it
those
there?
people were immediately
It's probably
taken
8
into
o'clock
custody.
here.
CHP
So
will
it's going on
probably
5
have
o'clock there.
a paddy wagon or another
As they say,
large
the night is
vehicle
still
to
young.
put these folks in for processing and then taken to jail after that.
Yeah, we saw those people being marched down the ramp and likely being taken to the CHP vehicles, which are either under the overpass, protected under there, and they'll load them up and then drive them off the surface of the 101. But some order is being restored here to the freeway, and excuse me, and we will see how this plays out. But there is a logjam there on the on-ramp at the bottom of your screen, as the CHP is continuing to slowly press this crowd back to the top, up to Los Angeles Street or Main Street, and make their way back and clear the entire roadway. Again, we are waiting word from LA Mayor Karen Bass. We expect to hear from her in some kind of press briefing here in the next little bit. I do, in the meantime, want to read a post from former Vice President Kamala Harris, who many
Kamala has stepped to the front of the congregation. What she got to say?
She posted to social media, quote, Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I'm appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. The former vice president continuing, this administration's actions are not about public safety. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protest is a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. And as the LAPD mayor and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms. A mention there of being mostly peaceful. I guess that's an unmentioned condemnation of violence, but not a direct condemnation of that violent and tactics that we have seen from these
mostly
demonstrators.
peaceful.
Many
Have
of
you
them
not been
today,
watching the same
we have
coverage
started to
as we've
see
been
many
watching?
taken into
If
custody.
the National Guards weren't there now, it would be worse.
Matt Gutman,
It would be like
rocks and
what was
chunks of
happening
concrete
yesterday.
being hurled
Fires. It
at
was
these
crazy
officers
yesterday.
who are trying to clear the situation. We did
Look
see
what's happening
rocks
with
and
National Guards.
projectiles
Imagine without
thrown
National
at
Guards what
vehicles,
we
law
see.
enforcement vehicles that have been making their way
Make it
through.
make
The
sense.
back window of a Suburban, we believe a federal vehicle, was shattered as we were covering this live today by people who were simply throwing things at any vehicle that passed. On the right side of your screen is a confrontation we saw on the surface of the 101. This is the southbound 101. A sad game of kick the can between CHP officers and those demonstrators with that tear gas canister. In fact, you're going to see one of those if we play this out. The last person to touch this winds up being arrested here, taken down by an officer who was trying to kick that canister back towards those officers. So that was one of, I'd say, at least a dozen people from this particular group who has been arrested, taken into custody, and removed from the situation. And this has continued.
They're gonna have a paddy wagon, a couple of a few paddy wagons full of people
marching
tonight.
these people back and away from the 101.
My bet is about 15 to 20 people being arrested.
The officers are still in tactical gear down
probably
on
more
the
than that.
surface itself, getting ready for containment so they can
15
hopefully
to 20.
open
It
this
was
back
11
up
last
to
night.
vehicle traffic, which has been stopped now for at least
It'll
an
probably be close to
hour as we have
25.
been on the air here. The northbound side was open
Taylor
for a
Made
time
333
as
says
the
it's not going
southbound
to get
side was
any better
overtaken,
tonight.
but
The
now both
protesters
sides
will
have been
have
shut down for
the
some
cover
time
of
as the
dark.
CHP is
That's what
trying
I
to
talked about before.
regain control. All of this is
I
happening
said at
as
nighttime
large
because the
crowds
lights will
gather
be
in other
out. You have the
portions
street
of
lights. People are
downtown,
going to
including
feel motivated to
outside
really
the
do the
federal building, the
absolute most
Roybal
because they're going to
Detention
feel like they're
Facility,
not
where detainees
able
have
to
been
be
brought
seen.
throughout this weekend.
So they're
And
going
we
to
have
get
seen
more
3
bold
days
with
of
their
unrest
actions.
there, demonstrations and
So
confrontations, and that is
yeah,
where
it'll
we are
probably be
looking right
closer to
now.
probably 30
Gabe
arrests
Santos
tonight.
in
It's
Air
crazy.
7 really quick before we hit the top of the hour. One
Don
last
says,
check with you on
wow,
what we're
her
seeing
view
at
would be
the
different if
federal
she were,
building
never
there.
mind, erase that line of
Yeah, Jory, we're keeping an eye on the scene at the federal building and the scene
Yes,
on the freeway.
I bet
the scene
you
at the federal
if
building
all
appears to be
if it
pretty
was
static, and it has
people
been since that motorcycle situation that
from
we
the
saw where two motorcycles
Republicans that
breached
was
the
out here
scrimmage
doing
line.
this, just
2
like
people
what
were taken into
J6,
custody there.
January 6th.
The motorcycles may have hit
It wasn't that
a
same
couple of
sense of
officers there
calmness
and
then.
caused minor injuries to officers who were
Lock
treated at the
them
scene.
up, lock them up.
Those
But
officers
then
are
we
in
got all
stable
of this,
condition,
and
and
it's
we
just
believe those
like
were
we don't need the
LAPD
National
officers.
Guard.
So we're keeping an eye on the scene at the
This
federal
is just
building,
a
and we're keeping
peaceful
an eye on
protest.
this large
Do
scene on
you
the Aliso ramp
classify
to the
J6
101.
as a peaceful
Large crowd
protest?
there.
What's
It
the
looks to be a
difference
couple
between
hundred people,
energy?
but CHP has been
What's the
successful in
difference?
their efforts to clear the protesters off the 101 freeway. So unknown how much longer the 101 freeway will be closed,
Asking
probably for
questions.
another few minutes as CHP maybe gets these people further up the off-ramp and completely onto the ramp. And this may, you see
Right.
another
Remember
person taken
that?
into custody
Yeah.
there.
It
As
was
a
like the
couple things
same
are
energy.
thrown
What's the difference between the
at
energy there
officers, and that
versus
person
this
may be
energy?
getting a little too pushy
Like
with the
it's the
officers. That's that
same
person
type of
earlier
energy.
with the green cap with
I
the
think this just
American
has a
flag.
lot more people, but
So
it's
one
the
person
same
being taken
energy.
into
So
custody
why
there.
do you
A
feel
little
like,
scuffle
oh,
happening a little
these
further
people,
up
they're
the
just, having a
ramp
moment.
here. And in situations like
But with
these where you see
J6, you're like,
projectiles being thrown
lock
at
them up,
officers
give them
and things
20 years
being
to
thrown
life. They don't
around,
need to ever
sometimes you
come
see
home.
those smoke grenades being thrown out by these CHP officers because they have those at the ready to
I clocked it.
Forcefully push these crowds back as you see things get a little bit pushy, a little bit tense.
Okay, here we have LA Mayor Karen Bass again. NBA Finals will continue on ABC7. We'll continue to cover this on streaming.
With this mayor talking about
right.
Karen Bass.
But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic.
Turn her mic
And
off.
deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration, kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up.
That ain't happening.
Questions? Yes.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since
Right.
in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moving
Right.
around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get on the way?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly, the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question that Chase. Mayor, have you reached out directly to the federal government? Or is this you doing so right now when you get here? Have you tried to?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs.
It was already
our city
chaotic.
Is still trying to recover from the
Woman
wildfires.
delusional. Her
and you
and
just think about how so many people were impacted by that.
say
And
Wednesday,
that's
they
an
should be
example
afraid
where
if they're breaking the
administration was
laws. Them
helpful.
people ain't
And to
afraid.
go from that situation
That's
to where
what they
we are
used to
now
breaking the law.
is just really tragic. And I think it's so
Lawless,
unfortunate.
clearly
It's
a
the last
lawless
thing
state.
Los Angeles needs.
We are listening to
No, I
LA
did
Mayor
not
Karen Bass address her city amidst unrest in Los Angeles. If you're continuing on ABC7 on air, we will switch things over to the NBA Finals Game 2 between Indiana and Oklahoma City. We will continue to cover this, what is going on in Los Angeles, and continue listening to this press conference from Mayor Karen Bass.
Says, why weren't you
streaming
speaking
on
to the
ABC7.com
people?
and the ABC7 Los
Because
Angeles app.
it's the optics. They're not there to work with ICE. They want the people out there.
The safety of the people who are peacefully protesting. I'm
She
worried
just-
about the businesses that might get vandalized.
It's just a
I'm worried about the
facade.
vandalism that took place around the federal building.
It's a
All of that.
facade.
We do not need to see.
She
our
up there
city
talking because she
torn
have to,
apart.
not because she want
And
to.
the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are terrified.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protest?
Well, I mean, I first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And anytime it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. Steve Jordan, Reuters. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations you've had with the governor, and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all of sorts of information. We're hearing that raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is going to be here, so it's uncertain. But that's exactly the problem, because we don't need in this city to go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers, or people going to work, or children at school. So we don't need any of that in our city right now. Our city is trying to heal. Our city is trying to rebuild. Our city does not need to be torn apart with a provocative measure from the federal government. If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Mayor, last night, the U.S. Attorney seems resolute that these raids will continue regardless of what's happened over the last 2 or 3 days. In your conversations with him, has there been any kind of attempted compromise or sort of kind of lowering the temperature, at least if things cool off locally, if they want to continue, or are they just doing it regardless of how everyone else feels?
Well, I mean, I think what we see now is they're doing it regardless of how anyone else feels. My conversation with the U.S. Attorney, though, was not focused on that.
Yeah, another question.
Oh, hi, Frank.
It appears that the LAPD is cooperating with ICE in this operation outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. They moved in, there was peaceful protest. The LAPD.
Patriot Roy said Karen asked, she doesn't speak to the people ever. She's a DEI hired and wasn't voted by the people. Sorry, I've been bouncing around, working and relaxing.
Sure. Well, first
I
of all,
was sitting up here wondering who the heck voted her in.
But anyway,
because there's nothing about this woman that has me to think she the sharpest knife in the
one
drawer.
branch of law enforcement says they need help, another branch of law enforcement is going to respond and is obligated to respond. And so the minute that protest left the federal building, then that's when LAPD were involved. So the cooperation that you're referring to, I believe, is the cooperation around coordinating with ICE in terms of raiding workplaces or arresting people who are undocumented.
What's your exact understanding of the timeline for how long the National Guard will be here? How long the raid is going to continue? Or going to be daily raids?
I have no exact timeline. I cannot tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest. And the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
To follow up, I've seen LAPD fire point blank, bullets over bullets, into the ground, but in some cases directly at protesters. Can you speak about what kind of orders are under in terms of handling peaceful protests?
I can't in terms of the specific orders that are being given by the chief or the other commanding officers.
So Mayor, will you be speaking then to Chief McDonald?
I'm going to speak to him in the next few minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
I'm
what is
leaving
in
from
the
here
plan?
to meet with him.
Great. What is in the plan for tomorrow? Because let's say presumably this does not end.
Right. Well, you know, I think one thing is that because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and institutions that have been around for several decades, there is a history of having peaceful protests here. Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an athletic event, everybody celebrates. There's always a handful of people that tend to be at the end and tend to hang around and might get into mischief and violence. But that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized in a proper way. The problem is what happens at the end, and that's one thing that is difficult with crowd control, whether it is a political protest or whether it is a football game.
Did you say you talked to Tom Holman?
Yes, I did talk to Tom Holman.
What did he tell you?
Well, he just listened. I mean, the main thing he said was he appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but I was encouraging him not to deploy the National Guard. I knew that the order had been given. The president had signed the order to the governor that he was federalizing the National Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be deployed, but that didn't mean that they would actually be deployed onto our streets. So my conversation with him was trying to encourage to prevent the deployment. Obviously, that did not work.
The mayor's going to with the police chief and anybody else, or just the police chief?
The police chief, the sheriff, and the governor.
Quickly, Mayor, you're talking about peaceful protests. We're hearing the noises outside as this crowd is getting closer and presumably more violence as they're coming up through the streets here. I know it's nice to talk about peaceful protests.
That's not peaceful, what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful.
So then how do we reconcile the difference? Obviously, there's frustration with the Trump administration and the feds, but as LAPD and the Sheriff's Department try to distance themselves from the actions of these immigration actions and work being done, they're against authority in a lot of ways. They're standing outside City Hall as your office. It's not necessarily against you. How do you distance yourself, but also kind of try to keep it peaceful at a time where it's anti-authority?
Well, and let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
You want to provide some National Guard?
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to do in LA? What are they going to do for it?
Well, what I know right now is that the mission of the National Guard is to protect federal property and the federal building, which is why you have only seen them there. You have not seen them out in the community or anything like that. And just in terms of, to close, to wrap up, I just have to say that, again, our city has been through a lot since the beginning of the year. And now thinking that there is a large percentage of our city that is terrified, that is not going to know if they go to sleep tonight and they go to work or they go to school, will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants where 50% of the population is Latino. A percentage of the populations are from Asian countries and from all over the world. And we embrace all Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came from or when you got here. But the most important thing right now is that our city be peaceful. And so protests and expressing your, fears, your beliefs is appropriate to do, but it is just not appropriate for there to be violence. And I don't want people to fall into the chaos that I believe is being created by the administration completely unnecessarily. Thank you very much.
You have been listening to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass address the situation playing out in her city. As she has been speaking, we heard our reporter Tim Caputo, who asked some fantastic questions of the mayor during that. As that was
she
playing
had to
out
acknowledge that it hadn't
City
been
Hall
peaceful,
and
even though she didn't want to.
Surrounding
Clearly.
downtown area, we have seen some things happening
had to
at the bottom
acknowledge
of your
it.
screen from Air 7. That is a Waymo car now on fire. It looks like a lot of those cars have been targeted by the demonstrators.
Yes, they burning
and,
another Waymo. So I'm like,
destroyed, damaged. And again, that one is
that's
now
just the
on
peaceful
fire.
protest. She
Never
got
a
backed
great
into a
situation. I
corner where
believe
she
all
had to
those
acknowledge
fleet
that it's not
are
peaceful.
electric vehicles, and we don't want to see.
She didn't want to, but she had to.
Those batteries are, once they're exposed to air, you can have a really violent explosion. Gabe Santos has been watching what has been playing out here for some time. During the mayor's
she
press
speaks on. I'm
briefing.
retired,
Gabe, what have you
disabled, no
seen?
life. I'm just saying, thank you for being here.
Well, Jory,
like
we've
the
seen
video.
a
Appreciate you
very
being here.
rapid
I
escalation of
wanted
things here.
to
We have both Air 7s over the scene
provide
here. One of them
some-
on a couple of Waymos, one of them that's on fire. I'm personally working to get eyes on
some
where that
additional
Waymo is,
updates
but
I
my attention
see
has been
online
focused
from the
on the
news.
scene at Alameda and Temple, where we had a number of mounted units from LAPD try and make a move towards City Hall on Temple, and they were met with a lot of fireworks activity. One officer reporting Molotov cocktails, unknown if those were actually Molotov cocktails or whether that officer was maybe confusing the fireworks with something else. So those mounted units from LAPD were trying to make a move towards City Hall on Temple, and they were met with a lot of protesters that were reacting with aggressive behavior. So those LAPD units actually backed away on Temple and backed up from those protesters. You can see those mounted units right there just trying to regroup and reassess the situation, because as soon as they started coming towards City Hall on Temple, near this very intersection, this is going to be Los Angeles Street and Temple Street, they were met by some aggressive behavior by some protesters. And you can see that mall area on the bottom left corner of your screen, this open park space. A lot of the surfaces there have been tagged by protesters. Even when I got on the scene here a couple hours ago, those walls were bare, and now they have been tagged, and a lot of graffiti has been applied to those walls. So those protesters have been pretty busy on some of these other streets near the federal building, while our eyes were focused on the situation on the 101 freeway. Both lanes on the 101 freeway are still closed right now, but CHP has pushed the majority of those protesters off of the freeway and onto.
So some updates. I'm on newsnationnow.com. It's saying that 27 arrests were reported overnight in Los Angeles as President Donald Trump deployed 2,000 members of the National Guard to the city, the first of which arrived in Los Angeles Sunday morning. So if the state of California is saying that, hey, we had it under control, why were 27 arrests made like prior to the National Guard coming? So that's saying, no, you really didn't have it under control. Texas Republican says Los Angeles is the tip of the iceberg as deportations are about to go way up. Deportations are about to go way up. There are a lot of anarchists, let me see, anarchists, a lot of bad faith actors that come to these protests and take advantage of the situation. They vandalize, they break up bricks and throw them at the police, and they kind of get the crowd going, tells the News Nation Prime. On Sunday morning, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the National Guard would keep peace and allow people to be able to protest, but also to keep law and order. KTLA also reported that ICE raids could last up to 30 days. Democrat Republican Nanette Berrigan said she has been told to prepare for a large presence of ICE officers in her district in California. So you all, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
So at least
there will be more arrests to come.
A sole individual that is now at a loss for a
will
vehicle. You have these corporate vehicles that are probably insured, so that's at least one bit of good news. But this is obviously not anything we like to see. We don't want to see things burning in the streets. We don't want to see all these acts of
illegal
vandalism
immigrants. 3,000. That is the goal for the day
Chinatown side under the 101 freeway. And we're seeing a lot of these protesters move northbound on Los Angeles
Street. Latest
Street.
information
I'm not
I've
sure
learned.
If that was from
3,000 arrests
activity that
per
we
day
saw a
is
little
what
bit
they're
closer
aiming for.
to Temple and Los Angeles Street, where those mounted officers from LAPD kind of clashed a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if that's
I'm curious to see going into the week
to continue
what the protest energy will be like.
Just kind of moving
just factoring in people having jobs.
This collection of Waymo vehicles,
she said 50% of LA is Hispanic, and a total of the illegal immigrants in LA is 40%. Yes, I thought about that. So we got a good 10% of them who actually are there legally.
Truck is there a little further. If Rob pans to the left, there was a truck with.
So we got like 10% who are there legit.
Making announcements.
So as I said before, what percentage of these people from the Hispanic community are legal that's out here at this protest?
These automated vehicles.
I'm going to say most of them are not.
They don't have that programmed into their software.
I'm going to say most of them are not.
Aware of that. So they probably just drove into it, and people, they know that if you stand in front of it, they just stop, and people are
her own words. Yep,
right
she
now.
said it.
You can see one person leaning on the hood,
half
taking
the state
a selfie
is
with that Waymo
Hispanic
that's on fire,
community.
and a lot of
what I learned is that At least
being painted on
40%
these Waymos right now on
are
on Sunday
illegal,
night.
Yeah, things devolving in some parts of downtown,
which
and you
means
do
only
not want to see this
10%
happen.
are there that are
These, again,
legit.
these are electric
10%
cars.
out of the
Any
entire
car that
state.
is burning is going to send off
California
some
is
pretty bad
huge.
toxins into the air. But an
It's a huge
electric
state.
car
But
in
remember, I
particular,
said when I
once
looked
it
up the
hits that
stats
battery, you're
earlier in
talking
the
about a
live,
very
that
difficult
California
job
is the
for
number one
firefighters.
state with
This
the
is going to
most. It's a
continue to
state with
burn
the.
those
It's number one
lithium-ion
for
batteries, and
having the most
the
illegal
size of them
immigrants.
and the amount of power they have in them. Once they catch
They're
fire, this is
number
going to be a bad
one.
situation. You hope it's not
I
an
think they have like
explosion
over
and
2
people aren't too
million.
close. But I know if I
Texas
were
was
near a
behind
burning
them,
electric car, I would get away as quickly as
but
I
maybe
can
like
as the
little
destruction
over 1 million.
continues here.
I think California
We're
had like
hoping
2
to
million.
talk, and here we go. Someone else
It's
starting a
crazy.
fire in one of these vehicles, ran out of fuel, thankfully, before that one could ignite,
Crazy, yo.
and now hiding their identity. But again, this is something, it's a
Dr.
volatile
J said she
situation.
got a
Normally the
protesters
police
heading
are able
home.
to move in
I don't
to
think
this
so. It's
scene
still
and try
light
and
outside.
calm things down, get these folks out. The fire
They waiting
department
for
at
it to
some
get
point
dark because that's when
is
I
going
think
to
they
have to be
really want to
called
get
in
it
to
on
put
the
this
crack
car
when
out.
it get
And now
dark and the
a
lights go
major
out.
conflagration in this car. We
So
saw in Compton
something
yesterday,
approaching
when
5:30
that
there. It's
car was
still
lit on
early.
fire in the middle of the intersection. The
It is still
firefighters
early.
had to come in and had to be protected by
A
police.
lot of these people
You know,
probably
you have a
calling
line
out of work,
of
ain't going to work
officers
on
Do
Monday.
one more hit,
be able
guys,
to
and then we gotta
move
go.
in and get those firefighters safe, and even those firefighters
Look at
had
that with these people on
projectiles
these
thrown at
cars.
them.
You
So
can't
again,
go
this
and
car
arrest
is
them. The
now
ones that are
fully
standing on the
engulfed.
cars,
People
like
are trying
they're
to set
just
the other
caught in
Waymos
action.
on fire. And as this is
Vandalism.
playing out again, we want to try to get to Tim Caputo, who just heard from Mayor Karen
Do
Bass.
they have enough
I
space to
believe I
house
just
these
heard
people they're
from Gabe
arresting?
Santos
Last
in Air
night they
7
said it
that
was
there's not a lot of time
27
left. Are
arrests.
they out?
I had read something
Okay, they are
earlier on
fully out. They're out
another
of fuel and have to go back to the
news
airport to
outlet or
refuel. So we
website.
hope
They
to
said it
check
was
back
like
in with
11,
Gabe
but I
Santos
found
shortly.
something else that
And
said
as we wait again,
27.
we're
That
hoping
makes
to
more
talk to
sense. So
Tim
that means
Caputo,
the
who just
27 was
questioned the
last night.
mayor of
Baby,
Los
we
Angeles
probably didn't already
directly
seen probably
with some very
27
pointed
already during this nearing 8-hour live stream.
impressive line of
So
questioning, because it sounds at times that
today
the
is
mayor
probably
is
going to
trying
be
to have it
probably
both
closer to
ways. She
like 50
blamed all the chaos that has played
before
out
the
in Los
night is
Angeles
over
this
with.
weekend on the Trump administration's actions, and at the same time, on the other hand,
Just say
said
Wednesday,
that
who do
violence
those
is
burning
not
cars belong
acceptable.
to?
And so
These are,
admitting
was that
that there is
Waymo?
a
Is that
lot
what
of
we call
violence
those
playing out
cars? Those
amid
are
these
the
protests. And so that is
autonomous, those
clearly
cars
the
that
people who are committing
drive
the
themselves.
violence are not Trump administration officials, so they
I
are
think
to
the
blame as
company
well.
is
So
called Waymo. They're
you know,
the,
it
remember
sounds
I
like she's
talked
having it
about on
both
this
ways. Let's
channel
zoom in
the
back on that
self-driving
car, because
vehicles
we're
that
starting
are
to see
on
some
its way.
explosions emerge
Those are
from that.
those
You see
vehicles.
the fuel now on the
I think
on
they're
the street now, burning on the
autonomous.
surface
I
of
think
Los
that's what you
Angeles
call
street,
it,
and
but
people
they're
still
self-driving. There's like
maintaining
they
a
don't
really close proximity.
autonomous.
You
I
see
think
those
that the word is
flames coming out of there
autonomous.
really fast and
So
powerful.
those vehicles,
Something
those
in
are
there
those cars
has
that are
caught
kind of like
where
Lyft, Uber,
we're
where
talking about a volatile,
so they're
dangerous
coming.
situation,
Lyft
and you
is
hope that
going
this
to
is
introduce
the
them
only car
into
that is
Atlanta this
set
summer. The
ablaze, and
self-driving
you
vehicles.
still see some flames there
So
on the
these are those
roadway
vehicles
as that fuel,
that we're
whatever
seeing
fuel
on
source is
fire.
now burning, has now made its way
And they're
onto the street
Jaguars. I
itself.
took notice, yeah, that they were Jaguar. That's the type of videos. That's probably
fumes the Waymo sets
1/4
out whenever
million
it's set
damage
on
just
fire
the
like this.
Waymos.
I'm not even sure if the
So this is
protesters even
the
realize that
company whose
how
vehicles
toxic and dangerous these fumes can be.
these belong
Hydrogen
to.
fluoride, carbon
Waymo,
monoxide, just these flammable gases that can potentially
1/4
explode.
million
We
sold,
could
and they're
possibly even
Jaguar
see an
make
explosion
vehicles.
happening from this Waymo if it's on fire long enough. And just all these
And we've seen
protesters
several of
in that
those on
area.
fire.
Again, this air, it's just so toxic, and it just
Not
really
sure the
makes you
point of,
question, why would they do something like
like,
this?
I don't understand the
That's
point.
just mob mentality at this point, just watching things burn. That's Nico Kazori
So
joining our
Don
coverage
says
here. I'm
somebody
Julie
is
Rand as
ordering
we
the
are
cars to come
continuing
there.
our
So people are
coverage of the
placing
unrest
orders
in downtown
for
Los
the
Angeles,
vehicles to
and we
come to
do
that
see
location, and then
possibly
they're
some
setting them
officers
on fire.
moving in
That's
now
crazy. Like, what's the
to try
point?
and
Like,
gain
for what?
control of
Just
the
because to
situation.
set
This
something
is
on fire?
still, is this, I saw some smoke in the background, so I'm not sure if that's a flashbang smoke or whether these officers are moving in on this situation, but a
Waymo
large
need to
crowd gathering
reprogram
here.
the
I think
vehicle,
this
do
is Los
something in the
Angeles Street.
system to have them to
5
just stay put for
cars
the
from a
time
fleet of
being, and
Waymos that
to
now
not be
service
able to
Los Angeles
respond
have
to
been attacked,
any
vandalized, and destroyed. This one on the right of this
requests
window is now fully engulfed in
in
flames,
that area.
and
They
it just
need to just
continues a day
program
of
them to
unrest
just
in
not
Los
move or
Angeles that is in
something.
response to moves
If
by the Department of
Don, you
Homeland
believe that
Security
people
and
are
ICE
like
under the Trump
intentionally just ordering
administration
the
as
cars
they
to
continue
show up,
to take
Waymo need to do something.
those
They
in
should
this
have
country
something,
illegally out
access to
of the
something
United
in the
States.
system
Absolutely. And we were talking
from
about
the
the National
office, the
Guard a little bit
headquarters
earlier. They're deployed 2,000 troops are
to
here.
control the
And
movement of the
pretty much
cars, to have the
President
cars
Donald
to
Trump
not
basically
leave wherever they're
bypassed
stationed at.
Governor Newsom's authority and he deployed the troops here. And that makes you think that's another thing that these protesters are
Yeah, that's
angry with, and
them.
that's another reason why these protests are getting
They
so
have
out
them.
of
I seen
control.
in
Tensions
Atlanta,
are
and my
high.
husband
And
recently
earlier during
pointed
that
one
press
out to me
conference,
when we
Mayor
were
Vasquez, she
in
said
Atlanta going to
Latinos
my
have the
sister's
right to
house a couple
exercise
weeks ago
their
for
First
Memorial
Amendment
Weekend.
right, but
I'd never
peacefully
seen one
and
before.
not like this. So this is what we
So
are seeing here in
Waymo is
DC
also here
and
in Atlanta,
downtown
but
LA.
Lyft, they're
Again,
coming this
these
summer.
protests, they erupted amid the ICE raids, and it's the third day of civil unrest. Jory's been talking about this.
Yeah, well, those
for
are cars we were
hours
talking
now.
about
You
earlier.
have been
Yep, these
covering
are the
this
cars. They
since
drive
1 this afternoon.
themselves.
This is when
Yeah,
it
it's
started.
And the
been
make
going
of the
for
vehicles
hours.
is
We know there's a
Jaguar.
demonstration this morning.
So
It
they're
stretched
not
through the
cheaply
afternoon,
made
and then two
vehicles
large
either.
demonstrations
That's a lot of
converged
money.
into one. Governor
The
Newsom
company
responding to the president
is out of a
today
lot of money
with a
with these
number of
vehicles. Like
posts to
they're
social
being
media,
burnt. You
and
can't do
some of
nothing.
this
You
is
can't
stuff we
salvage
have
these
never
vehicles.
seen
They're just
before in the
completely
United States. So the
totaled out.
governor
That's just
responding
a
to a
loss.
video of President
Who
Trump
knows
speaking
what
to
the value
reporters
of one
today,
is?
saying there will be law and order in the
Angie said
streets
the
of the United
wildfires
States.
gonna burn
The governor
California down.
writing,
The people will.
inciting
That's what
and
it's looking
provoking
like.
violence, creating mass chaos,
It's looking like
militarizing
they're gonna
cities,
take it down with
arresting
fire one way or
opponents.
the
These
other.
are the acts of a dictator,
One
not
day,
the
one way or the
president.
other.
The governor
Yep, these
also
Waymo,
writing
these are the
officially to the
self-driving
Trump
cars we were
administration, he
talking about
said,
earlier.
to rescind
They're
their
setting them on
unlawful
fire. If you notice,
deployment
all the
of
cars
troops
that we
in
see
Los
that are on
Angeles
fire,
County
they're
and
all
return them
white.
to my
They got
command.
this
This is the
thing at the
governor
top of it.
posting to Twitter. He writes, we
So
didn't have
I
a
think that's
problem
probably
until
connects,
Trump got
to where
involved. This
it's
is a
probably
serious breach of state
controlled through
sovereignty,
probably like
inflaming
satellite or
tensions
something
while
like that.
pulling resources from where they're actually needed.
But
Rescind the order, return control to California. That is a message to the
that's
president of the
crazy.
United States. Attached is a letter written from the office of the governor
That have
to the
robotic
Trump
combo.
administration
God
and
said
Defense
that's them
Secretary
that have
Pete Hegseth,
robotic
signed by
combo.
David Sapp, Legal Affairs Secretary
Sheep
in the
no lie.
office
It's crazy.
of
Yeah,
Governor
it's
Newsom.
crazy
And
as
it goes
hell.
on to list ways where the governor and the state
That's why
deemed it
years ago my husband
unlawful
was like, "Nope,
for the
we'll never
president to have
move back to
federalized
California.
members of the National Guard."
No, we'll
Writing,
visit,
this is done
but it's
under
just too
Section
much
10
going on there.
of the legal
It's
code
just
as how they
we left in the
federalized
90s.
U.S. troops.
It's too much.
But this lawyer writing,
We can visit,
that
but that's
Section
about it.
12406 states that, quote, the president
can't
may
live there
call into
anymore.
federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers
No.
as he considers necessary to, one,
There's nothing about
repel
that
an
state that
invasion
has
of the
me
United
to
States by
desire
a
to
foreign
live there
nation.
anymore.
That has not happened. Two, suppress a rebellion against the authority of the government of the
Just
United
say,
States.
when
There
Don
is
do those
argument that I'm
cars
sure the
speak.
president will make that
Yeah, one of them I
stands
heard
here. And
when
three,
it was
execute the laws of the United
it
States
wasn't
when the
set on
president
fire
is
at that
unable to
time.
do
It was
so with normative
vandalized.
forces.
That
That
car
is not
says,
the case here as well.
I heard it
So they
talking. It
will look to
says,
likely number two
we have
there of those
detected what it said.
three
We have detected
citations
distress.
within
We
the
have
code.
listen. That car was trying to phone a
But the
friend.
office of the
It
governor
started
writing
talking.
the section
It
further
said,
states that
help,
orders for these
help.
purposes
We
shall
have
be issued
detected
through the
distress.
governors
That
of
was
the
the
states.
first close
And
up I
therein
got
lies
to
the
look at the
problem. This was
vehicle and
not
seen
done
that
at
it
the
said
request of
Jaguar.
the governor of California,
And
which
then
is
that's when I
typically
think Don put
how
in the comments
federalization
about
of
it being
National
one of
Guard
those Waymo
troops
vehicles. And I'm
happens.
like,
We've seen
oh
it
snap,
happen
that thing was
quite often.
talking like
Niku, we
we
saw
are
it happen during
detecting
the
distress.
fires.
You can hear
We
the car
visited
from the
these sites
outside
and seen
talking.
National Guards members guarding
So I
entrances and
guess
exits.
it
We
was,
saw it during
was
the
able to pick
2020
up
civil
that
unrest. National
it was
Guard
getting
members were
used
on
and
the streets,
abused.
and we have seen it in the past.
It was
But
able
it
to
happens
detect that
at
his
the
paint
request
job
of
was
the
effed
governor,
up.
not in opposition
Right,
to the
and
governor.
it makes you think this is so hard to predict what can happen next because
Don
this
said
is
it's
just
like a Siri.
it's not going in the
And
right
he's
order.
exactly
So I mean,
nothing
just like you
I
said, so
want
it's really hard
there.
to think what are the next steps because
That
things
car was
have
like,
happened out of
help me,
order.
please.
And looking
Reporter,
back
while you
at that
reporting on this damn
Waymo,
story,
DC,
can you
now
damn
an
help
even
me? Can you get
larger
me the hell
crowd
up out of here?
gathered around this Waymo. Now they're standing on
I
top of
said,
the
not the
car.
car being in
And a little bit
distress.
earlier, I think think I saw someone with a
That car
skateboard
said, these
trying
fools
to
crazy.
break
They done
into
lost
the
their damn
Waymo. I'm
mind.
not sure if they're trying to set this one on fire too, but that
Oh my
other
God,
Waymo
that's what
has
caught
been
my
on
attention.
fire,
I'm like,
I'd
y'all,
say
the
at
car
least for the
talking.
last
It's saying
20
we sense
minutes,
distress.
probably.
Oh yeah, your
It
ass
was
in
in the
distress.
trunk, and
All
now the
right,
car
it's
is just
going
completely
down.
engulfed, and these folks are
It
just
just
standing there. One
hasn't. They
person with
just
a
haven't
camera on
lit
the
a flame
windshield.
to you
You
yet,
see that man on the
but
roof with
it's
a
coming.
skateboard trying
Oh,
to
it's coming.
just basically break anything off this car that they are able to do.
Poor
And
car.
I don't know if we can pull out and see if any officers
Poor
are in this
car.
area. But again, this situation has
And he
devolved
said, poor cars
into
has feelings.
chaos
Yes, that thing had
when
feelings.
we
It
have
said,
seen
we
quite a
sense
bit of it this
distress.
weekend play out in Los Angeles. And you start to see the smoke rising in this wide
Oh
shot.
my God.
It's a disturbing
God
sight
said
to
a
see a
car was
fire
asking for
burning like
help. It's
this
crazy. Yes, did
in the
y'all
midst
hear
of a
that? When I
crowd
was saying that the car was
making
asking
their
for
way
help.
through Los
That
Angeles.
was when you, Don, put in there
Again,
that
we
it was
just
one of the
heard from
Waymo
LA Mayor.
cars
There's the
because it was
explosion that
asking
we
for
were waiting
help.
to see
Like,
what
shit,
happened.
car said, F
The
the
car
dumb
is now
shit. Can y'all
exploded
come help
as
me?
it
Can
likely
somebody
is
just
reaching
push me
the
out the way? Just
lithium
push me wherever the
battery
hell I
that
need to
powers these
be
electric
because
cars.
I need to get the hell up out of
Typically,
here.
they're
Because
found
it's
on the
going down. These goddamn
beneath
Mexicans
the
and lost
car,
their damn
along the
mind.
frame of
They
those
just stood
vehicles.
all
And so
on
once
top
the
of me,
fire
spray
reaches
painting
down
me,
there,
knowing I'm supposed to
it
be a
is
crisp
very
white.
difficult to put these fires out. I think I remember a crash
There
on a
should be
bridge
no color
recently where
on
there
my
was
body.
some kind of
I am
fuel or
white.
a vehicle that
I am
could not be
white.
put out, and they encased it and basically just dragged it off of the bridge.
Oh
But
my
here we have
goodness, y'all. Can't make this
some
issue up.
knuckleheads trying to continue to damage this car, do whatever
And
they
y'all
can to
said,
get
car
involved
said,
in this
save me, please. It really did.
a
I
mob
heard him.
party as they watch this
Y'all,
car
I was a
burn.
witness. I've been
and
on this
again,
live
these
stream almost
EV
8 hours.
fires,
I heard that
there
car say, goddamn it,
absolutely no joke.
save
Those
me.
fumes that are in the air. Again, these
Save
protesters, they're
me.
so
Help
close
me.
to that
Help me.
fire. They're breathing in
I said, oh, snap,
all
the
of the toxic
Jaguars talk
gases.
too?
Again, we talked about carbon
Because it
monoxide,
wasn't a
hydrogen
Tesla.
fluoride. Those aren't things that you
It
should
was
be
a
breathing
Jaguar.
in.
It
And
said
they're just
Jaguar, and it
feet
was
away from
talking.
that
I
car
said, but
that exploded. And it makes you think, is that the plan for the second Waymo? I believe there's three. Were there 3 or 5 Waymos?
Don
5
said, real
Waymos.
life
And
iRobot.
it's just
Right.
a terrifying
And
thought
you
to
listen.
think that they want to light
I said,
all 5
help me.
Waymos on fire.
me.
And looking at this crowd, you can see a few different
I
flags.
said, listen,
in that
Jack, I
crowd.
can't
They
do nothing for
continue
you.
to
Listen,
move.
I'm in
And so
Atlanta. I'm doing this damn long as hell live stream. I see you. I can be an
I
eyewitness.
think this is happening on
That's
Los
all I
Angeles.
got. I can be a
Just
witness
across
to the
the
foolishness because I
101.
did see it. I
Once
did hear you
the
say, help me.
California Highway
I
Patrol
did
came
hear
in
you
to
say, I am
clear
in
the 101
distress.
freeway,
I heard
the
it.
crowds kind of have
I heard
scattered.
it. That's all I got for you.
Across downtown Los Angeles. This
That's
we
all
saw
I
a
got
large
for you,
group.
y'all. I
There's 2
heard
cars
it.
on fire now, so
I
they
don't know if
weren't
y'all
able
heard it, but I
to
heard it.
light a second car. And we're going to see
This
this
is
play out here on
crazy,
both
yo.
ends
Can't
of
make
this
this issue
string
up.
of 5 Waymo cars.
You cannot make
still
it
burning
up.
here.
Andrew said, Carr said, I'm not supposed to
And this
be
is
here.
the group in
I'm
Chinatown.
talking
Now, we have a few
Jaguar.
different
I'm
scenes,
talking
so
a
this is just
Jaguar
one of the
with
scenes. I'm
feelings.
curious
Yes,
what
that Jaguar,
the
like, I am no
other
damn
scenes
Pinto. Y'all
look
treat
like
me
at
like
this
a
time. If
Kia
they've calmed down a
Sorrento
little
out here.
bit,
I am
or
a Jaguar.
this is because this is still a very large crowd. I mean, I've barely seen any improvement.
They like,
in
I'm
the
not a
last few
Tesla.
hours. So it looks like these protesters,
I am not a
they are
Tesla.
not going anywhere.
I am
And
a
it seems
Jaguar.
like this protest is dragging into the evening hours.
I
It will
hadn't
continue.
seen nothing,
I
Dr. J, about there
it's
being a
fair to say the
curfew
sun will
put
be
into
down
place. They need one.
long before this crowd breaks
They need
apart
one.
for the evening.
Just
Can we
like
pan
you
around
said,
and see
not
if there's
yet.
still a group at the federal
Angie
building? I
says,
know our
I ain't
vantage
no
point has
kid.
kind of shifted
I
here.
ain't no kid.
We're on the
Angie,
west or
I am
south
not a
side
kid.
of, okay,
I
we
am
do
not a
have, this
kid
is
Sorrento.
Temple
I
and
am a
Alameda. So
whole
this crowd
Jaguar.
is still gathered. Are they
They
sitting
out here
down?
disrespecting me and my body.
I'm not sure. Are they are all
They are
sitting
disrespecting
down. Okay,
my
so this is
body.
Temple and Alameda. They are here for the long haul. It looks like not really doing anything to
It's
provoke
hard. I say it's hard
anything
out
from
here
these
for a pimp, but
LAPD
these cars,
officers, but
it is hard out here
showing
for
they are not
cars
planning to
too.
go
In Los
anywhere. This says
Angeles,
Aliso,
they
so it's
said,
backed
get
up a
it how
little
you
bit. They
live.
have
Only the
cleared the
strong
intersection
can
of Temple
survive.
and Alameda. Oh, this is on
Don
the
says,
backside.
imagine
Gotcha.
20
Okay, so
Waymos
this is the
come to
top
the
of the hill. Here's the
rescue.
bottom of
Yes,
the hill.
wouldn't that
This
be
is where
something
the
like, oh,
focal
and
point
they go out of
much
control,
the
start
unrest
hitting
has been.
people and
This is
stuff? Wouldn't that
Alameda
be
and
some ish
Temple
right
down
there?
here, and there's still a small group here. But this is where
The
we saw
programmers,
the
the people who
large
own the vehicles,
confrontation
probably
this
gonna
morning as
pre-program,
those
do some
cars
programming for the
continue to
next time.
burn
They're gonna be
a
ready.
few blocks away. There
So
is the
when one of them
motorcycle that
vehicles say,
remains on
I
scene.
sense
There was a
distress,
time when there
I
was
am
a
in
skirmish
distress,
line. LAPD
it's gonna
officers
be
who had cleared
programmed
the
for the
entrance to the
damn
federal building
for the
and pushed people
Waymos to
down
come
the
to the
hill into this
rescue.
intersection of
They
Alameda
finna
and
be
Temple. At
knocking
that point,
everybody open.
2 people on motorcycles approached the skirmish line.
All it
And
takes is
again,
the
there's
program it,
some,
right? They just gotta
we're not
program
sure
it.
whether they
They
intentionally
just
drove
gotta
those bikes into the officers or whether they were
program it.
just doing a U-turn or some kind of maneuver and
Oh,
lost control and hit the
Lord have
officers.
mercy,
Either
y'all. This
way,
is crazy.
they hit the officers. 2 of them suffering injuries.
These
Both
American
drivers have been
streets.
taken into custody
And it's
and
not
will
even the
likely face
Americans getting it on and
several
popping
new
like that.
charges
It's
in addition to
foreigners,
just
y'all.
what the
That's
other
the sad part
protesters
about it.
obstructing a
It's not even
federal or a
us
local
tearing up our own
authority.
ish. It's
Once
literally
those
people who
officers
aren't
were
from here
injured, and
tearing
as
up
we
our
pan
stuff.
back over to Los
That's
Angeles
the
Street,
crazy part.
you can see the 101
Don't you remember when you was a
freeway is
kid,
now moving
friends come over and
northbound.
they might
The
tear up your stuff,
southbound
you get in trouble because you
is
didn't have friends, they done
is
came
Seems
over
like
and
moving.
tow up your
okay,
stuff.
it's still closed. The southbound
Now
side
you
is
gotta
still closed,
explain
but
to mom and daddy
northbound is
why your
open.
ish is effed
Yeah,
up
Is
and
what
why
we're
it's
southbound is
saying.
closed. You
broken,
can see the
why
officers,
her
CHP
stuff
still
broken
on the
because some
surface.
bad
Mike,
kids
what
who
were you
ain't
saying?
never had nothing, they done came through and towed your stuff up.
Got it.
This is
Okay,
what
so
we're
we have,
seeing. We're
again,
seeing people who
on
don't
the
come
right
from
side of your
nothing. They
screen, a
just
live
tearing
view
up
from the
ish.
ground from Los
These are
Angeles
people
Street.
who
That is what
don't
you're seeing right now at the top of your screen on the left.
know how to
From that
appreciate
aerial view
things.
from Air
Who
7.
not
So we have
accustomed to having
demonstrators spread
nice
out
things,
to
so
at
they can
least
just
3 or
tear
4
it up
different
easily. This is
locations.
what happens.
The
This is what it looks
the
like when
largest group,
somebody ain't
I'd
never
say,
had
is
nothing.
over by the 101. I'm
Because
sure many
people
of these
who've
people
had
were the
things, they
folks who were
value things.
on
They
the
don't just
101
go
freeway
tearing up
just a
stuff.
short time
People
ago.
who've never
They were
had
slowly
anything
backed
are the
up the
ones who tear
on-ramp
up stuff
by
like this.
CHP officers and pushed up
NGR
onto
says they better
side
come up
streets,
with a
surface
plan.
streets once
Tick, tick.
again.
It's going to be dark soon.
And then we
Yep.
saw,
Sure
Yeah, was that a
will.
flashbang? Are officers moving
John
into this
says, I
area
fear
now?
for
I
its
just saw
hard
another
drive.
explosion, and it looks like people might be moving out of here.
hopefully if
Yep.
they are moving in this area, they
Tim
have
said was
their
probably
respirators
Elon
on, because again,
placing
this is
orders.
toxic
Y'all need
gas
to
and
cut
there's
y'all
just
stuff.
way too many
Can y'all
people
imagine?
in this area.
Elon,
I
Elon
remember
with his
a little bit
phone
earlier, we
in a
did talk
meeting
about
like,
how many people have been
what did he
charged
say?
with
They was at Alameda.
assault
You
with
said
deadly
Alameda
weapon
because
on
remember earlier I'm
officers.
like, where they
So
at? And Tim, you said
many
the
people
sign
have
said
been
Alameda.
facing that charge.
Elon heard.
And
Elon was on the live stream. He
these
was like,
numbers are just
please send the cars to
insane. Just
Alameda.
seeing the large crowds of people, and they're still gathered here around
Alameda.
the 5
Tim and
Waymos,
she
even
chat
though this
said
one has
he seen a
exploded,
sign to
but
say Alameda.
hoping an officer or someone is
Oh
moving
my
in
God,
to
y'all,
try to
this
at
is
least disperse
crazy.
this crowd, get them away from
Dr. J
this
said they need
Waymo
to
that's
go
now
home and
putting
tear
all
up their
that black
own
smoke in the air.
country.
I don't know if we
Y'all
can.
know
If there's
nobody
any way
ever
we can
want to
see
go
if
and
there
tear
are
up their own stuff.
officers
They want to tear up your
kind
stuff.
of gathering, getting ready to put this out.
They want to tear up
Because
your
the more
stuff.
that these
Don, you
cars are
think
allowed to burn,
Elon the one
and
placing them down on orders?
the longer this goes without
Y'all think
police
Elon is
intervention, the more
placing the
dangerous
orders?
it becomes. That's the closest we can see, I think,
Y'all
is
think
2
Baby X
officers over
placing the orders
on the
because y'all
far
know he's
side of the
smart.
101. It
Elon
is a
and
dangerous
Baby
situation
X
for those
like, I
officers
got
to have
this.
to
Don't
walk
even worry about
into
it, Daddy.
an area like this.
Don't even worry about
You know,
Daddy.
things
Give me your
things
phone.
are
Oh shit, that's
volatile,
right. I
and
forgot. I got
2
my own
cars are
phone.
now burning. Okay, we do have
Baby
Tim
X.
Caputo,
Baby X, y'all,
Eyewitness
is
News
putting in
reporter
the
who was
orders.
in that press conference with LA Mayor Karen Bass, asked
Y'all,
some very impressive questions. Before we get
Elon
to
ain't
the
gonna have
mayor,
nothing
Kim,
on Baby
you are
X.
now
Baby
on the
X is
ground. Can
going
you
to
tell us where
outdo
you
him.
are and
If
what you
y'all
see?
think Elon mind is already
so
in
we're
Mars
essentially on
around
Los Angeles Street. The
y'all
interesting
ain't
thing
seen
is on
nothing
this
yet.
side of
Baby
the
X
101, Los
energy and
Angeles
what he
kind of
gonna
turns
give, it's
and
gonna
goes
be
to
leaps
Alameda
and
right at Union
bounds.
Station. A lot of the protests in the
Daddy ain't gonna be
past have
able to
ended up on this
compare to
because they're on
Baby
either
X.
side of
Baby
the
X is the
101.
damn one
What you're
that'll be
looking
more
at here
likely to
from
be
you
putting
saw
in the
from
car orders.
above
He like, Daddy, I got
is
this.
the cars that are currently on
Just rest
fire. The
your mind.
police
You had a
line
long week.
is on
I
the
got
opposite
this.
side of these car fires at the moment from where
I
we're
got
standing.
this.
Part of the crowd have been moved
I
back
said,
in
told
this
you he was
direction. What
playing
you
with the
see is they're not
cars.
exactly moving. They've essentially just moved the line back and
You
are
did.
standing
He
in
said
place at
Elon
this
somewhere
point.
damn
That
playing with
thick
the
black
cars, trying to
smoke
figure out how to
obviously
damn
going
get his
right into the
goddamn
air where we're
business
standing,
out the pits of
and
hell.
the crowd kind of mingling its way down. Tommy, if you
Jesus,
want to
not
point
the
down the street
Waymos.
towards Union
Oh,
Station as
Jesus.
well, kind of working its way on Alameda
And
and
then the
Los
Waymo,
Angeles
that would
as
be
well.
what
They're
competition
essentially
for
all
Elon
in
and
this
all that
area.
stuff. So
The
he like, yeah,
federal
let's
building
just go
itself,
ahead and
obviously the
we need
focus
them to knock
of these
out the space
protests and these
anyway. For them damn
demonstrations is
10
on the
cars
other
they got
side of
running
the
around Los
101.
Angeles,
But
let's just
as
go ahead
often happens with these rallies
and
and protests
arrange
and
for them to be
demonstrations
set
that are in
afire,
this
set
general
ablaze.
vicinity, they get on either side of the
Set
101. And where this
ablaze.
is kind of on the
Oh,
near
MG.
side
So Elon had
opposite
already knocked
where the
one,
federal building is itself. The crowd
knocked
itself,
one competitor
by
out the
and large, a lot
box.
of bystanders taking video,
Just
holding
from
up
the
signs,
phone, from the
kind of
house,
standing and
with
mostly
the help of
onlookers.
Baby
There are
X.
a handful, a number of agitators within that crowd. It doesn't necessarily reflect the whole of the group itself.
yourself. Jory, you were mentioning we were just up in the mayor's office a short time ago talking with the mayor about everything that's transpired over the last couple of days as
That's
well.
not
Obviously,
say
the mayor concerned
impeach.
about the violence that has erupted, but she is obviously taking the stance of saying that the Trump administration's immigration
Impeach something,
policies and these
child.
ICE
Everybody
raids
got
that
their
have
little
happened in the state of
sign.
Los Angeles is the reason that there has been a kind of uprising and resistance from the people here in Los Angeles. Angelino's
So
taking to
who's
the
supposed to
streets
be putting
for
the
3
fires
straight
out?
days now, and the crowd seems to be getting
I
bigger
ain't heard. I
as
haven't
more and
heard
more
no
people,
fire truck.
some coming from the train station itself, are kind of descending on this area. When we were in Compton yesterday, when they set that car on fire, it took a minute for the fire department to get there and put that car fire out. I could tell you from either angle from where we're standing, it would be nearly impossible to get a fire truck in, maybe from over here by Union Station. But obviously, this is burning strong with people standing by, and that's why police have backed off a little bit at this point. Obviously, we're keeping a fairly safe distance away from the kind of strongest of the action. You hear the explosions as well from those cars. Obviously, people standing close by there, not necessarily a safe area to be. When we were parked just underneath City Hall by the mayor's office, the crowd rather was kind of moving their way up the street. They're all over this area, as I'm sure you've seen from Air 7, but obviously at this point, this is the main focus. The smoke could be seen from all around as these folks converging around this part of the rally at this point.
Yeah, Tim, now that we have you, I do want to ask you more about what the mayor said. You asked her about the violence and if she's blaming the rioters, the demonstrators who are turning to violence, but she led her press conference directly blaming what has played out and the unrest in our city on what the Trump administration has done, but also saying that if you're causing violence and you're attacking law enforcement, you are to blame as well. So it almost seemed like she was trying to have it both ways.
To a degree, right? So this is, it's nuanced and it's difficult, right? I mean, there was an awkward moment where she's talking about we want it to be peaceful, and we could hear
Mayor
flashbangs and
should have set
fireworks
a
going off
curfew when she
outside her
spoke.
office in City Hall, literally outside the
Y'all know
windows
Georgia,
of
we
the
would have
mayor's
had
office.
one.
We're hearing these loud bangs as she's saying, folks, keep it peaceful. That point is come and gone. That is clear to this point. You see it behind me,
She
obviously.
came too
The
late to be
peaceful
talking
part of
about
it
peace. She
is
should have
not
been talking
happening.
about peace
But
on
here's the
Friday.
interesting juxtaposition, of course, because
You gonna
the
talk
protests
about
and the
peace
demonstrations are
3
against
days
those
late
federal
on
agents,
Sunday
whether it's ICE, the FBI, Homeland Security, anyone
after
federal agents
about
assisting.
5 different fires.
LAPD, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department are all distancing themselves from the immigration operations that have been happening. But here's the interesting part and what makes it difficult. When there's violence against those federal officers, when there's graffiti on the street, cars on fire in the street, now it's in the hands of LAPD. Now it's in the hands of the Sheriff's Department. They can't sit idly by and let this happen. This is no longer setting a car on fire in the middle of the street about preventing an ICE raid from happening at a Home Depot in the Fashion District. So that's the awkward juxtaposition where I think the mayor is kind of playing both sides, but is also being responsive to the fact that while people are upset and they're emotional about what's happening with the federal government, with immigration from the Trump administration and the feds going to businesses and homes in Los Angeles, the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, CHP, all the local agencies are towing that fine line where they're saying, we're obviously not part of immigration and anything going on there, but we got to keep the peace on the streets in Los Angeles. And so it's tough because their presence alone is sometimes agitating the crowd. The police presence, the flashbangs, the tear gas, those are provoking the crowd to fire back. But it's tough because police are not being
She's
part,
just
are
trying
not
to
part of
save face
immigration,
because
but
she
now
had
they're
to
part
acknowledge
of
what the
these
people out
protests
there are
and these
doing.
demonstrations. It's a
So that's why she
nuanced
started out
issue
by
that is
blaming
playing
Trump,
out in the
but
streets
then
here
at
in
the
Los
end,
Angeles. And I think it's important to
Trump
note
ain't the one who set
folks are
fire to
trying
these
to be
Waymos.
cognizant of the fact and the
Trump is
emotion
not
that
the
the
reason
people
why the
out here
Waymo was,
have,
the
but also
Jaguar was
realizing
hollering it
setting
was in
cars on fire,
distress.
throwing
That
rocks
was
at
not
police
Trump.
officers, assaulting people on the street is not
That was
okay
them
regardless of what your
Angelinos.
cause is.
The
It's a
Angelinos
difficult
did it.
job being mayor. You
So
have a
at
lot
the
of
end, she had to
constituencies
acknowledge that.
tend to.
She had to
And as
acknowledge
she
they
did
wrongdoing.
also
She
say,
was
the
on the
mayor
platform
said
like,
she's for
ma'am,
everyone. She wants everyone to, she's not for one side or the other side or the other side. She
ma'am.
wants everyone
God
to
said
be
it
okay.
makes
She doesn't
no
want to see
sense. The
violence, and she
delusion
wants to
of the
see her
leadership. That's
citizens
exactly what it is,
maintain their
delusion.
safety and comfort
She was
living in Los
forced to
Angeles.
have to
It looks
acknowledge
like
the
for Mayor 7, Tim, I'm
wrongdoings
not sure
of
you
the
can even see, but it
Angelinos.
looks
She
like at
didn't
least
want to,
3 of
but
those Waymos, 3 of the 5
she
have
would have
now
looked
been
real
lit on fire. Do
crazy
you
if she
see
didn't
any police
acknowledge their
moving anywhere in
wrongdoings.
this area?
No, I mean, from our vantage point, like I said, we're a
Who's gonna
little
be
bit removed,
tasked
right?
after
We're not
clean
trying to
all
get
of
too
that
close to
up?
that thick black smoke, but I don't see any police officers on this side of the 101. Of course, we're dipped down a little bit on the road here as it curves down into Alameda. I see a lot of bicycles and folks on the street and a lot of onlookers on this side, essentially watching it from this angle. I mean, look at this. There's a city bus driving by. I don't think there's any police anywhere close to this. Whether or not the fire department is coming and how quickly they're coming remains to be seen. They might let this burn out, but obviously in the middle of the street here, a raging fire, cars that were set on fire during these demonstrations. A sad sight to see, obviously, all around.
Yeah, indeed.
Tim, this is Niku. So you're out there and you're just like in the thick of it. The smoke is behind you. What does it smell like? I'm just really curious with all the fumes in the air. Does it have a distinct smell? What's it like?
You know, it's an interesting question, too, because on Friday night, especially when those tear gas was shot from the feds outside the federal building, that is a very distinct smell. You get it up your nose, it burns all the way through your nostrils and gets into your eyes as well. Some of those pepper spray balls that we felt in Compton as well, those are kind of quick bangs. You kind of get a little bit and then you move on your way. This smells like an open dumpster fire. I mean, for better or worse. We could smell it when we pulled up and walked up the street. The thick black smoke is kind of emanating. Thankfully, there's not much of a wind at this point, so it's going straight up in the air. But I think it's a true sense of what we're feeling here is that smoke is kind of emblematic of the frustration, this thick black smoke kind of billowing above these demonstrations. Everyone frustrated at this point, and just a cloud of
These
uncertainty
fire trucks can't
hovering
even
over
get
all of
to
Los
these
Angeles
cars
these
that
last
are
3
on
days.
fire
Yeah,
in
I don't
enough
know how
time to
much you
put the
can
fires
tell.
out
You're in
before
one
the cars
spot,
are
kind of
literally
separated from
burnt
everything.
down
I'm
to
just
just
curious
ashes.
at this point whether
I was just
things
seeing on
are
the
truly
previous live
escalating
stream
in downtown Los Angeles, or just a
streaming
group that splintered
a
off
car that was
happened to
on
find
fire
5
and
cars that they were
literally
able to
like
light on
almost
fire,
just
and it makes it
completely
look like it's a
dissolved, like
lot
burnt
worse
down.
than the situation actually playing out of the ground.
Because that's how long the fire has been going. No one came to put
It's
the
a great
fire
point,
out.
Jory, because that's the quintessential question
There's
when you have
several different fires
rallies,
across Los
demonstrations,
Angeles.
riots, if you will. I wouldn't go far as to call it that. I know President Trump had tweeted about riots and looting. I don't know that I would characterize it that way. But certainly when you have
Breathing
groups
that
like
smoke
this,
is
from what
worse
we've
and
seen,
it's
Tommy, pan over here to the
bad.
left here. It's the vast majority are people taking videos, people waving flags, people walking around, people wanting to be part of the cause, wanting to have their voices heard, and wanting to show the power of numbers and the power of force. Certainly Friday night when we were out here, it was 24, maybe 30 agitators throwing rocks, covered head to toe, trying to instigate the police officers and the feds who were there. The vast majority, that's another big explosion, huh? The vast majority of the folks here seem to be those who are walking around, and you have these pockets of people who are intentionally causing some issues. I'm pausing here for a second just to take a see if police are moving up any closer. Obviously, the biggest concern anytime you have a car fire, but especially when you have a car fire surrounded by people standing around, is you have a gas tank full of gasoline, and a fire and explosion here would not be ideal. Some of those explosions, you know, it's interesting. We've gotten used to over the last day and a half to tell the difference between a fireworks like that or flashbang being fired by authorities. A subtle difference, and frankly doesn't really make a difference. Obviously, one is sent by authorities and the other is fired by, that's another one that's a firework.
Well, at least
But
it's
these are
summertime
part
for
of
the
crowd,
kids. Because imagine the
intermittent and the
kids
small part
having
of the
to
crowd.
kind of be
So it's
out there
tough to
and,
describe
well,
the
let me
crowd as
just
a
say that.
whole
I don't know
as
when school
agitators. I
ends
wouldn't
in
even say that,
Los
even close
Angeles.
to
I
that.
think they might
But
have said
because it
Tuesday is
only
the
takes a
last
handful
day.
of people to light a car on fire,
Because I'm
a
thinking
handful
about
of
the
people to
babies,
throw
the
fireworks
kids
into a
that have
line
to
of
be
police
outside
officers,
that
a
element, get
handful
on
of
the school
people
bus,
to
go to
vandalize
school,
vehicles, to
and
vandalize
then they
graffiti
have to
walls. Those get
smell
the
all of this
attention,
that's
and
in the
rightfully
air.
so. I mean, obviously, you have a huge burning fire in the middle of the street here,
Anybody
but
who's
it
still
doesn't seem
calling
like this is
California home,
necessarily encompasses the vast
we need to
majority of the
figure
people
out
here.
something else
It's just
and get
everyone
out
gets
of
caught up in the
California.
hoopla as they wanted
It's
to
time
come
to
out
go.
and kind of have their voices heard.
It's
Yeah, no
time
doubt.
to
It's
go.
a matter of a couple people kind of ruining things for everybody else. What might have been a peaceful demonstration certainly is no longer that, as those cars continue to
Inhaling that
burn and
smoke,
explode.
breathing
We
in that
talked about
smoke,
those are
like Don
Waymos,
said,
so they
that
are
ain't what
fully
you want.
electric.
Imagine
And
the
once the air
children.
and the fire reaches those batteries, it will go off
There's
like that.
several
It's
vehicles
very
that are on
difficult
fire
to
right
put
now.
out. Tim, okay? You okay? Okay, we'll get back to Tim in just a moment. But again, it looks like at least three. I'm sure those guys are working on trying to
I
set the
remember
other
when
two on
9/11, when
fire as
people was
well.
inhaling all of
And you
that
can see
smoke, and
that
some of them
material just
had like
melting
long
and burning
time
and covering the surface and
lung
still
damage,
continuing to
permanent
burn
damage to their
on the
lungs.
surface of the street.
And we just heard that Tim Caputo was moving, so we'll have a different look, different angle from the protest downtown. But where Tim was standing, and we heard those explosions in the background, I think he said it was a combination of the car fire, fireworks, and
Not fireworks,
else, but
right. Well,
it's a
we did see those
combination.
flashbangs going off, so
Right,
it looks like officers are somewhere, unless that is those are just simple fireworks. But we see those poofs of smoke, and those typically are flashbangs trying to disrupt the crowd. And we do see some movement coming now towards the 101 from the top of our screen. So that would be north to south. That would be coming directly from where Tim was standing. I don't know if there's any police activity pushing these folks this way, or perhaps just the smoke. It's getting too hard to breathe. More explosions here from those cars, but we do have a decent-sized crowd watching these cars continue to burn. Otherwise, as Tim said, things do look relatively peaceful at this hour. We saw the folks at Aliso and Alameda sitting down on the ground. We saw the folks at Temple and Alameda just kind of waiting it out. It's broken down to just a couple dozen people at that location. And so things seem pretty, it's hard to say that with three cars burning, but things do seem relatively calm, minus these cars that have been set on fire.
Exactly. There are a few scenes, and it looks like this scene is the worst one that we have been seeing because, like you said, the other areas that we've seen, we have seen people sitting down, and this is just the worst of it, seeing these three Waymo cars on fire, which hopefully someone can get a handle on them very soon. But again, it's really dangerous for any kind of police or the fire department to even move in on a situation like this. So they have to really handle this gently. It's difficult. It's hard, especially with three. Are there three on fire? It looks like three are on fire.
Yeah.
But there are 5 Waymos in that area, but
Sure,
3 are on fire.
It's a precarious situation. You want to maintain control and get order back in the city, but if you try and do so too in a certain way, you're going to devolve here into some really bad confrontations. And so, you know, there are discussions being had right now by law enforcement about how best to handle this situation. Once the demonstrators made their way onto the 101, it took CHP a little bit of time to come up with a plan and how they were able to do that. And here we have the 101 back open again. So same kind of situation here. There's a large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
So it looks like next to that big, the car fire, we have that wide angle. Is that the one on the other side? Is that a closer look at the car fire?
Yes.
And if so, there's people around it. They're taking pictures,
Right.
and it's just, they don't even mind all the toxic fumes in the air. But the scene has definitely looked like it's less crowded than what it looked like about 30 minutes ago. So at least people are moving away, but still really dangerous, because again, these EV batteries, this can explode at any minute. And just the air, I mean, Tim said it smelled like a dumpster fire behind him.
Yeah.
So
and poor Tommy, his photographer, was back at this location last night with Amy Powell dealing with that. They were hit with tear gas, and so he's back at it again. There's another explosion coming out of that car. We thank all of our photojournalists for being there and our reporters on the ground. This is not easy stuff. It's a very precarious, dangerous situation. We saw one station in town. Their reporter and photographer were basically kicked off of scene by demonstrators. It was unsafe for them to be there. They pushed them out of there. That is why we're being very selective with where we put our reporters on the ground today, because we don't want to put them into harm's way. But simply being on the ground, you can see how volatile it is. Tim was just a short ways away from this and had to move their situation because the crowd might have been moving their way. And you, as a reporter, with a camera there, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you can't get out and put yourself in harm's way.
And it could be so tempting, because you really want to show, you want to get the message across and really show these images, these videos of just what it looks like there. But at the same time, you really have to worry about yourself, your well-being. And that's also the case for the police officers that are out there too. I'm sure they're caught in that kind of struggle as well.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like Tim Caputo has found a new location. Let's see where he is and what is going on as we search really for the bulk of this crowd. That's the 101 South that is still shut down. The 101 North is moving freely again. And what a shot from Tim Caputo's camera location. Tim, tell us about what you're seeing now.
Well, full disclosure, we didn't actually move locations. We were kind of double parked and had to move the van to let some people out, because once we got to this location, what's ended up happening, and no surprise here, Los Angeles Street, cars cannot go down. So they're pulling this kind of U-turn to go back down to Alameda Street here towards Union Station. So we are in the same spot, a pretty safe distance away. I can tell you, you know, there are rowdy elements of this crowd. That's why I'm kind of keeping my head on a swivel as well, because some of the anger pointed at the media, some of the anger obviously pointed at law enforcement, at the mayor's office, whomever they perceive as potentially a person of authority at this point. So we're just kind of watching our backs as well as we watch what's going on ourselves. But, you know, as you guys have mentioned too, is this car trying to make a U-turn here, this Range Rover red one in the middle of the street. These cars are still burning, and the vast majority of people standing on the sidewalk here and standing even in the street here, mostly just getting video. It does seem like some of the attention has moved away from the burning vehicles as this crowd is now moving back towards the federal building across the 101, back over to Los Angeles, Aliso, and even Alameda Street, essentially where the protests we've seen the last 48, 72 hours have been focused. Obviously, this is where it began, but it eventually kind of bleeds out and filters out into the adjoining and adjacent streets around here. And that's what happened in this area when these cars were set on fire. It does seem, at least where we're standing right now, while it does seem from our angle there are a handful of people standing on the street, the crowd is actually moving farther away across the 101, potentially back towards that federal building. It's tough to tell from here, and frankly, I'm not going to try to get any closer to show you a closer perspective from it, but it does seem like just from the visuals here, as the fireworks continue to go off. The crowd is starting to move away from these burning vehicles. Hopefully, maybe that gives the fire department the opportunity to get in here and try to douse these flames before any gas tank explodes or anything gets worse here. It remains to be seen because we haven't seen a whole lot of law enforcement or first responders in this immediate vicinity. And understandably so, obviously, with folks so angry and things on fire and fireworks going off, it is not exactly the safest place to be at the moment.
How you said that you are keeping your head on a swivel. We saw someone pull up right behind you. He was on a bike. But what is the general feeling of the crowd there? Are they confrontational? Are they saying anything to you?
They're angry. They're not necessarily angry at me. They're not necessarily angry at the media. They're angry. They're angry at what's been going on the last couple of days. They're angry at this immigration policy that they protested back in February. Remember back on February 2nd when protesters at the time got onto the 101. That was the kind of initial set-off point for a lot of these folks. And now that what we've seen over the last 24 hours, I feel like to a degree it's emboldened them. You have the crowd, you have numbers, you have people that are upset, that are frustrated, that are scared, and they want to have their voices heard, and they feel as though the only way they could do it is be as loud and be as disruptive as possible, and they are doing exactly that. I can tell you the vast majority of people here just want to be part of the movement. They want to be part of the resistance. That doesn't necessarily mean they want to be part of assaulting officers, of vandalism, of burning cars, or of anything like that, but being part of it oftentimes means you get awfully close to it. And I think that's what's happening with some folks here, is that you might not want to be part of that car fire, but guess what? When you drive by on your motorcycle and do some burnouts around it, you're part of the action as well. And that's what's happening right now. This is kind of a show of force, a show of resistance, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, and as the mayor alluded to, and as we know, there are legitimate demonstrators out there. There are also people who, after a sporting event, just want to watch something burn. And so there is a distinction between what is happening right now, whether these cars burning are truly along with the it's not a peaceful demonstration, but whether they're actually out there to make their voices heard, or whether they're just out there to take pictures of themselves in front of a burning car once the crowd is out of the streets.
And Jory, it's an interesting point too, because you mentioned the mayor talking about how she wants it to be peaceful and she doesn't want things to go sideways or anyone to get hurt. I think it's an interesting point because a lot of folks out here have told me this is sad. This is not sad because of what the people are doing. This
I want to share this other live camera. What's going on? Look at this. Fire trucks are not arriving with these vehicles. Those were cars. Fire trucks never came. They never came. Train. It's gonna sound like the streets of California, the streets of LA. It sounds like war to me. Man, sit down. I guess everybody said they feet hurt by this point.
You guys don't take an oath from an individual. You take an oath to the Constitution. You take an oath here that this is America, and you guys are willing to protect it. Every soldier, sailor, airman, marine, Army, and Coast Guard, each of you guys commit to.
Donnie said, it actually sounds about right. I'm just saying. Y'all, these are streets of LA. Isn't it given third world country? We pay too much money in taxes to be having anything in the U.S. look like this. Ain't no way. Look, he's standing all on top of the Waymo. Waymo over there whispering, I am in distress. Please help. Get him off of me.
Take the batteries and get off. Take that shit off. Fuck it. Let it flow. Take the battery out. Take the battery out. I was looking for you. Oh, fucking, no, I was trying to get a picture. Walker, look at bro. Look at bro. Chris, Chris. Yeah.
This has been done by the very people who are fighting to stay in this country. Make it make sense. This is giving, I'm fighting to be kicked out. I'm fighting to be kicked out. So I'm going to just do the most so I can be removed. Because right now, there's nothing about this activity that will have someone to support or campaign for you to remain in the U.S. after you've done this type of activity. They having fireworks and things. You said, wait, Rod Wave did what? What Rod Wave do? I don't know what Rod Wave. Someone said in this news clip.
I need the batteries on offer up. I need tires. Hell
So they took the doors off the car. Mm-mm. They know they're doing entirely too much now.
I don't think so, no. Hey, look, you know, I don't think it's a fire. Oh. Okay. Look. Another one. I'm not on fire! I feel. Hey, do a wrestling move. Oh. Prospect! Look at that! Eddie Guerrero! Eagles! Let's go!
Where those national governments are deployed, and people who are detained by SEO are often detained for some time before they're moved on to other processing centers. They also, lawyers have not been given access to detained immigrants at the Adelanto ICE Processing Center, which is a much larger private ICE detention facility. That is very unusual. People in deportation proceedings have a right to counsel, even if the government doesn't have an obligation to provide it to them. Lawyers who ask for access to those facilities, to access people to provide counsel, should be given access if they say that they have not been given access.
I wonder if they've done a shift change yet with the law enforcement officers in the National Guard. Because the National Guard has been out there since they were out there when I started this live stream earlier around 12:30. They were already out there. It was about 300 of them deployed at that time, according to government avenues. It's been a long day, a long weekend. These people have sat down. They're tired. Well, the city bus is still running. That lady's still walking around with that brace on her knee. She knows she needs to be at the house. Who's showing up to a protest? Ma'am, I'm sure you on that leg far too much, far too long than what the doctor signed off for. That lady been out there for some hours walking around with that knee brace on. No fire truck in tow. I just can't even imagine like the smell. My asthma would have kicked in. Got the bands out again. So just why I say it seems like it's a Mexican parade. Made 333 said that that drum line out there, it sounds like every so often it's like an intermission. You hear the sound of the drums maybe about every hour and a half to two. It's like it's on a schedule. Like, what is this? Like, you hear a little drum situation for maybe like less than a minute, and then you're gonna hear it again for about another hour and a half or so. So somebody set up to be selling food, it looks like. I was wondering earlier, I'm like, where the food trucks at? You know, you gotta eat. You gotta eat. So like somebody got some set up to be selling some plates on the corner. I gotta get this money. I guess the fire truck said, you know, we'll just we'll just let the fire just burn out because it don't seem like they coming. I haven't. The thing about it is, like, I haven't seen a fire truck anywhere, so it's not like I see. Oh, well, they're busy elsewhere. Like, yo, we have not seen any signs of a fire truck. It's like, yeah, we ain't even wasting our time trying to go. It's too many people out there. It's like they're not even responding to the fires.
Just in case, like, some actually you know, like they try anything. Sorry.
Still a lot going on out there in the Los Angeles streets. The sun is still out. It is expected for things to get worse once it gets dark. Yeah, I think it'll get worse. As I said, I just woke up, shake my head. I knew it though. I'm not even surprised. I think it'll get worse when it gets dark just because people feel like they'll be able to more easily get away with doing crazy things. Uh, because in the dark, it's hard to detect who's doing what. So I'm trying to keep this live going on into the night so we can see how the energy changes up at night because I feel like it is going to change up. As we see, there are a lot of vehicles that are on fire, a lot of the Waymo vehicles, the autonomous vehicles, the self-driving, the vehicles that drive on their own, that don't require a driver, those vehicles, they have them in sight throughout Los Angeles. We've seen several of them on fire. And I have yet to see a fire department work to put out any fires. I haven't seen it yet. All right, I'm switching over to another live stream that I just learned about where, let's see.
Let her go. They're going to use it against us.
Hey, just let her go. Let her go. It's not worth it.
All they're going to show you guys. The news is right there. All they're going to show is this shit. Come on, man.
These folks need to go to bed. It's too much. They gotta
I
be
don't know if
tired.
that was an accident
I'm at home.
or on purpose. She was walking back towards the guy in the place.
Let her go. Let her walk off.
Take your phone off. Just leave. Just go home. Hey, the pigs is that way. Hey, read this shit, bro. Read that shit. That's what she said. She said, fuck her. You don't deserve to be here.
Somebody get her out of here. In a Waymo. Then they call her a Waymo. Yeah.
I'm against her, bro. I'm against her. You guys don't know the whole issue, the whole truth. All right, break it down, then. Break it down. I did break it down. Motherfuckers want to hear you doing some dumbass shit to me. I'm not going to come down and waste my time. I'm going to be outnumbered. What kind of shit is that? I'll be a stupid motherfucker who do some shit like that. I'm not stupid, bro. I'm telling you my motherfucking truth. That's not the motherfucking truth. That's an opinion. That's a false opinion. That's a dumb opinion. Trump killed 4 my kids, bro. I'm not going to be coming out and wasting my fucking time. You all give a shit, bro. Like someone hurt to death, bro. Manipulation is fine. I'm going to get my other 2 kids, bro. I didn't come here to fucking waste my time. People are lying about the depression, bro. People are lying about the depression. Don't say this. You see the bill, right?
She's an agitator. He's always fights against this. She's an agitator. Leave her alone. The news is going to use all these shit.
You said that shit in front of a crowd. That's the truth. It's not the truth.
I'm against, okay.
They say deport us.
He's not going to deport you for no reason.
You said deport us.
You're not going to deport for no reason. You're not going to deport for no reason. what he's doing. He got that shit. That's what he's doing. Don't be like Trump. No shade. No shade. God, no shade. Young people. It's okay. Let it go. Don't be changed. Don't be changed. Don't be like Trump. Don't be like that.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot
All right, so that was intense. I give her credit. She's brave as fuck. I don't know what started it, but
I think she's like,
bro, you can. It's not the place.
Yeah, she's saying that the people deserve to get deported. ISIS is doing their job.
Yeah. I know. Right now it's kind of like a lawless mob, bro. Like,
no, she's definitely in the wrong place.
did that guy hit her on purpose on the bike? I thought it was an act because she was walking backwards and he was in the bike lane. He said he was going in the bike lane, you know, and she was going backwards and they crashed. I don't know.
Look for yourself without getting hesitated. Go ahead. Or he doesn't walk. Don't give it a chance, just walk away. Walk away, don't give it a chance. Walk away. Come on. Don't fucking walk off the floor. Let's move.
Hey, little bro, talking shit.
Hey, fuck that bitch up already, dog. Fuck that bitch up. Fuck that bitch up already. Fuck that bitch up. Fuck that bitch up. Someone fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. I'll be fucking her up, dog. Fuck that hoe. Fuck her up.
Then why the fuck everybody still on and go do find out?
I think you gotta stop.
I think try to reason with you people.
Hey, just walk to where the cops are. That's your best bet.
Just jam, bro.
You need to just go to where the cops are, bro. There's no protection out here. Yes.
I need a photo.
I don't know, man.
She's brave, bro. She's brave, but there's a thin line. There's a thin line between brave and stupidity.
Yeah, she says, "Trump is a sick fuck." And the one who got one, right. Yes, okay. You're right, I'm right, everybody's right. Yeah, looks like remain alive. We live your life.
So it seems like I think a lot of people were going after that woman because she was verbally saying that I guess she was happy about the arrest of the illegal immigrants. She talked about, I think, losing 4 of her sons or something. A
Well,
couple
hopefully
of
she
them
gets out of here.
died, and 2 of them she didn't know where they was at. So of course, most of the people who are out there for protests, they're against,
This once the mob mentality takes over, no one's gonna save you out here, man. The cops ain't coming.
So just way
Jason.
smart for her to be talking that way.
Yeah.
Among people who are.
That lady was the one getting harassed. Maybe you could interview her. There's some Mexican. She's by the light over there. She got fucked up. They threw like. I'm gonna try to ask her to for an interview if I see her again, but she got fucked up by a mob. They threw ketchup on her. They chased her down. She was crazy though. She was talking shit to her. Maybe it was a good
I
interview.
don't know why she did that. That's embarrassing.
Yeah. I got it.
She was outnumbered.
I'll see you around.
Yeah, take care.
Be safe. If I see her again, I'll try to ask her some questions, but obviously she's not gonna want to talk at that moment. She was too heated, I could tell.
Just say when he said he told them that Trump was doing his job. Turned out well for her. I don't know how she thought it was going to turn out. That wasn't smart for her. To, even if she felt that way, it just wasn't smart for her to say that in that moment. She was outnumbered.
So it looks like CHP has this side of the 101 closed off. They're not that deep. On the freeway, they got a bus. They're funneling traffic to one lane on the other side, so it's going to be a traffic jam. I would avoid the 101 at all costs.
Get everywhere!
It's unfortunate that shouldn't have happened, but I'm not surprised either. I don't think she should be either. I think she should show up to any more protests, talking a different language. Those people out there.
They're arrested.
They say you have to read the room.
They got an arrest. They're putting someone on the bus.
That wasn't the best time.
People are throwing shit at the cops down below. They're shooting up. They're shooting upwards.
That was opposing.
Damn. Right. They put the arrest bus on the freeway. Well, I guess they figure that's the safest place. Well, they won't come under attack. People are still throwing stuff at them. The police, you can see they're shooting flashbangs up on the side of the freeways where the crowd is. You can see people are throwing like rocks or pieces of concrete. So we heard over the scanners that the police are mostly trying to protect the federal building that's over there. That's where the jail was. That's where on day one where all the shit popped off. And it went down last night too, but it wasn't too crazy. If you were watching last night, it was like 6 or 7 people got arrested. Actually like 10. I only seen like 6 or 7 get put in the van. I don't know if the other 3 got cited out. It was something like that. Oh.
When those people did a lot of these pictures, yeah, I see white everywhere.
People throwing rocks and car cars.
Fix that, taxpayer money to cover that. It's a mess. I wonder what's going to be the price tag when, all the repairs that they're going to need to do in the city. Because I don't even know how soon they should start the repairs, because I don't think this is the last of the protests.
It looks like most of these cars are empty.
They will be doing mass roundup, mass arrest for illegal immigrants for the next 30 days in Los Angeles. So these people are mad. I imagine they're going to continue to protest. So start doing repairs, because they're going to have to turn around. Oh my God! Throwing the stuff. Oh my God! They do it.
Oh wow!
Stop the police car.
Someone tells us. You guys, did I get that?
Somebody's sneaking in there. What happened? Can you imagine
Someone tossed a
seeing
scooter.
vehicle and something hard like that just falling on top of it? It scared the hell out of me. That's crazy. I don't see how people think doing any of this. I don't. How today? How? How is your message being heard? They didn't do an entire scooter on top of the car. These people ain't scared of nothing. I guess there's not police officers in the vehicles. I haven't seen anybody get out of them. So I guess they somewhere, they don't even know this is taking place. They're outside of the car somewhere, probably dealing with other people.
So these cars are unattended. On the other side, people are throwing rocks at the cops too, but they're shooting back. Another
Wait till
one.
they come back and see these. Think about now as we talk about the cost of repairs. Now you got to throw these vehicles into the mix. And how much is it going to cost to repair these vehicles? Body damage, thousands of dollars of body damage. Say when they need to start arresting these folks on this road. They didn't play tit for tat with them for too long. We're on day 3 of them just playing games. They need to just come in and just start rounding them up. Make them have to get lawyered up. All of this is just so unnecessary. I'm here for the arrest. Trump, get him. Do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. And do what you need to do, Trump. Do what you need to do to fix it. This right here makes no sense. I have no sympathy for people of extreme groups. I can't even do it right. This right here, y'all done lost it. They say it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And it's the how that they're handling this that I'm not here for. I can't even support it right now. I'm like, Tom Holman, handle your business. Handle your business, Tom. How many more you say you need to round up? Go ahead and round them up. You got to set the example. Go ahead, round them up, send them back home, and tell them they can't come back. How about that?
Oh.
We finally got some firefighters. Let me switch over. I see on another live stream I was looking at, they finally have some firefighters out putting out fires. This is my first time seeing anyone put out any fires at all today. There's the drums. It's the intermission. We got the intermission.
Y esto no para, esto apenas empieza. Esto no para.
3, incident 1016, Central Division. Black short. PL heard one gunshot. River 203624, RE's en route, or FD's en route. 17, handle 27. R, there's 37 Ida. Go back to all green shirt, black pants, green street, right?
Thanks for the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Also have 858 stand by at Mission Station. Taking it together.
Successful unknown 20 years, curly hair, black top, gray. Code 2 incident 2986, correction 2995, NRD 940.
Hey, Patriot Roy, wow, look at you go on the review. It's been a long, long day. A lot to cover. Been doing a lot of moving around. Thanks for checking in, liking the video, like, share, subscribe. Appreciate you all. Yeah, just putting in the work today.
1966, respond to Mission Station Code 3.
A lot of information to capture. Found this channel. There's multiple cameras going on.
law enforcement force protection showing
Things
up
that
at
are
Fire
taking
Station
place
4. They're en route.
in Los Angeles.
Station 1980 responding Code 3 from Harvard and Elris Mission Station.
IC from 1012. We are at Fire Station 4 waiting for force protection to respond to that injury at Main and Temple.
A lot of people who have boots on ground
I see here.
catching
and,
footage.
We just attached another squad. They're en route. Stand by.
Suspect class 5 minutes ago on the
Medcar 1 and CT1.
Vehicles of blue, flash gray, Infinity.
Everybody here, these are the scanners.
Robert Tom for 29, 9 Paul. Robert Tom for 29.
And squad 8 to the CT. Pedestrian involved with us. And squad 7 with our engine. Rescue 804, engine 4, and tactical task force 1014, formally gas, information only.
Just say when. I bet they change their tune tomorrow about how to handle these
46, what's your status?
terrors once they see all the damage that were done to the city. You all, how much damage do you think was done for dollar amount? If you were to put a dollar amount on it from just what you've seen with the vandalism in the buildings, the police cars, you think we
One from Raycom. Did you guys cut RA82 loose?
at least 6 figures, 600,000? It's a lot.
36, 16x36, are you clear?
Yes.
But taxpayers
departing now. Copy that.
residents of California.
RA82 respond back to quarters. Rescue 82. Show squad 68 on scene.
68 is a female black 28 years. Wearing a red
Engine 3, protest IC.
under the influence of an unknown substance. Monitor for additional code 2, incident 3001, RD 1259.
Engine 3 or engine 9, protest IC on 13th.
Bill 90, I have 19858,
Go ahead, Francis
1912, and 19866.
Engine 3, be advised, like we talked about a minute ago, this is a lithium-ion battery fire. You know that. It's also a high-level media incident. I need everybody in proper PPEs, okay? If they're in the smoke, they're breathing up. You copy that?
21X98, Roger.
Code 2, incident 2793, RD 701.
Near the driver wheel. Neon green calipers, 2 black racing stripes from the front bumper to the back bumper. Going over the
watch through. We will log off this train. They're going to watch through.
Engine 3, protest IC. Did you copy that?
Area 1183 and a quarter mile hotline.
Roger that, thank you.
1213 South Hoover Street, 1213 South Hoover Street on the second floor. And I did request that you bring up 13045 Intro Boulevard at a business incident 3006.
On Roger.
McGinnis, on travel 1781, additional on the neighborhood district noted violation. The suspect is known to have guns inside the home. Incident 3005.
Back in 81.
Teresa monitoring dispatch 9.
Show me around to 673, 6 call.
6 is the 23. And it's not going to be a Dodge Challenger, it's actually going to be a Dodge Charger. 2804 and west traffic. Ambulance pedestrian involved. Third and Western, code 3, incident 2999, RD 2011. Red, black sweater, red tee, and a baseball bat. Baseball bat has odd. Structure fire 68, 4550, Park Marbella. All units switch to command 40. 231.
You can assign that to 7833 Watch 2. They've handled that here at the station.
LA 77, 400 Roger.
Any Topanga unit and SMART ambulance mode control numbers meet fire department at the fire center 23279 Nathan Northwide.
Metro for protest, I see go.
23 years. Under the influence and
additional patient at 1 Gateway Plaza at the vision with security on scene. Verified separate patient from the previous incident at the same location. 70-year-old male, 70 male.
Roger, what kind of incident? Or what kind of complaint?
Injury.
Line is good. Central traffic units in 6844.
Metro from protest, I see, copy. 1 Gateway Plaza, at the fish tank, 70-year-old male, injury.
Protest, I see. Yes, that's correct.
Deputy Palmer responding code 3 to CP Red Charlie Ocean. 9600. So this is what it's code 4.
LA Squad 60, everyone available. You can put us on that fire with our engine.
Holby Avenue, incident 28.
68, copy, switch to command 40.
Go for 1014.
Hopefully this is not a copyrighted drum beat right here. Oh, I seen that donation. Christy Harwell, thank you for that super chat. Because of the batteries, the Waymos are electric. I think they're 100% electric. I don't think they're hybrid. They burn really hot, the batteries. Provide extra fuel, and look, the cars burn to nothing, bro. Only electric cars burn like this.
Wow, look at that car. That was a Lambo vehicle.
Hey, look at my guy. He over here talking about
crazy. That car ain't do nothing to nobody. That car didn't have a chance.
That's 5 Waymos down.
5 Waymos
Looks like we
burned.
got some LAPD on standby here.
I feel like it's probably more than that, but
Probably to prevent the Waymos from getting called. People were saying that people were calling in the Waymos
that's what
for
someone said in
pickups.
the
When they
chat.
showed up, people started burning them.
I think it was Don who said he think people were calling them in.
I'm sure
That's crazy.
whoever called them is going to get a good looking at. But I don't think there's any way to prove that they did it on purpose.
I'm sure it was done
We got
on purpose.
CHP blocking the entrance here to the 101.
You know what's popping off in that area.
101 North. Oh. That was a loud explosion. Sounded like a firework.
Yeah, you shot. He's over there. Let me go.
I hope they will be able to tell who called it in. Yep, I hope so, and I hope they are dealt with. Because if you called in on purpose, you know that downtown is on and popping, so you know it makes sense to call a car to come in the midst of that.
Hey, thank you for that super chat, Nick. Sorry, I can't read everybody's super chats. Just so every once in a while, when I'm looking up at the screen, I'll show you my setup later. I got like a custom setup I set up for this.
Black, white, yellow, whatever you want to fuck all of us together. This is what you're doing, homeboy. This is what you're doing, dog. Getting everybody together. Everybody together.
They showed up an hour late and a bus is short. That Waymo. Like, oh, now you want to show up? After I'd have told you I'm going
right now.
I've been off this stress for several hours.
All right, hey, you guys hit the thumbs up, share the stream, and appreciate the super chats. I know I just missed one, an orange one, sorry. When I'll stop somewhere, I'll pull out my other phone and go through the super chats. All right, I got the stream. I got a little camera going too, recording higher quality. So So all the best moments we'll be putting up in a shortened video on the channel right tomorrow. I didn't have time last night. When the stream cut off last night in Compton, I went into that store, to a restaurant, where the sheriffs had gotten tear gas. I think they launched a tear gas canister and people threw it back at them. And they got really fucked up. There was 3 of them in the restaurant, and I got that footage. I didn't get it while I was live, though. And it made the news.
What up, pinche Black Sabbath?
I can't play music. I get copyright. So this is the entrance to the freeway here, Los Angeles and Aliso. There's a SOU police, Special Operations Unit. You can really see these guys everywhere. Highway Patrol down there, all geared up today. Check out the graffiti.
$10 here. Yeah, fucking close.
ISIS pussy, huh? And who wants some cold pussy, man? Yeah, so I think the National Guard is over by the federal place, the federal building. You got way more police over here. They're just standing by. It looks like they're, I don't know if those are all cops over there. You can't really tell way over there if those are police on the second block or if that's a crowd building up. If you look on the corner, like over there, looks like there's a lot of people over there. I can't tell if they're, I see a flag waving. There might be more protesters that are, they might have closed off some of the streets. Get back in here.
largest gathering of people we have seen at this hour, now outside Grand Park and LA City Hall. It's where we saw at 2 o'clock, almost more than 5 hours ago, what was the second demonstration of this day outside City Hall. That was a large gathering, more than 1,000 people. The entire park there on the left and the street was completely filled with people. They appeared to walk around down the block and join the other gathering that was happening at the federal complex, which has been the site of unrest for the last 3 nights.
There were thousands of protesters out here. And right now, just looking at this crowd, you're right, this is the largest crowd that we have seen in the last hour. And if this is that barricaded, the chairs and the benches that we looked at about 15-20 minutes ago, this has grown significantly. A little bit earlier, I think there were probably 2 or 3 rows of people behind those barricaded area, but now it has seemed to really grown. I'd say at least hundreds of people behind those table or those chairs and the bench.
We have
some kind of smoke.
We have a new post from President Trump, who continues to call the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, writing, Governor Gavin Newsom and, quote, Mayor Bass should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done. And this now includes the ongoing LA riots. These are not protesters. They are troublemakers and insurrectionists. That is a keynote that he's using that term. Remember, no masks, he writes. And then 3 minutes later, he posted paid insurrectionists. Okay, so why is that so significant? We were talking about it a little earlier. Insurrectionists, in order to deploy U.S. military troops onto the streets of the United States against citizens of the United States, the president would have to invoke the Insurrection Act. This is hundreds of years old. What is an insurrection? It's obviously a movement against the government, against the United States itself. Could this be viewed, what's happening in our city, be viewed as an insurrection against the United States? If the president here is using that term, he's calling these people insurrectionists. Is that a movement? Is that a move by the president to employ U.S. military on the streets of our country?
And it makes you just wonder, like, okay, are the Marines the next step? Like he said that he wanted to deploy a little bit earlier. And when? How soon will we see those? Did he say 500 Marines? We'll be seeing 500 active duty Marines. And these are military members. They're active duty. They don't think about getting assigned to anywhere domestic. I mean, they're deploying these men and women all around the world, but deploying them to California for this reason, I'm sure it's something that they were not expecting either.
Right. It's a bit chilling, actually, when you think about the possibility of the U.S. military moving against United States citizens in the United States. Here is that photo of the governor with Jim McDonnell there, Sheriff Robert Luna, and other members of law enforcement gathered in Los Angeles just a short time ago. The governor posting to Twitter and citing joined LAPD, LASD, and state emergency officials in Los Angeles as we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. And on the flip side of that, we hear from the president of the United States, who are calling those on the streets rioters and insurrectionists. Those are, this is, you can say what you will about the unrest and the violence. This is, it's hard to call this a riot. First of all, that we've seen some burning cars and we have seen violence, but LA knows riots. We have seen them, unfortunately, in our past. It's questionable whether whether this is a riot. Okay, that's fine. He calls it a riot, but to call these people insurrectionists, just I feel like
kind of
opens the door.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pretty chilling to think about what that could mean. And I was talking earlier with Tim Caputo about what he had the burning cars behind him and what this looks like with the country and the world looking at what's happening in our country. And so we have Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass blaming today's unrest and the weekend's unrest on the Trump administration and their actions. On the flip side, I was asking, who looks bad when the country looks at this situation and sees our city on fire, or at least cars in our city on fire? And we go back to Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's Twitter feed. He is reposting ones calling this Democrat management. So who looks bad? He's saying that the Democrats. Another post. Let's check in on how the LAPD's management of the protests is going, and it's a car on fire. So again, the LAPD, Democratic leadership in the city, in the state, is being used as a focal point for those who are opposed to those in charge here, saying this falls on the Democrats, this falls on Governor Newsom, and this falls on LA Mayor Karen Bass.
Definitely not a good look, and I'm sure not what they were going for either. The message that a lot of them are trying to get across. Looking back outside, this is 101. So 101 is still blocked off. I don't recall if it's northbound or south. It's northbound.
This is southbound.
This is southbound. This is southbound that is still blocked. We can see the northbound side getting through, but southbound still blocked. And we have a number of those police vehicles there, and they haven't moved. It's been blocked for, I'd say, 3 hours. 3 hours.
And the real danger here is that the northbound side to the left is open.
Right.
The people who are throwing these things off this overpass onto the vehicles below, thankfully, have not turned their ire to the cars that are moving by. That could change in an instant. It is abhorrent to see what they are doing. Looking at what the state of the 101 freeway is here, littered with scooters, a bicycle, debris, rock, cement that have been hurled off this overpass onto these vehicles below. But, you know, as bad as this looks, it could get even worse with those cars driving by on the northbound side. So how long this is going to be allowed to continue? There are vehicles under the protection of the overpass that are not being hit. Where are those officers right now? Where are the CHP officers that drove these vehicles onto the freeway who have now left them here? I don't think they can access them. They would need some kind of police escort to clear these people from the surrounding overpasses, because they would find themselves under assault as their vehicles have been for hours now.
It's terrifying just thinking that looking at the damage on their cars, knowing that there could have been a police officer inside that unit when they threw that lime scooter, but luckily, and we just saw something else get thrown at that vehicle as well. Luckily, we think that those officers are not there. So yeah, that's another question. Where are those officers? And when they come back to their cars, they really just have to be careful. They have to have some sort of escort. But Jory, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking about the northbound side and those drivers. They're fine right now. They're fine. But thinking if this escalates even more, I mean, their safety is at risk as well.
So CNN is reporting tonight that California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis says there will likely be a lawsuit filed tomorrow challenging President Trump's decision to federalize those National Guard troops in Los Angeles. So the governor of California is moving for the president to rescind that order. And now the lieutenant governor says there will be a lawsuit filed tomorrow trying to undo that move by President Trump to federalize the California National Guard members. Again, from a PR perspective, who's coming out looking better here? The president says he wants law and order and is doing whatever he can to gain that, and says there are California National Guardsmen and women who are here who can do this. I'm federalizing them. I want peace. You have the governor and the lieutenant governor now fighting that order, obviously on grounds of legal challenges.
They have
Both
broken
sides
windows
want
out
peace,
at least
but in the eyes of the
6
the
or more
nation and the
sheriff
world,
cars. The sheriffs are under
who
the
comes out
freeway
on
for
top in
safety
that
because
dispute?
of all the articles
it's
being
become
thrown
a
at them.
clash.
So
Unfortunately, this is just
that's why they
become a
hide now.
clash
This
of
is
powers
crazy. They all
between
need to be arrested.
not only
Why they talking about a lawsuit?
the government and the federal level, but also
Charges need to be
protesters as
filed
well.
against
So
these
they're
people. How about
mixed
that?
in the middle of all of this.
Forget a lawsuit.
Right.
Get in line.
Okay,
Everybody's
so,
suing Trump. Get in
As
line.
we sit on this shot, I wonder if
They don't even mean
if
nothing
our
anymore.
camera
All these
can
lawsuits.
pan back over to what's playing
I
out
left
just a
off that
short
my
ways
last
away
count on
in front
lawsuits
of
against Trump was
City Hall.
I think
That is
16
where
coming
a
out of
group
California
protesters
alone.
have stuck around.
So he's
They are
nearing
using
around 20
chairs
lawsuits
and benches and tables
just from the
taken
state of
from
California.
Gloria Molina Grand Park,
Join the club.
which for some reason were not secured to the ground, and they are now in the middle of the road outside City Hall, used as a barricade to protect themselves from an onslaught of less than lethal flashbangs and pepper balls that have been volleyed from the folks on the LAPD trying to break this up. We have not seen much movement here in the last hour in this situation, and it appears there's a line of mounted officers that remains there at that intersection just outside at the corner of City Hall there, and down the street You can see those barricades that are being used. And as soon as we clear the shot of these trees, you will see those pink benches stood up on their sides. We have flags of various South and Central American countries being waved here. And it seems we have arrived at an impasse.
And yeah, looking at this, it makes you think that I think we had a very similar setup just about 30 minutes ago. So it makes you think that half an hour passed by and we are not seeing any progress really being made. Like you're thinking, what are the police waiting for? Are they thinking that this is just going to play out? Are protesters going to get tired? But we have seen a very similar scene to this for not just that last half hour, but hours now. And we just have those, the chairs and the benches barricaded there.
So Spring Street has been taken over. The steps of City Hall have now been lined with protesters. A short time ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass held a press conference just inside this building where these protesters were happening. Tim Caputo said you could hear the explosions happening outside. Let's listen into a little bit of what LA Mayor Karen Bass had to say a short time ago.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration. People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation. But we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor.
And that was LA Mayor Karen Bass a short time ago saying this chaos has been provoked by President Trump and the Trump administration and their policies dealing with Los Angeles and immigration and immigrants in our city. As we were listening to the mayor, exactly what we were talking about played out. Some officers emerged from beneath that overpass, and they were met immediately by projectiles, rocks and bottles and other things being thrown off that overpass. And as we said, if they want to have any movement to get these vehicles out of there, that overpass is going to have to be cleared by law enforcement because these folks, something else large just got thrown. It looks like a pillow, but I do not think that was a pillow, given the force of what is now sitting in the windshield of that vehicle. What is that?
It looks like some kind of maybe a bag,
bag of
with
something,
like
yeah, it's-
maybe a bag of rocks or some kind of heavy thing in the bag. But yeah, we see
You know,
the
that could
lens.
be, we saw folks gathering things on the ground for a long time. It could be
The
they were
sticks,
filling up a
maybe.
bag, and perhaps here comes another scooter. I'm surprised this has been allowed to continue for as long as it has. You see the size of those rocks. Here goes another
Okay.
scooter.
They missed.
I mean, at this point, what does it matter? These
Right.
things, the damage is so severe on these vehicles that are just beneath the roadway. But I'm curious to see whether someone with a hammer is getting these rocks, because you see the size of the chunks of cement. And here we go. It looks like movement here. Okay, they have moved in now and broken up this barricade with benches and chairs, and the LAPD is moving now through with those mounted officers. And the demonstrators who were gathered here for more than an hour are now being pushed back Spring Street. This is south down Spring towards LAPD headquarters, ironically enough. And you can see the steps of City Hall to the left. The green of Molina Park is off to the right. And the smoke lingers in the air here as officers are working to clear this area.
But just the fact they took those benches and those chairs from Gloria Molina Park, that's just insane. It's mind blowing. And here we have the remnants of it, I believe. Now, it looks like law enforcement going in, putting those benches down. They'll be clearing that out of the road hopefully
Right.
soon. But
let's
it's
go
just a
see what's
matter of
happening a little further up the road and with those demonstrators, because those mounted officers are continuing to move in. Again, another stretch of roadway that's just being reclaimed by the LAPD.
Yeah.
Where will these demonstrators go next?
Exactly.
Has this run out of steam? It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend in Los Angeles. At what point does this end? Does this calm down and these folks go home? Is this going to continue into the night, as we've seen the last 2 nights and seen unrest, confrontation with law enforcement? And once again, we are at a showdown. Those LAPD officers are standing in the middle of Spring Street. This is the middle. This is the main crosswalk from the park over to City Hall. You see that brick walkway there in the middle, normally full of buses making their way through and a lot of people. But tonight, the only people that are making their way through are the police and these demonstrators in the middle of the road.
And right now, I'm curious to know if these demonstrators, they're going to go, I mean, is there even anything left at the park? Can they go to the park and grab more benches and chairs, or are they just going to stand there now? And now that they are pretty much defenseless, is this where it's going to start fizzling down and we see some more progress being made? It looks like we have a police car pulling up to something.
A little more movement, yeah.
Yeah.
As we watch what's playing here on Spring Street, I wonder if we can go a little bit to the left and see what's playing out at the federal complex. This is pretty close. So remember, this is the site of that large demonstration around 2 o'clock today. We'll show you how far it is from the rest of the activity. So this is the overpass. This is on Los Angeles Street, which looks like these vehicles are now being moved. The overpass has been cleared. This had to happen at some point. This was going on for way too long. Those vehicles were sustaining way too much damage. And we'll wait and see what kind of damage was done to the overpass itself. But
It looks like
fireworks,
something was shot.
yeah,
Oh,
more
okay.
explosives going off here. And we see a canister being kicked on the roadway here.
I also
Wow.
want
Did
to
you
know, oh, what's going on?
So beneath, there is some movement here. Watch what these officers are doing on the 101 freeway. They're looking out for more people. Yeah, the volleying of projectiles continues. It looks like perhaps they were able to clear the overpass from below.
That's not a good spot for them to stand because these protesters are throwing fireworks directly at those officers.
Okay. Traffic continues to go by on the northbound side, and here you see somebody throw a firework down below and then retreat back to the other side. I don't know what the fortifications are beneath this underpass, but these CHP vehicles have been here for hours. I assume that those officers that we're seeing now, that they have been beneath there this entire time.
Yeah.
We saw those who were arrested from the 101 and the on-ramp, and they were taken away. They weren't taken into downtown. They were taken down back onto the 101 freeway where those CHP vehicles were parked, and you assume driven off to detention from there. there remain some vehicles and the officers that occupy them
Mhm.
beneath this overpass.
So they were hiding under that overpass. I'm more curious to know exactly how are they able to clear out the people that were on that overpass? Because we looked at it just about 10 minutes ago and it was packed.
Right.
We had so many protesters there, but so quickly they got rid of them. And I think that's when the police felt safe enough. They came out from under the overpass, but unfortunately, they're getting fireworks thrown at them. But it looks like it has stopped. We have some more movement here.
Yeah, it looks like the airbags deployed in this from everything being thrown on top of it. So trying to get in here and access this, maybe just putting it into neutral. So
I'm surprised.
I think his legs
moving.
I don't think that officer is sitting there. I think they're kind of pushing on the gas pedal, perhaps, because that airbag is fully deployed. I think he's climbing under it. And you see him lifting it back up to emerge back from the vehicle. So maybe putting it in neutral so they can push these vehicles out of the way, struggling to get the airbag out of the way, and another canister thrown, a smoke canister thrown from up above down onto the surface. So we'll see if this officer is able to move this vehicle again under attack. An onslaught of projectiles being thrown down there. That is assault on a law enforcement officer right there, throwing directly a rock at that officer who was not in a vehicle, exposed at the time. And there, I believe that is the person that was doing it.
It's all caught on camera. But where are the officers here that moved in on the protesters?
I'm not
Where
sure
are
they did. I'm not sure they did. I think the officers on the surface of the 101 might have fired tear gas up above, because I don't
That
see.
makes sense why they dispersed so
exactly.
quickly.
I don't see any officers up on that level. Everything seems to be down, and here we just saw something thrown, and I don't think it made it to the southbound side. It might have fallen into oncoming traffic on the northbound side.
That's another concern. Yeah, the southbound drivers.
There you go. You can see something in the middle of the road that was just thrown. A couple things, cans, perhaps water, rocks, and here we go. So you see officers running because it's too dangerous to move slowly when they emerge from beneath this overpass. Just unbelievable scene of CHP officers sprinting for their own safety as other officers step out to cover them as projectiles continue to be thrown. And we'll see from this side whether anyone manages or dares to throw anything. But this officer now moving pretty quickly, knowing that they're likely to face, there you go, something thrown and hitting that vehicle. So how long this has been allowed to go on? It's been hours. You can see the amount and the size of the chunks of concrete that were thrown onto the roadway here. If that hit a person, it could easily kill them. Another firework thrown down there. So these 3 vehicles still abandoned by the CHP. 4 of them. We'll see if anyone is able to get back in there. The one furthest to the left has the airbags deployed. I don't know if that's drivable, if they can even move that tonight. But we see LAPD officers not too far away from here. They cleared those folks out from the middle of Spring Street while all this was playing out. Officers here from the CHP under siege from these demonstrators. And you talk about peaceful demonstrations. What we are seeing, that is not peaceful.
No.
The folks that are gathered on that overpass are violent. They are not peaceful protesters. And we are seeing their assault on law enforcement continue.
Yeah, we just saw it right in front of our eyes, exactly the assault on the police officers and those officers running for their lives. Right now, it looks like one demonstrator facing off against law enforcement, but they did clear those 2 scenes out fairly quickly, that barricaded area and also the overpass. And I'm curious how many other scenes we have, how many gatherings of groups we have. Right now, it looks like this is just one demonstrator, and officers seem to be firing something at this demonstrator. This demonstrator just seems to be walking.
Yeah, just challenging them to do something now. So their protection has been taken down. You can see one bench there, someone, I believe, lying down. Yep, maybe with a skateboard as protection. So these folks just kind of taunting those officers. It brings up the question that Tim Caputo was asking earlier, and quoting someone else: would these folks still be here if the LAPD had backed off at this point? But you know, the violence kind of negates that question. As long as people are acting like this, the LAPD needs to stay here. And here we have officers on the back of this armored
That
pickup
looks
truck.
like a SWAT team, possibly.
That's sheriff.
Oh, it's the LA sheriff.
Or
Okay.
yeah, that's sheriff or CHP. I believe that's just sheriff. Yep,
Oh,
says
yeah,
sheriff on the door. So those are LASD deputies in full in tactical gear. I don't know if it's full tactical gear, but they have tactical equipment on, and looks like reinforcements are now moving in as LASD deputies are moving onto the scene here. Perhaps there was a call when those CHP officers
Have a
came
good
under
night,
attack,
Patriot Roy.
and
Thank you
that's
so
why these
much.
guys are
Thank you for
moving in. We'll
joining the
see.
live stream.
Maybe
Please,
that's what
please
it
come
took.
back
Like
again.
it definitely
Back again.
went a step ahead at what I'm sure a lot of them were expecting. Because yeah, we just saw those officers get attacked, running for their lives, and I think really you're right. That did spark them wanting to move in.
And so a crowd is once again gathering on the overpass. I believe this is still Los Angeles Street. And these demonstrators continue to volley concrete and bottles. There's a large chunk that just hit that vehicle once again. So where is this coming from? Where is all this concrete being removed from to be able to be thrown onto the roadway? And what kind of damage is that doing to the overpass infrastructure here in downtown Los Angeles? There is a lot of concrete on that roadway. Where did it come from? It had to come from somewhere, and you know chunks like that are not just sitting on the side of the road. So here they are scattering again. Perhaps a tear gas canister was deployed back up onto here, or maybe it's the sheriff's department moving in. There's still a couple blocks. They would have to be a couple blocks away from City Hall where we saw them gathering.
Yeah, it has to be either. Oh, there's some fireworks that I believe they threw, but possibly tear gas. That was a pretty large crowd. Again, we saw it clear out, but then that large crowd gathered again. Looks like it's clearing out, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before they come back. And I just don't understand, why are they throwing the concrete? The officers have left. There's 3 cars left. They're heavily damaged. It makes you just wonder why. Why are they continuing to throw concrete?
It is the destruction. It's likely the destruction of young men.
Yeah.
You know, we see this after sporting events, the burning of couches, the ripping down of goalposts. You know, this is the kind of thing that people of a certain age just like to do. And I am generalizing somewhat. There could be some women, some females involved in this, and older people, but generally we see in a gathering like this, you start to get a mob mentality where some people are doing it, and you just kind of lose your inhibitions. As here goes another scooter down onto the roadway below. So the damage that is being caused to the infrastructure, to the vehicles of the CHP, to that overpass, to the scooters and the bikes that are provided for the public to use are now no longer available, and this will cost money to replace. Money that has been spent by our tax dollars to procure is now unavailable.
It makes you wonder, like, how much is the city going to have to spend now? This is thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage that was so unnecessary. And it looks like we have a little more, no, this is not movement. That's just the northbound side that's moving, which honestly, I'm so glad that the northbound side is still safe as of right now. Looks like at least the demonstrators have left it alone, but we are zooming back in into that police vehicle. Again, it has some sort of bag, and it looks like there is a flame on that police vehicle. I can't tell. Yeah.
Yep, that is now on fire. We'll see if it catches or if it burns out, if it fizzles out. We've already seen 5 vehicles go up in flames. Those unmanned Waymos that were lit on fire. So is this an incendiary or is this to extinguish? It was an extinguisher. Okay, good. All right, so that fire, nope, that is still burning. You can see it right on the windshield. What was the windshield is now kind of caved into this vehicle, and that fire is still burning. I don't know if there's anything to catch on that. I guess it depends on how much ingress it has into the vehicle itself. But if a fire lands just on a vehicle that's off on the windshield and the hood, nothing should theoretically catch fire.
Yeah, and just seeing this damage, it just gives you a glimpse of how upset and just frustrated these protesters are. And it just makes you want to tell them, like, hey, LAPD is not ICE. You know, why are you doing this? LAPD is supposed to be there to protect you. They don't like that they're in this situation either. Why continue this chaos? But it just goes to show that mentality. They're upset.
Right. And just a couple blocks away, we saw another crowd gathered outside City Hall as these folks are regathering on this overpass and continuing to volley chunks of concrete, now incendiaries, scooters, and bikes off of this overpass onto those CHP vehicles below. We believe there are still officers and other vehicles beneath this overpass, and we'll see how this plays out. We are expecting to hear from Loyola Law professor Jessica Levinson. I don't know if she has joined us yet, but we are awaiting her to join us because there is quite a bit to talk about, constitutionally speaking, as you now have the governor of California at odds legally with the president of the United States. The President Trump federalized 2,000 members of the California National Guard, as we have said multiple times today, but we will explain it once again. This is not an uncommon thing for a president to federalize National Guards members. It has happened many times in our country's history. It hasn't happened many times even recently here in Los Angeles. Federal Guards troops were deployed to help out in the aftermath of the fires. They were deployed in 2020 with the civil unrest, with everything that happened during that eventful year. But that's initiated at the request of the governor. The governor is considered the commander-in-chief of every state's National Guard, and that did not happen here. We have the president usurping the authority of the governor to take over California National Guards members and deploy them onto the streets of that city. The governor of California is now disputing that, asking, demanding, requesting that the president rescind that order and return control to the governor and the state of California. We heard from CNN reporting that the lieutenant governor, Eleni Kouralakis, says that a lawsuit will be filed tomorrow to try and overturn that decision of President Trump to federalize those troops. This has not happened in our country's history, at least in recent memory, that I can think of since the civil rights era. We're talking since the 60s, when there was pushback against civil rights advancements. John F. Kennedy federalized the troops to help black students attend public school in states like Alabama and others, when George Wallace and the like were refusing to follow federal law and depriving U.S. citizens of their constitutional rights to attend school. That was the last time I believe that this has happened against the wishes of a governor, seeing their own National Guards members taken over. That is a little bit different than this. That was to enforce federal law that the governor was refusing to do. In this situation, what is the justification to do this without the governor's request? So that has opened up
it's different, like a different part of history
that a load of questions that we would love to pose to Jessica Levinson whenever she is able to join us. We are also awaiting at the top of the hour a law enforcement briefing with the LAPD. We expect to hear from Chief Jim McDonnell. We know LA County Sheriff Robert Luna is also involved in these discussions, and we saw some of his deputies as we see these demonstrators lighting a piece of cardboard on fire. They are intent on burning more cars tonight. We'll see if it happens here that one of them is a CHP cruiser that has been under attack for hours now. Folks throwing chunks of concrete, scooters, bikes, and more onto these vehicles below. It was a perfect shot landing on the hood of that vehicle. Again, here comes some fire retardant, a fire extinguisher to put that out. I don't know if it had much chance of lighting anything on fire, but
that's
again,
definitely coming from under the overpass then. So there are some police officers still there then. That shows they're still there.
Correct. And so we do also expect and hope to hear from the governor, who is in Los Angeles meeting with federal local officials here, LAPD, LASD, and we believe that he will be speaking at this press briefing at the top of the hour. As we await that, as we await Professor Levinson, we continue to watch this chaos play out on the streets of Los Angeles. That includes the surface streets, which are the domain of Los Angeles, and the 101 freeway, which is the domain of the California Highway Patrol, which you can tell by these 3 CHP vehicles, which are now battered and dented after hours of projectiles being thrown at them.
And you can see an even larger crowd gathering now on, I believe that's still just the side of the overpass. The overpass still has a lot, but you can see more on the side, and they don't seem like they're going anywhere. It's getting late. We're getting close to sunset. Sunset's going to happen in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So unfortunately, it looks like this protest has made it into the evening hours when it starts getting dark. And then that raises more questions. What's going to happen when things get dark? Is that maybe where law enforcement draws the line and they say, okay, that's it. We need to, stop this right now and then go a different route? Or are they going to continue what they're doing and like what we've been seeing, let things fizzle out, play out, and then move in with the horses, move in with those to those barricaded areas? It's interesting to see like what their move is, especially as it's getting dark.
Right. The LAPD Central Division throwing out a traffic advisory saying due to demonstrators throwing objects onto the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway and damaging multiple police vehicles, the 101 southbound freeway will remain closed until further notice. This will take a lot of time, not only to get the demonstrators out of this area, but to clean up the mess they've now left behind.
Right.
You have 3 California Highway Patrol vehicles that will likely need to be towed. They could get out under their own power. We'll see how damaged they are. Then you have, hundreds of pounds of concrete that have now accumulated after being thrown from this overpass onto the roadway. That's not something you can just easily
Right. How do you clean that up?
Right. Are you going to kick it off to the side of the road? Do you need a street sweeper? Do you need crews coming through and gathering them in trash cans or a dump truck to do that? And so questions remain about how that is going to be handled. We do have, as we await the press conference at the top of the hour, we do have Professor Jessica Levinson joining us tonight. And boy, Professor, we have some questions to talk about with you tonight. I don't know if we have 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's try and fit as much in as we possibly can. First, what's on your mind as you watch what's playing out in Los Angeles tonight and the battle now between California Governor Gavin Newsom and the President of the United States?
So I think what's on my mind is what's on everybody's mind, which is what happens next? What happens overnight? What happens tomorrow? Will we see a significant escalation? If there is a significant escalation, or frankly, maybe any escalation, we could see the president say, I need to do more. We could see the president potentially, again, pull the cord and say, I need to invoke the Insurrection Act. As I'm sure you've been talking about, the Insurrection Act would give the president more authority to not just federalize the National Guard, but to say that the National Guard can actually act as domestic law enforcement, that the military on U.S. soil can search, can seize, can arrest. That's not something that we're accustomed to. So I'm looking to see, obviously, what's happening right now, but also how the situation evolves and how the president reacts.
And we have seen the president allude to the fact that and we're watching, sorry, Professor, there's a split screen here on the right side of your screen. We're seeing continued demonstrations, and a firebomb was just thrown down off of the 101 freeway overpass onto one of those CHP vehicles below, which is now burning. We'll see if they're able to put that out with the fire retardant from below. There's a fire extinguisher I believe they're deploying, but that looks like it's going to go. It looked like it was some kind of ball of fuel, whether it's alcohol or gas, lobbed off of this overpass, and that CHP vehicle is now on fire. So we're having this conversation with these scenes playing out, Professor. We have heard the president twice within the last hour refer to the people, the demonstrators, and some of them violent and clearly breaking the law here, as insurrectionists. We have heard Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth threaten that the U.S. Marines will be deployed from Camp Pendleton onto the streets of Los Angeles if the violence continues. Is that allowed? Can the President of the United States legally, in a situation like this, deploy under the Insurrection Act, U.S. military to fight U.S. citizens on U.S. soil?
Okay, so in a situation like this is going to be the key. This is going to be where the fighting is. So let's talk really briefly about the federal statutes at issue here. We all know that the president can only act when there's something that gives him the power to act, or there's inherent constitutional power. In this case, what the president is pointing to is Title VII. This is not the Insurrection Act, Title 10. Title 10 allows the president to federalize the National Guard and to allow them to act in a support role for federal law enforcement. They can help protect federal agents. They can help protect federal property, but they cannot act like law enforcement officials and, again, perform searches and seizures. They cannot act like ICE agents. But if things continue, you asked me about the Insurrection Act. Obviously, the president has been using certain language today. What happens next? The Insurrection Act is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. The Posse Comitatus Act says you can't use the military as direct domestic law enforcement. You can't have that happen, again, unless there are certain exigent or emergency circumstances. The Insurrection Act would present those emergency circumstances. So for me, the real legal question is, are we in a situation where the president can point to that broad grant of authority under the Insurrection Act and say, yes, we can move forward.
Yeah.
We cannot just have the National Guard, but have them perform those domestic law enforcement agency actions.
This is a president who has pushed the boundaries of constitutional law and law itself. What would happen if he decides these are insurrectionists, invokes the Insurrection Act, deploys U.S. military, and what is who can stop him? He's the president of the United States. If he does that, let's say Marines show up in Los Angeles, who's going to stop them?
So I think at that point, you would have California having standing to sue. I'm not saying it's going to be a successful suit. I'm saying they would have standing to sue. The argument would be that the president is infringing on state sovereignty because he doesn't have the power under the Insurrection Act. That when you pull the cord on the Insurrection Act, that you should have cooperation from a governor. Now, there have been, let's discuss, and you may have already discussed, moments in our nation's history where the president has said, I'm sending in troops. That was really about implementing desegregation decisions during the civil rights era. We haven't seen the Insurrection Act, in my view, used in modern times against the will of a governor, which is a long answer to your question of what would happen. California would go to court and California would say the president doesn't have the power. And then we would be in another court battle. We would have a federal judge, likely a number of federal judges making that decision.
It is incredible that we are asking these questions in the United States, that this is even in the realm of possibility of something that can happen. But Professor Jessica Levinson, I would love to sit and talk with you more. Unfortunately, we're facing a time crunch here at the top of the hour. We're awaiting LAPD's press conference. So thank you so much. I would love to talk to you, and I hope we can talk to you about this, and hopefully not about some of the outcomes that we're talking about, our possibilities here. Jessica, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as we approach the top of the hour, we are going to kind of wrap up this portion of our coverage as we get ready for the LAPD press conference. We'll wait to see if California Governor Gavin Newsom will be taking part. He did post a picture of himself with the chief of police of the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, that he is in Los Angeles. He is working with those jurisdictions to see what is going to play out and how to best address this situation. But we're going to switch over some crews here as we get ready. So we will continue to cover. You'll still see this Air 7 picture of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles. Things calming down except for that one pocket over the 101 freeway where we see demonstrators continue to hurl objects down at the CHP vehicles below. But stay with us. We are not going anywhere. We will bring you that LAPD press conference here in just about 1 minute as we continue our coverage here on Eyewitness News, streaming and online for Eyewitness News.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Now at 8, violent clashes between more than 1,000 protesters and law enforcement officers in downtown Los Angeles. This on the third day of protests over federal immigration enforcement operations. Good evening, I'm Mark Brown. Tonight we have seen protesters shutting down the 101 freeway, setting fire to Waymo cars, throwing rocks, concrete, even electric scooters against law enforcement vehicles on the 101 freeway. We have seen several people pulled out of the crowd and arrested by police. The remnants of less than lethal tear gas and rubber bullets littering the streets of downtown. And beyond what we're seeing on the group, another battle playing out over the Trump administration's decision to deploy National Guard troops to quell these protests that the president is calling an insurrection. We want to begin right now. There's a news conference that is scheduled with the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonnell, that is scheduled to begin at 8. This is a key element of this because one of the things that the president has been indicating is that local leaders, local officials, we don't know if he includes the chief in that. He has spoken about elected officials and especially the mayor and the governor, saying that they are not responding to the protests in order to quell them, and that is why he is calling in the National Guard. The chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, is going to speak to the news media and to the citizens of Los Angeles. We expect that to happen at any moment. In the meantime, this has been a momentous day here in Southern California where these protests that began downtown at City Hall and at the federal building complex, including the Hall of Administration and the Justice Department there and the courthouse, those two crowds merged later this afternoon and became a huge throng of more than 1,000 people and began marching around different areas of downtown Los Angeles, City Hall, and elsewhere. There has been violence directed at police and at members of ICE. What you're looking at now are live pictures from Air 7 as mounted LA police units are now moving some of those demonstrators out. It has been a pretty amazing day in Southern California, another crazy day of things happening. Let's go to Tim Caputo, who has been out in the middle of it for much of the afternoon. Tim, what are you seeing?
Well, Mark, you really nailed it on the head there. It has been a crazy day, and as the sun starts to go down, the concern, obviously, is things escalate from here. It's kind of interesting as you see the different layers. We kind of took a step back to get a broader vantage point, partially because the area we were on Los Angeles Street earlier was getting a little bit hairy. You could see down the 101 beneath us with all the overpasses and people on essentially every single overpass as police have moved in. Tommy, come to my right here to show these officers who have lined up on the street. We actually saw a number of sheriff's deputies come in on those big trucks with their tactical gear here to assist the LAPD as they try to move this crowd or get some sort of control out here this afternoon. Where we're standing is up on Hill Street. It gives you a vantage point of everything that's going on down below. If you look to my left here on the hill, this has grown throughout the day, and this is something that we've seen not just here a little bit farther away, but even down at Union Station as well. People are showing up. People are still coming out. People heard what's going on. People want to be part of what's going on. And so the crowd is not necessarily getting smaller. It may be dissipating in certain areas, but in a lot of ways it's getting bigger. The folks up here taking some photo, live streaming, being part of it from a distance. As you get a little bit closer, you can start to see and hear where the fireworks are going off. The police department, obviously, both LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, and CHP in a bit of a difficult spot because of the landscape here. You have the overpasses, you have the freeway underneath, and then you have the roads that go around the buildings, both Federal Building and City Hall, over on the south side of the 101. There is a lot of area to cover, and it seems as though from what we've seen both down below and up here, as they start to move a crowd and it seems to dissipate, people just work their way around. They come up the street, they go around the street. So getting control here is almost impossible. So what they're trying to do is get things quieter, but figure out how to finally get this crowd to go home. I can tell you, Mark, from being out here on Friday night, from being in Compton last night, that is a tall order.
Indeed, there are a lot of demonstrators that they still have to deal with. Let's get more from Gabe Santos. He's in Air 7. This is over the freeway bridge under which several CHP vehicles were abandoned after people started throwing scooters and concrete at those vehicles, damaging them, placing the lives of the officers inside them in danger. Let's get more from Gabe about how that situation is now.
Yeah, Mark, this is the situation above the 101 freeway. You have a couple of bridges here. That's the Alameda Street Bridge, and then over to the right is the Los Angeles Street Bridge. And on that bridge, you had a number of protesters throwing things down on the CHP vehicles below. Those CHP vehicles were parked there as you see a firework or parts of a firework going through the shot. Those CHP vehicles were parked there a number of hours ago, about 2 or 3 hours ago, when protesters came onto the freeway and were blocking the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway. CHP moved in, they moved those protesters out, and they controlled that situation, but they left a number of those vehicles there onto the freeway. Eventually, some of those protesters on the overpass on the Los Angeles Street Bridge started chipping pieces of concrete away from the sidewalk and finding other things to throw down, like bird scooters and other electric bicycles, and they started throwing them down onto the CHP vehicles below. Earlier in our live streaming coverage, you saw that CHP vehicle right there was actually set on fire. It looks as if it may not be a total loss in terms of being completely inoperable, but it may no longer be drivable. You see those CHP units there under the overpass there, trying to figure out how to move that vehicle out of the way. The other vehicles, they appear to have been able to have moved those out of the way. And all of those protesters that were on the Los Angeles Street Bridge have now been cleared. LAPD has refocused their efforts, and you now have LA County Sheriff's Department here as well. We've seen Rescue 5, that's that very large Sea Stallion.
Gabe, I need to stop you right now. Yep. LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell is about to speak. Let's hear him.
You good? All good? All right, thank you. Thank you. First of all, I know it's a very, very busy time. Thank you all for coming here tonight and allowing us the opportunity to be able to brief the public a little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing, and ask truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the incident commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today, I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of Central District of California, Bill Asaley, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops to take control of those National Guard troops in some limited areas because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration. And just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area. And that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision Chief, we have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that I've been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened. And then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, this thing has gotten out of control. Before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the tasks that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
You know, I think, you know, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on you know, to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, you know, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently. And they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names. But they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Telemundo over here.
Okay.
Sorry, Navarro from Telemundo 52. Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. You think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
You know, I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern. But certainly, I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this. And they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Let's go two more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you. Lindsay Kenya, KTLA. Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response times in other parts of the city and safety of people that are not down?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come. And they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly. But in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as other city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by. But it also, and on a normal situation, not that big a deal. But in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary. At least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question that I have really quickly. How long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to continue?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks. Sure.
We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So Chief, just 2 questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And 2, will you be going back and relooking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at the time, but going back and trying to investigate who was responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable
Yeah.
for this?
Yeah.
For the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals, cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday.
Do you have the specifics? Yeah.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today and so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
You've just heard from LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell discussing his department's response to the unrest and the protests that are taking place in and around downtown Los Angeles. Of note is that we're getting an indication now of the injuries that have happened. 3 police officers, 3 LAPD officers have been injured, none of them transported. And at least 10 people have been arrested so far this evening and today. One for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police officers, another for ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line of police officers. But again, the officers that were injured were not transported. Some 29 people arrested last night. CHP has arrested some 17 people. There are arrests being made, and he says there will be more in the future. With regard to the National Guard response, one reporter asking whether we need the National Guard at this stage of the game. The chief said, the first 2 days, it didn't appear that way. I'm paraphrasing. There are normally a number of steps that are gone through before the National Guard is requested. He would have requested mutual aid from different departments, a cooperative effort with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Those things had not yet happened before the National Guard was called in. So he says, we wouldn't have been there yet. That's a direct quote. With regard to whether they're needed tonight, he says he's going to have to reassess and look at how things are going. We're seeing from Air 7 how things are going. You're looking at a parking lot pay booth there that has been set afire by some of the people there. More information coming from the chief shortly, but let's talk to our Gabe Santos in Air 7 about what he is seeing downtown. Gabe?
Yeah, Mark, we're seeing a continued escalation of the situation here as Dayside turns tonight. I'm just getting my bearings here with all the other helicopters up here. We have a number of media helicopters. We have law enforcement helicopters down below at a lower elevation. We have a little bit of a marine layer up above, just to give you an idea of everything we're keeping an eye on up here. We did see this line of mounted officers on horseback push north on Main Street, right next to the famous Olvera Street in the area here, a little bit to the east of Chinatown. There was a barricade set up, and we saw protesters bring a piece of a wrought iron fence and set it down in the middle of the street. Protesters were set up behind that fence. LAPD decided to push forward with rubber bullets and other non-lethal, less than lethal rounds and continue pushing those protesters out of the way. And they actually just knocked the fence down, and the horses just kind of stepped over it and continued on past. Those protesters continued on towards Cesar Chavez Avenue, and they've kind of split up in all directions. And now we see LAPD kind of holding at this position, but it appears that they kind of moved forward so quickly that now there's protesters behind them. So you have a bit of a safety issue happening there now. Another wrought iron fence, it looks like, being ripped out of the ground. We've seen a number of situations like this where individuals are grabbing things and shaking them back and forth and being able to, with a number of individuals, you could do almost anything, and they're kind of doing the unthinkable, things that are bolted to the ground. A number of people are just coming up and pulling fences, and we've seen traffic signs, wiggled back and forth to get them out of the concrete, and that's what we saw earlier over the 101 and Los Angeles Street. That's when a number of items were thrown from the overpass down at CHP cars. That situation has calmed down, but it just goes to show you there's still a number of hot spots here in addition to this one. And I want Rob to go back to that security post there. As LAPD kind of moved forward towards that barricade and pushed past, it appears they didn't really monitor what was going on in this parking lot here. Now you could see somebody has set fire to this pay booth in this parking lot, and with LA City Fire kind of nowhere in sight, they're at their fire stations. They're staying a little bit further away from the scene because of safety issues. Just as I say that, not LA City Fire, but LAPD with a fire extinguisher. They're just going to move forward with their fire extinguisher and put this thing out. So apparently they felt it safe enough with their riot gear. You see that officer there with his baton trying to push a protester back there. It appears that they've made the assessment that individuals in this parking lot appear to be pretty calm and pretty docile, in addition to a number of press in the area. It appears that a lot of those people down there that aren't law enforcement are, in fact, press. So law enforcement made the decision there to just come in with a fire extinguisher and put that little fire out that was in that parking booth. But it just goes to show you that there's still a number of hot spots here that LAPD is keeping an eye on. That's the intersection of Main and Alameda. Once LAPD pushed those protesters down past Olvera Street to Main and Cesar Chavez, just as I'm kind of wrapping my head around what we just saw a few minutes ago, we see another barricade being put up with a number of dumpsters there. So people aren't leaving the area; they're just kind of scattering and regrouping, and then we're continuing to see different little barricades get set up in different spots of town as LAPD kind of continues to push the protesters towards different areas here. We're seeing a little bit of a progression north into Chinatown, but we also have a large group, at least a few minutes ago, that I last had eyes on, that was south of City Hall at I believe that was Main and I think it was Main and First Street, and we might be a little too far away with the buildings in a way here to get eyes on that group there, but there was a group of about 500 people down on that side. However, that group of protesters, they weren't really doing anything that LAPD deems to be a threat. So LAPD is really putting their focus on the protesters on the north side that continue to set up barricades. They really don't want anybody to dig their heels in and set up barricades or anything of that sort, because the longer barricades get put in place, the more they get fortified by other pieces of trash and other pieces of metal that these individuals find, the harder it will be for LAPD to deal with it later on. Looks like that's the Spring Street Bridge that CHP now has been able to contain. And I think if we pan to the left, Rob, there, we'll be able to see the Los Angeles Street Bridge, and that's the bridge where a lot of protesters were throwing items down onto the freeway below. And you see that CHP vehicle on a tow truck. That CHP vehicle probably going to be a complete loss. It was actually set on fire earlier as people on the bridge above were lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and throwing them down to the vehicles below. So that CHP vehicle actually caught on fire a little bit before CHP officers were able to move in with a fire extinguisher and put it out. But while we were zoomed in there, you were able to see a lot of debris just spread across the lanes of the southbound 101 freeway. So it's going to be a big cleanup here.
All right. And Gabe Santos, thank you for that. As we let's keep that picture up right there, the picture you have. Because the chief in his press conference spoke about the difference between people who are out there expressing their First Amendment rights, expressing their disagreement and disapproval of the ICE raids of day laborers and others, versus the people who are out here doing damage. And he actually had physical descriptions of what some of those people look like, what they do, that some of them are from out of town. Some of them are people who go literally from one position of civil unrest to another. And he described them, a lot of them, as having their faces covered, having hoods and covering their faces. And we did see that among the people who were putting up this barricade. So with regard to how we look at them and we can describe their actions, we don't know whether this is protest or simply anarchy for the sake of it. So we're going to try to draw a distinction, if possible, between those who are out here expressing their disapproval versus the people that are doing things like this, setting fires and barricading streets. So we're going to try to bore down into that particular aspect of what we're seeing. In the meantime, Jory Rand has been covering this for the better part of the afternoon and much of the evening, and has some more reporting for us now. Jory?
Mark, it's a frustrating scene to see play out here tonight. Those protesters, is it a demonstration of protest or is it unrest? And in some cases, as you mentioned, it might just be both. Someone who showed up for one now enjoying the other. It's frustrating to see this continue to play out, and the LAP just allow this to happen. They are overwhelmed, as the chief heard. As we heard from the chief, that this is still going on. And as Gabe mentioned, once they break up one grouping, it just spreads out to another spot. So we're seeing this play out. We have that parking security booth on fire, and now we have obstructions in the middle of Main Street as this is being allowed to continue. And it would just, a lot of people want to see this end and these people taken into custody. Now, it has been a very eventful day in our city, likely one that we are going to talk about for a long time to come. Now, there are two very different aspects to what is happening this weekend in Los Angeles. Let's begin with what played out on the streets of LA. It was a very destructive day. Several clashes taking place outside the federal building. Once that crowd was broken up, demonstrators scattered and a large group made their way onto the 101 freeway. The CHP allowed them to remain there for about an hour. Traffic was stopped in both directions before officers finally moved in and slowly backed that group up and off of the roadway, making several arrests in the process. However, CHP vehicles were left exposed on the 101, and for hours, we watched people on that overpass hurl everything from rocks and chunks of cinder block to concrete and electric scooters. They began lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and dropping them on them below. Even a bike was dropped onto a windshield, damaging the CHP vehicles. Now, the freeway takeover leading to some tense clashes between the protesters and officers. You can see one person being dragged away. This was in front of the federal building. That person had breached the line, had taken that officer's helmet. You saw him just put it back on there and dragged away. That person was on stilts and he remained somehow behind. He made his way back behind police lines and was eventually handcuffed and arrested as they worked to take off those stilts from his legs. Multiple methods of non-contact force also used: tear gas, blank shot, rubber bullets from LAPD officers. We saw those protesters picking up barricades and benches and chairs from nearby Grand Park to shield themselves, setting up a barricade. This actually happened twice in two separate locations before LAPD officers on horseback moved in and cleared them out. And then there were the fires. Likely the visuals that this weekend's unrest will be remembered by. It's already being used by members of the Trump administration and right-wing media after 5 Waymo cars were set on fire. These are driverless electric vehicles. They have those dangerous lithium-ion batteries that pump toxic fumes into the air. The LAPD sending out an advisory to people to avoid this area, not only because of the demonstrations and what has ensued from them, but the air quality, the chemicals that were being launched into the air there, the danger of being in that situation. And so 5 vehicles were burned, literally melting to the ground on Los Angeles Street. And again, it's now a propaganda tool for those who want to go against the leadership of Los Angeles and California. We are seeing those images of those 5 cars on fire today being used, a literal flashpoint in this fight between state and federal authorities, Mark.
All right, Jory Rand, your coverage will continue. We thank you for being with us on this and continuing our coverage of this unrest in downtown Los Angeles. We have video from before this. What you're seeing on the right there, that's a fire that actually broke out while the chief of police was speaking, while Jim McDonnell was speaking to the news media about the department's response, about his agency's attempt to deal with what is unfolding in the city of LA. You could hear sirens behind him as he was speaking. Where he was speaking from, the office of the chief of police, not far at all from where many of these things are happening, just a matter of a couple of blocks away. And so what we're seeing here is, on the right, officers on horseback trying to remove someone, that person who has a backpack, who was not in an area where he should have been. You see them bringing him to the ground. They're going to search that backpack. We don't know if that person ended up being arrested, but we do know that some 10 people have been arrested thus far this evening by the LA Police Department, and some 17 people have been arrested by the Highway Patrol. LA Mayor Karen Bass speaking earlier today about where her disappointment lies with the federal government.
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs. I have no exact timeline. I cannot tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest. And the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
We are watching now pictures from Air 7 over downtown Los Angeles. And this statement from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth discussing the possibility of deploying U.S. Marines on American soil. That drew a small group of protesters to Camp Pendleton today. More than 4 dozen people held up signs at the main gate there with slogans such as, "We're on a slippery slope to fascism and your oath is to the Constitution." President Trump has already federalized and deployed National Guard members, California National Guard, to L.A. after those protests erupted over Friday's immigration raids. This despite strong objections from both the governor and the mayor. Patrick Saunders is an Air Force veteran. He organized the Camp Pendleton demonstration.
We want to show our support to the military members that work here. We want to kind of remind them of what their duty is to us, but additionally, we want to make it very publicly known that we condemn any sort of action by the administration of using active duty or National Guard troops on U.S. citizens.
Meanwhile, U.S. Northern Command confirms 500 Marines from 29 Palms are prepared to deploy status should they be needed to augment and support the DOJ's protection of federal property and personnel efforts. That is a quote. We will keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we are watching people now milling about, moving from place to place in parts of downtown Los Angeles. This is a Chevron station that is near one of the points of conflict. People are going in there. We don't know what they're doing at that gas station, if there's any looting going on. Again, you see people with hoods on. You see some of the people that have been involved in some of the unrest here that are gathered there. We do not know what they're doing. I don't see people coming out with a lot of things in their arms. So that's a good sign, I guess, that it's not being looted, but it's troubling to see people in these circumstances gathering. And that is the area there where a wrought iron fence had been ripped off from an area right around the street and placed in the middle of the street and then fortified with dumpsters. This is another one of these makeshift barriers that people have been using to try to confront the police, and the police are moving in and moving those barriers out. There was a fire a short time ago right in front of that barrier. That has since gone out. Nearby, about half a block to your right, is where some people had set up caused a fire at a pay booth at a public parking lot this is near Alvera Street. And that police officers actually moved in and put that fire out themselves and moved people out of the way. So the LAPD is responding, but as the chief himself said, at the moment, they are overwhelmed. There are more people causing trouble than there are officers to stop them at this point. And whether the National Guard is in fact needed tonight is something that he says will have to be assessed. In the meantime, ABC News reporter Matt Gutman was behind the police lines earlier today. He showed us the projectiles that were coming from both sides of these clashes.
From the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at the LAPD on this side of the skirmish line. The size of the rocks and projectiles, I'm gonna see if I can try to find another one for you, that were thrown were significant. This is a piece of concrete or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here, much larger ones than that were hurled at police. So this is something that I haven't seen quite some time in downtown LA. It was very intense.
So how are they getting those rocks to throw? Well, they're bringing hammers with them, some of them, and they're chipping away at the curb, chipping away at parts of the street or different places on brick buildings and getting those pieces of rock to throw at the police. And a word about those so-called less, or not so-called, they are less than lethal. They're designed to be less than lethal, less likely to be lethal weapons. They're meant not to penetrate the skin. They're meant to disperse the crowd, to cause pain, but not permanent injury. But they can, in fact, be lethal. And there have been cases of people who've been hit in the head by these projectiles, because even if they don't penetrate, it's the equivalent of a very hard blow to the body, and that can, in fact, cause permanent damage. People have had eyes put out, people have been blinded, people have had facial bones broken, and suffered internal injuries from those less than lethal weapons. They are not, however, bullets and are not intended to kill or maim, but they are definitely something that you do not want to be trifling with. As the LAPD is going through this, they are using up quite a bit of those munitions, as Matt Gutman was mentioning, and as we have been mentioning on our air, some of the officers at the scene were starting to run out of those, and they're having to be brought in from other areas of the city because so many of them were being deployed. In fact, you can hear at various times during our discussions and interviews with either police officials or with the mayor, you can hear flashbang grenades and less than lethal rounds being fired, along with fireworks, actually commercial grade fireworks that are being fired at the police by some of the people in the crowd. And as the police chief mentioned, those can kill. So there are acts of violence taking place here. The police department is responding. The National Guard has been called in. And now we are going to see how this plays out as this continues this evening. Governor Gavin Newsom posting tonight on X, I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California. Those are the words of Governor Gavin Newsom. Let's go to Gabe Santos in Air 7 over that area we've been looking at, that Chevron station there. What are you seeing from your vantage point, Gabe?
Yeah, Mark, we've been focused on this this intersection here at Alameda and Main. This is the next kind of barricade that has been set up by individuals that appear to just kind of continue to be setting up a few of these barricades as LAPD continues to push the crowd more and more north. So this is just the latest one, as I see a few people kind of making a run for it there, but we've been focused on this gas station at the top of your screen because that's the reason why there's been a crowd around there is just because that's there was such a big crowd that was pushed further north, and I'm trying to monitor a few different things here to see why people are running. But the crowd had been further to the south on Main Street, south of Cesar Chavez Avenue, that intersection you're seeing right there, and LAPD continued to push that crowd further north. So now you're just seeing the crowd just kind of scatter in a lot of different directions. So a couple people went to the gas station. We didn't see any signs of looting or anything like that in that particular store right there. So that's definitely some good news. But the concern obviously is individuals that continue to make barricades such as this one there on the right side of your screen that's been, as you said, fortified with a couple of dumpsters and a wrought iron fence. We've seen an item set on fire there next to that fence, but it appears that fire may be out as of right now. So LAPD is trying to avoid situations like this, but they're also taking into account all of the resources that they are pouring into the area, and they have been pouring into the area, and they're trying to figure out a way to balance those resources. So they are not at this time making a push further north to knock down that barricade as they had been with previous barricades. They're just kind of holding the scene as it stands right now, maybe to have a little bit of a respite, have a little bit of a calm, regroup, and then figure out the next move. You see the Night Sun from the LAPD helicopter that is over the scene here. We've seen the Super Puma Rescue 5 helicopter. That's the big LA County Sheriff's helicopter here at the scene as well. They've been helping law enforcement keep an eye on things. That parking, that pay-to-park structure at the center of your screen was set on fire earlier, but LAPD actually moved in with a fire extinguisher, and they were able to put that fire out. We were talking about an individual, possibly with a flamethrower, that set fire to a couple of trees there on Main Street, just south of Cesar Chavez. We did see an individual that LAPD believes to be the individual with that flamethrower taken into custody. So that person has been arrested at this time. and LAPD is going to figure out what to charge that person with. Obviously, for having a flamethrower and using it on city streets, that will be very serious charges. And you can see here that's Main Street and Cesar Chavez, and that's where a large contingent of LAPD is staging at this time while they figure out their next move. I want to ask Rob to widen out the shot. Let's look to the south of City Hall, because that's where another group of protesters was located about 30 minutes ago, and we haven't been able to see them for a few minutes now because we've been focused on the group to the north. And there was about 500 people down there to the south. It appears that that crowd may have more or less dispersed at this time and maybe gone their separate ways on Spring and First Street, as you can see right there. So LAPD kind of breathing a sigh of relief as far as the south side of their the area that they're kind of watching right now. But you still have a multi-block area of downtown LA in and around City Hall, I should say, that LAPD is keeping an eye on. You have that scene at the center of your screen, which may become a crime scene, more or less. The lanes of the southbound 101 freeway, where people were throwing pieces of concrete and bicycles and bird scooters and signs from that Los Angeles Street overpass onto the street below. You see all of that debris there. You see a number of those highway patrol cars, and I think, yeah, those are all highway patrol cars down there. You see that they're parked under the overpass, and that's because the ones that weren't parked under the overpass were heavily damaged by items thrown by people on the bridge. And LAPD, the reason why they moved north to begin with was they had to clear that bridge to prevent further damage to those patrol cars down below. You see one of them on a flatbed tow truck. That is the car that was pretty much set on fire earlier, but CHP officers were able to get in there with a fire extinguisher and put out the majority of the fire before it was completely destroyed. But that's going to be a vehicle that's probably going to be a total loss. You see all that debris there in lanes. That's going to take a while to clean up, and as I said, probably a little bit of a investigation to figure out what charges to file against the people who threw a piece of concrete down there onto the freeway. Those are the southbound lanes of the 101 as you approach the 5 freeway. So still a few prongs of action here that LAPD is keeping an eye on, but it appears, at least for the past 20 or 25 minutes, that we're entering a little bit of a moment of calm while LAPD kind of regroups and figure out what their next move is going to be.
Yeah, Gabe, it occurs to me as we're watching this, there are people driving through the area as if nothing was going on. I think a word of advice would be avoid downtown Los Angeles right now. Just stay out, try to go around it, because you don't know what streets are going to be blocked at any point. You don't know where you might run into a barricade. You might run into a bunch of people who are up to no good. So just stay out of downtown if at all possible. All these vehicles that are trying to traverse the downtown area. I don't know if there are any games or any events happening in or near downtown at the various venues right now. So that might complicate matters as well, just adding to the congestion and traffic in the area. But stay out of downtown if you possibly can. Former Vice President Kamala Harris responding to today's event. She had a statement. She wrote in part, quote, "Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying that National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. This administration's actions are not about public safety. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protest is a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. And as the LAPD, the mayor, and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms." That from the former vice president and former presidential candidate, Kamala Harris. Governor Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass leading the charge. They're blasting the Trump administration's decision to deploy the National Guard after 2 days of protests over federal immigration raids. But the war of words with the White House only escalating tonight. Eyewitness News reporter Jory Rand has been following this political firestorm, this fight. joins us now live from our newsroom with more on that. Jory.
That fight only growing tonight, Mark. This is a situation our country really has never seen before. It's not unusual for the National Guard to be federalized. We have seen it in the past. Most recently, from what we can ascertain, it happened in the 1960s with John F. Kennedy federalizing the National Guard to allow black students into school, as the governor, namely George Wallace and other officials, were not allowing students into school, breaking federal laws. So the federal government had to come in, take over the troops there. In this situation, it is a little different in that the governor didn't want this to happen, didn't give his permission. And it wasn't because federal law wasn't being executed by the local government. It's because the leader of the federal government wanted to prove a point here and take over and use these these state troops under federal power. And so both the governor and the mayor are accusing President Trump of inflaming passions to provoke a response, saying he and his administration are the ones who want violence. Here's a look at some of those National Guard soldiers in Westwood today, guarding the federal building there. We saw it in downtown as well. Governor Newsom today formally requesting that the Trump administration rescind their, what he calls, unlawful deployment of troops in LA County and return control of the National Guard to him. He says we didn't have a problem until President Trump got involved. And in fact, we heard from CNN reporting that the Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounalakis, is saying tomorrow California will file a lawsuit to try and regain control of the California National Guard. But tonight, the president is doubling down on social media, claiming the protesters are paid insurrectionists, and that word is going to be very important moving forward. Take a listen.
You have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
So we spoke with law professor Jessica Levinson today, who says while federal deployment of the National Guard is legal, it typically comes after that state's governor makes the request.
The last time that National Guard troops were called up under federal control without the governor's request was 1965. So this is exceedingly rare and legal, but I think what's really important for people to know is unwarranted. There's no indication whatsoever in LA that National Guard troops are necessary to maintain order. The governor has said there's no need. The LAPD has said there's no need. And really, all of this seems to be an unwarranted escalation. The president has the capacity, but he shouldn't use it. And it's been very rarely used previously.
So JFK did it in the early 60s, Lyndon Johnson doing it there again in 1965. Now, again, it's the use of the word insurrectionist that will be key here moving forward, because the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the president have suggested that if the violence continues in Los Angeles, Marines from Camp Pendleton will be moved in to take over securing the city of Los Angeles. That would be U.S. troops on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens. That is largely forbidden. The only way that a president is able to do something like that is by invoking the Insurrection Act. That means that the president would have to claim that the country is under attack by an insurrection. Is that happening right now in Los Angeles? It would be a wild legal battle for the president to bring in U.S. troops to face U.S. citizens. And more tonight from Governor Newsom, specifically for residents of Los Angeles. The governor is here tonight. He's urging protesters to speak out, but to remain nonviolent, saying, quote, give them the spectacle they want. Do not give them the spectacle they want by turning violent, referring to the Trump administration, who the governor says wants to see violence play out as he could score political points as things devolve here in Los Angeles. We'll see how this plays out and expect to see some lawsuits filed tomorrow on behalf of the state of California against the president and his administration, Mark.
All right, indeed, Joy. And when you talk about troops being brought in to deal with violence such as this, it's a crowd control issue. And troops are trained in other things. They are trained to win wars. They are not necessarily focused, at least in training, in crowd control and using the tactics that police use in urban areas to control and deal with violent crowds. So that will be a significant element that we're going to have to watch for, of course. And we're seeing here another fire that has been set in the downtown LA area. Gabe Santos is over it. What do we have that's burning here?
Well, it looks like a cylinder of some kind. Some metal pallets. They appear to have been piled up here at the intersection of Spring and First Street, and the LAPD is nearby, but they're not too close. They're kind of letting this be for now. Their efforts are still focused on the situation on the north side, and I'm looking up north of Cesar Chavez and Main Street, and I see another little fire burning there earlier where we were watching those individuals that set up that blockade, and you can kind of see as we pan over from south of City Hall, as we continue panning to the left, Rob, a little further down to the north of where that gas station is, you can see there this new, not a new fire, but it is definitely a fire that has been coaxed accordingly, and it looks like there's a lot of cardboard in that dumpster, and individuals have set that dumpster ablaze. So you now have two bonfires, if you will, illegal bonfires burning in streets here in downtown LA. And LAPD at this point has taken this time to regroup their forces and figure out which one they want to tackle at this time. But you have an individual with drums there. You have this dumpster ablaze. You have another little cylinder there on the ground also ablaze. And as these fires continue, LAPD is going to have to decide which one to tackle, because at least at this time, they don't have the resources in place to take one or the other, unless they really coordinate that and really focus on sending a skirmish line to the north and sending another skirmish line to the south. You're going to have these two separate kind of hot spots, these literal hot spots burning, this one on Main and Alameda, and the other one near the intersection of First and Spring Street. So still tensions rising high as individuals continue to set fires here in the downtown area.
All right, this one, a literal dumpster fire. The dumpster fire, of course, has become kind of a metaphor for a failure, a catastrophic failure amongst people who should know better. And so this is what we're seeing play out now in downtown Los Angeles. Of course, the fire that has really caught a lot of people's attention and has gone viral, really, the images were those Waymo cars that were set on fire during the protests. A number of them were kind of parked on the street. Remember, these are driverless vehicles, of course, so there was no person inside to kind of get them out or make a decision as to where they should go. They were sitting there, parked on the street, and as the protests and demonstrations were going on, someone set them on fire, and I believe it was 5 of them that actually burned to the ground. Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert, joining us now to talk about what we have seen thus far today and what we're seeing into tonight. And Bruce, I heard an interview with you earlier, and you were saying that what we could expect this evening was kind of what we're seeing here, is that there are going to be smaller groups of people who are really bent on destruction, who are going to go around causing as much mayhem as they can. That seems to be playing out.
Yeah, these are not the protesters we saw during the daytime who were, utilizing their First Amendment rights. Wow. Yeah, it did get out of control with the overpass on Spring Street, with the CHP vehicles, with the Waymo vehicles, like you said, over in Olvera Street area. But what we're seeing now these are anarchists. These are not law-abiding citizens. These are people that want to cause problems, and they've come into LA to do so.
Wow. And as you're saying that, we're watching somebody who was doing backwards donuts in that intersection, a man driving through without a shirt on with this minivan. Not sure what his intentions were or what's going on there, but this guy's taken off at a high rate of speed. And, there's people out in the streets right now. We don't know if he was angry at the protesters or part of the protest. We just don't know. But there's so many people out walking around the streets, law enforcement officers, other people that are out there, and he's putting all of them at risk now with whatever he's doing here. This is just more craziness. He was doing those backwards donuts in that intersection. Seemingly, it looked to me like he was trying to target somebody. They were throwing things at his vehicle, and it looked as though he was trying to circle around and try to get somebody. I don't know, but what we're seeing now is he has slowed down. I'm not sure exactly where this is. If we could get our locator up from Air 7 just to see what exactly this guy's. It's Alvera Street. It kind of looked like Alvera Street. Well, he's driving around Alvera Street. He's got no shirt on. He's driving that minivan. It just stopped. I don't know if it ran into a bollard there or what, but it just stopped. And now he's backing up. And
Mark, I don't know if you could hear me.
Go ahead.
LAPD is aware of this individual, but I'm not sure if they really know what to do. I was going to say he appeared to be trapped in that area with those blockades, and now he's flying down Main Street back to where that blockade is at an extremely high rate of speed, slamming on the brakes now. This is Cesar Chavez and Main Street, and there's so many people just out walking around right now. I don't know if he's going to slow down before he gets to this barricade. You see some people running. We're a little bit blocked right now because we can't see what's going on the other side of that building. So I'm not sure if this guy in the vehicle stopped or if he continued on. Zoom back in, left, Rob. I think that's him right there. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Not him.
No.
So we just kind of saw this out of the corner of our eye, and I'm not sure if this guy is agitated by the protesters or was with the protesters. But then we saw him doing these backwards donuts, and then other individuals started throwing rocks at this vehicle as he continued doing those donuts at high speeds. Now you see a crowd racing to the east. Looks like maybe to the west. There he is now. There he continuing to drive extremely erratically. I'm really worried that this person is going to drive so fast that he's going to run somebody over because there's just so many pedestrians running around, so many people with their phones out. This guy's already hit multiple things. You see the bumper damage almost hitting that vehicle head on, and people are continuing to throw rocks at him. This is Alameda and Cesar Chavez. I think that guy was trying to go up to the driver's door. More people throwing things at this vehicle. Again, we don't know the connection this vehicle has to this protest, if any, if he was just in the area and got upset, or if somebody may have hit the vehicle and that sparked him. But this appears to be an individual that is upset, is unstable, and is now driving at a high rate of speed around the Chinatown area and Olvera Street. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this one.
There he is right there. He has stopped. He has stopped occasionally. He was stopped by a bollard before. He ran into a barricade of some sort. And he's not out yet. He did open the door. There was a lot of front end damage to this minivan. We're going to watch this play out, but look at the speed. Even when he backs up, he's backing up fast. He's hitting the gas pedal hard. There are people out in front of him.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Oh,
okay.
no. I thought he was going to hit the motorcycle.
It looked like he was aiming for him.
Yeah. This person is clearly upset and just driving erratically, not in any sort of mental state. That's going to be a part of Union Station, and I'm not sure if we're able to get Air 7 on the other side of that, but we may. Okay, that's the vehicle right there.
I want to bring in
and around. Yep.
I want to bring in Bruce Thomas because you're watching this too, and this just, if things weren't bad enough.
This may be an enclosed area. This may be some kind of a. Those are the railroad tracks.
But this guy is definitely out of control beyond what normally you would think.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, he's putting a lot of people in danger here. We don't know his motive. All we know is that he's driving really fast. He appears at various times to have been aiming at people with this minivan. People have been throwing rocks and bricks and all kinds of things at him as he's gone through intersections. He was doing reverse donuts in an intersection and going very, very rapidly. He's going through these downtown streets now. It's kind of a maze, kind of a warren of streets, some of them one way, some of them very narrow. He's right by the railroad tracks here.
That's the tracks.
And it's frightening to see. It's just one of the many unsettling things we have been watching throughout this day and this evening when there have been protests of ICE raids.
Vignes and Botchet.
Vignes and Bochet down in downtown Los Angeles. This is kind of near I believe the men's central jail, the men's central jail down there that's used by LA County. And there he goes. Luckily he's on a street. It's one of those back streets. It's small. And we don't know. We'll have to see if he's trying to make his way back toward the demonstrations to see what his motive may be.
Canosaurus Plaza by Cesar Chavez. He's over in that complex there.
Mm-hmm. And he's definitely out of control.
Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control. Yeah, he's definitely out of control.
And as Gabe mentioned, the LAPD is aware of him. They know that he's doing this, and they're going to try to, I don't know if they're going to try to get him. Who's going to be available to do it? We talked about the resources that have been stretched so thin for the LAPD as they deal with the unrest that's happening in downtown LA. Who's available to chase this guy? I don't think anyone is, at least at the moment where we're seeing it. And do they want to? Do they want to chase him when he's running through these streets at such high rates of speed?
For safety's sake, Mark, they definitely would want to be involved in this. The problem is, I don't think they have the resources right now.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, again, if you're just joining us, Eyewitness News continuing our coverage of the demonstrations, the violence, the charges and countercharges by officials at the federal, state, and local level about the ICE raids and about the federal response, the local response, and what people are doing out in the streets. And in the middle of that, of our reporting of that, we are seeing this man behaving very erratically in this minivan. We're not sure if he's either targeting the protesters or if he's one of them, but it appears at least that he is in some way unhinged. He doesn't have a shirt on. He's driving this minivan at very high rates of speed. There's significant damage. There have been a few collisions with various inanimate objects, no people that we know of yet, no vehicles that we know of yet, but it's only, I think, by sheer luck that hasn't happened. As we see him now continuing, Gabe, can you give us an indication of what street he's on?
Yeah, Mark, this is Cesar Chavez. He appears to be northbound on Cesar Chavez on Gallardo Street. And, we've seen situations to almost purposefully hit other drivers, and that's the really scary part here. We are actually switching out helicopters, so you're going to see my picture in the helicopter that I'm in get a little further away, and we have our other Air 7 on the scene as well, trying to locate this vehicle, but it is definitely a scary situation for anybody that's in the downtown area right now.
Right, in addition to everything else that's happening. And just to recap, there were planned demonstrations this afternoon beginning at 2 o'clock at LA City Hall. There was another demonstration happening this afternoon and into the early part of the evening at the federal complex, the federal building in downtown Los Angeles, just a few blocks away from LA City Hall. Those demonstrations merged this afternoon into about 1,000 people and growing as the day wore on. And that came amid word, of course, that the National Guard troops that were activated and federalized by the Trump administration, by the president, were moving into Los Angeles to, in his words, restore law and order. The LAPD has been dealing with this and responding. The LA County Sheriff's Department has been dealing with this and responding as well. We heard earlier from the chief of police. One of the things that was very important that he mentioned was that there were claims in the initial hours of the first evening of the demonstrations, when things were starting to get out of hand, that when ICE and federal agents were requesting help from the LAPD, that the LAPD did not respond or delayed responding for 2 hours. The chief saying adamantly and emphatically that was not the case, that the LAPD was not given advance notice of what ICE was doing, and so because of that did not have officers pre-deployed and pre-positioned so that they could respond in a crowd control capacity, and that officers took about 38 minutes to assemble and then head to the area where those federal agents were, and they were hampered by both the size of the crowd and by the fact that tear gas had already been deployed. Because officers hadn't gotten advance notice, they weren't equipped with some of the things that they would need for a crowd control or a riot sort of situation. So a lot of them didn't have gas masks, so they went in anyway, many of those officers being incapacitated or at least having their effectiveness deteriorated by the tear gas that had been deployed by the federal officers. But the chief saying emphatically the LAPD did not ignore the call for help on that night. Also saying that, here we go, looking at this driver here. This was playing out about 6 or 7 minutes ago. This guy going through, it looked like he was it really looks like he was targeting folks and trying to hit them with his vehicle. but we don't know. We do know that the crowd was very angry at him, judging by what we're seeing in response, all the projectiles being thrown at him. And then he took off. And he then went down the street. You see he's got no shirt on. He's throwing stuff out of the vehicle. I guess some of the, looks like one of the windows got shattered by one of the bricks or rocks. And look at the speed with which he left that scene. Later on, we saw him just driving erratically, again, heading into Olvera Street, running into a traffic control bollard. And okay, is that the vehicle there on the left? Is that, that's it. All right. Do we know whether the guy is in there? Oh, yeah, there he's coming out. What's he got in the back? He's looking into the back of that minivan. We don't know. If we have a location, at least we can put this out on our air. And if someone is going to try to, Savannah and First Street in East First Street in downtown Los Angeles. Again, Savannah and East First Street in downtown LA. This is where that minivan driver has come to a stop. He's opened up the back and he's stepping away. Still, as far as we can tell, with no shirt on. There's no night sun here because there's no LA helicopter, LAPD or law enforcement helicopter to light up the scene or the vehicle, but he did walk across the street. I don't know in which direction he is walking because we can't really orient ourselves in the dark. He's getting into a second vehicle. Getting into another vehicle is what we're being told. Oh, there he is. Oh, there they are. Officers now responding. These are sheriff's deputies. They're putting him in custody right now. There he goes. That is the end of that escapade. We don't know if anyone got hurt. We lost track of him for a while. We don't know if anybody got hit. We don't know if he hurt anyone or whether he was actually trying to hurt someone. It certainly did look at one point that he was swerving toward somebody on a bicycle and trying to hit them, but he did not, that we saw. Bruce, this is just an amazing thing that's unfolding here, given everything else that's going on.
Yeah, for this guy to be driving like that is just dangerous beyond. I'm glad to see that the sheriffs have been requested and are responding to LAPD's request for help. My only question would be, what took so long? Clearly, LAPD was overmatched. And when you declare mutual aid, you get the bigger agency, LA County Sheriffs, which in the scheme of things, they are actually in charge of a civil unrest situation like this. So I would ask why it took so long. And the other thing I haven't seen are some of the other agencies in Southern California responding to this.
Yeah, we're not seeing. That's an excellent point. It would be good to know. It's hard to tell at night too because you can't always see the vehicles or see insignia on patches or things like that would indicate that someone's there. Sheriff's deputies, of course, pretty easy to make out with the sheriff's insignia on the side of the car and their khaki uniforms. So they're pretty easy to spot. But as far as other police departments or police agencies, we don't know of any that are also helping in this response to the unrest in downtown LA. This is the minivan that guy was driving. They've cleared it. There's thus far, I think there was one other deputy who went through and saw that there was no one else inside the vehicle, but they're going to check it for other things, perhaps weapons, contraband, or anything else that would indicate danger or perhaps have a clue to what his motive was. So in addition to all the unrest, in addition to all the things that are happening, fires being set, officers being attacked, all of that, in addition to that, we had this guy driving erratically through downtown LA, putting a lot of people at risk, including police, demonstrators, everyone, bystanders. And he is now under arrest thanks to the LA County Sheriff's Department. The LAPD having its hands full dealing with what has been happening throughout the day and into the night. Some 10 arrests thus far. We know that number is going to go up. They've been focusing, as the chief mentioned, on clearing intersections, clearing streets, getting people out of areas where they can cause damage or injure people. And the effort to arrest those people will be ongoing. They're going to focus on people who have been attacking police officers, attacking innocent people, and vandalizing buildings and vandalizing police vehicles as well. They're going to focus on that. They're going to, in particular, perhaps on the people who were throwing projectiles and bird scooters off of the bridge onto the 101 freeway and damaging those highway patrol vehicles and putting officers there at risk. And the people who've been blockading streets are going to do a lot of that, so that you can expect, as they comb through the video that's going to be everywhere after this event has wound down, they're going to be combing through all of that, and they're going to find people. This is a tactic they've been using actually since 1992 and perhaps before that. In the LA riots of 1992, people were arrested a year later, some of them, for actions that were taken during that civil unrest period. Because they were caught on video, and video even more prevalent now. So you can expect a lot of people who think they got away with things tonight are going to find out that they have not. LA Mayor Karen Bass. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, I don't know if Air 7 HD can pull in over by City Hall, but it appears that the sheriff's mobile field force is doing some sort of operation by City Hall, possibly pushing a crowd further away.
Okay.
I saw some of their trucks and some of them launching less lethal and flashbang.
Okay, let's take a look. What you're looking at here, these are highway patrol vehicles that are kind of securing that bridge over, I believe that's a bridge over the 101 freeway. Let's go get closer to City Hall if we can and see if what Bruce is mentioning is actually happening. That would be a mutual aid situation, and we're going to see if there is a skirmish line. We see that fire, the dumpster fire that is there. Maybe are they forming around that to try to move these people out? Let's tilt down a little bit with the camera and see what we're looking at. All right, what we just saw, that appears to be fireworks that are being launched in some way by people against the officers. I do not see a skirmish line here, but let's take a look and see if there are other indications of a mutual aid response by the LA County Sheriff's Department that would help to clear these intersections and get some of these people out that are up to no good out here setting fires and the like. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Bruce, thanks for the tip. We're going to look for it. In the meantime, we want to tell you what the mayor has been saying, speaking earlier today about the need for these protests to be peaceful.
First of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And anytime it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message. That's not peaceful, what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
The mayor adamant that law breaking will not be tolerated. The chief saying that earlier today as well, also saying that at the moment, at least as the evening was unfolding, that the department, at least in this area, was overwhelmed. And that's his word. So we're going to see whether the National Guard is going to have any effect on what's happening here. You're seeing that commercial grade fireworks that the chief talked about that are being deployed or being not deployed, but fired. Some of that has been fired against his officers, and he spoke about the fact that that can actually kill you if it hits you. And so there is a lot going on that they are having to deal with. And the question of whether the National Guard is needed, the chief indicated that the first two nights, they hadn't gotten to the point where they would have called them. But tonight, he would have to reassess and decide or look at whether that was a necessary part of the mix. It's the numbers of people involved in this have dwindled quite a bit. There were several thousand outside City Hall that were marching around and then marching to the federal detention center in downtown LA in the federal building. Several thousand people were there. Those numbers have dropped away to what must be a few hundred, perhaps, maybe less than that are going from one location to another scattering around. As soon as police form a skirmish line and move them out, they go somewhere else. And what we're seeing now is some people setting fires, putting up barricades, trying to close down intersections. But the numbers of people causing trouble is about, I would say, Bruce, maybe starting to match the numbers of law enforcement people who are out there. And that may turn the tide in favor of the police. If at least if the numbers are dwindling, maybe they can get a handle on this. Bruce, you still with us? I think we've...
the numbers are kind of equaling out. They were overwhelmed earlier today and this afternoon, but I think now that you also have the sheriffs there, the manpower pool for law enforcement is greatly increased, and they can take back some of these streets. And maybe we will see a curfew later on. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a question that was asked during the press conference, whether a curfew would be implemented in LA. The chief said that he had spoken with Sheriff Luna about the possibility of a curfew being implemented, but none has been implemented thus far. It would take an action by the LA County supervisors and the LA City Council to implement a curfew, both city and or county-wide. And that certainly has been done in the past in situations where things have gotten out of hand. Just if you're out on the streets after 10 o'clock at night or whatever time it is, you are subject to arrest. And that certainly is a tool that allows law enforcement to put an end to scenes like we're seeing here, where this fire is being set in the middle of this intersection, a food truck driving by. And so, but what we're seeing, I guess, is with the numbers dwindling, as you mentioned, the law enforcement agencies that are responding are in a better position to get a handle on this. But we should note, the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, both well below full strength. Officers are retiring and or leaving both departments faster than they can be replaced. And along with that, there are budget constraints that are causing a real strain on police resources and police availability. We've been doing stories about how the Sheriff's Department is suffering. You know, their people are being so overtaxed that they're actually, it's affecting their alertness. They're having to work so many hours and so many days and so many shifts that it is starting to affect them physically and mentally. And there's a real concern about both the LAPD officers, the rank and file, and the Sheriff's Department rank and file, about how to whether they can deal with too many more incidents such as these. And then you have the budgetary concerns, both the city and the county, both having to make severe budget cuts, caused in large part by the response to the fires that we had in January that really put a hole in the budgets of both governments. And you really have, there's not much room to deal with this sort of thing. They're going to deal with it. They're going to, but it's going to affect other things much later on. That's a story for another night. In the meantime, ABC News reporter Matt Gutman, he was out there as well behind the police lines earlier today, showing us the projectiles that were being fired and or launched by both sides in these clashes.
That line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at the LAPD on this side of the skirmish line. The size of the rocks and projectiles, I'm gonna see if I can try to find another one for you, that were thrown were significant. This is a piece of concrete or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here, much larger ones than that were hurled at police. So this is something that I haven't seen quite some time in downtown LA. It was very intense.
Indeed, and it's not something that you would expect to see in downtown LA, and we'll get to that in a second. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's comments threatening to deploy U.S. Marines on U.S. soil drew a small group of protesters. You see them there. This is at Camp Pendleton. More than 24 people there holding up signs at the main gate to Camp Pendleton with slogans such as, quote, "We're on a slippery slope to fascism," and "Your oath is to the Constitution." President Trump has already federalized and deployed those National Guard troops to L.A. after the protests erupted over the immigration raids on Friday. This coming despite strong objection from the governor of California and the mayor of Los Angeles. In fact, the Newsom administration is going to file a lawsuit perhaps as early as tomorrow to try to prevent that from happening. In the meantime, Patrick Saunders, he's an Air Force veteran. He organized this protest outside Camp Pendleton.
We want to show our support to the military members that work here. We want to kind of remind them of what their duty is to us, but additionally, we want to make it very publicly known that we condemn any sort of action by the administration of using active duty or National Guard troops on U.S. citizens.
U.S. Northern Command confirms 500 Marines from 29 Palms are on what's called prepare to deploy status. That means they're ready to go should they be needed, and quote, to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel efforts. And there's a live look now at downtown Los